A Marriage of Anything But Convenience, a romantic comedy. The Billionaire Club, Book 1. Written by Victorine E. Lieski. Narrated by Jessica Hazard. Chapter 1. Nara slumped down into the cushy leather seat on the private jet and stared out the window at the freedom that would soon be ripped from her. The New York City skyline could be seen if she leaned down far enough. Her home for the last 7 years, and now, her home no more. It was stupid, really. She was being forced to marry because her father had some crazy obsession with Eastern culture and thought that an arranged marriage would be best for both her and his multi-billion-dollar tech company. At least, that's the closest she could come up with for a reason why her father would insist on this crazy idea. Who was she supposed to marry? His Imperial Highness, Emperor Derek Marshall, of all people. To be truthful, Derek wasn't actually an emperor of anything. She just liked to call him that because he was self-absorbed, kind of stiff, and it annoyed the heck out of him. Really, that last one was the best reason. Where was His Majesty right now? Nara frowned as she clicked her seatbelt. Derek couldn't be bothered with anything as lowly as coming to pick up his bride. No, he was back in California, probably working on some big deal for her father. Derek was his strategic assistant, and the man her father hoped to turn the company over to one day. Of course, she had refused the ridiculous idea of marrying Derek 5 years ago when her father first brought it up. No matter what might still be common in Japan, she wasn't Japanese. Okay, she did have a Japanese name, and she did have black hair, but that was it. She had no Japanese blood. Her father was an aging white American, and her mother, though not in the picture anymore, had also been Caucasian. Where her father got the idea that marrying Derek was her destiny, she had no idea. Being stubborn had worked for the last 5 years, but her father was not to be deterred, and this summer, he pulled out the big guns. First, he'd stopped paying her rent. That hurt, but she was still determined to make it work. Then, he'd threatened to take away the one thing in this world Nara couldn't lose. And that's when she crumbled and finally said yes to the stupidity. That, and the eviction notice on her door. She would marry and stay married for 2 years. And if, after that, she couldn't stand the stuffy emperor any longer, her father would let her get a quiet divorce and move on with her life. She fished around in her bag and pulled out her sketchbook. Chelsea, the president of the fashion company she had worked for in New York, had agreed to look at her designs if she continued to send them long distance. No promises, as usual, but Nara was certain someday she'd have her own fashion line. As of yet, she'd only managed to work as an administrative assistant at AVA Designs. But, man, she got coffee like a ninja warrior, so she felt she had earned a chance to climb higher. Drawing always helped calm her. She pulled out her favorite pencil and started on a new design idea she'd been mulling around in the back of her brain. It was a dress with a high waistline and flowing skirt. Her pencil flew across the paper as the design emerged. The flight attendant walked up to her. "Would you like something to drink? We have Coke, Diet Coke, Sprite." "No, thank you," Nara said quickly. The Diet Coke was calling to her, but since it was the new year, she'd decided she needed to cut down on her daily consumption. When your blood test came back carbonated, it was time to rethink your life's choices. "Then perhaps a snack?" The woman handed her a snack menu. "Look this over and let me know if you want anything." "Thanks, I'm fine," Nara said, handing it back. She didn't need her father's pampering. She'd packed a few granola bars. She'd be fine. By the time the plane landed in LA, she had filled up half of her sketchbook. She'd finished the dress, but that inspired more designs. Flared skirts, blouses with collars, blazers. Most of them were solid designs. She couldn't wait to send them to Chelsea. She packed up her art supplies and waited for the go-ahead to exit the plane. In protest of this massive injustice, she'd worn her most unflattering yoga pants, her orange flip-flops, and an old t-shirt that read, "I see the assassins have failed." She gripped her bag and stepped onto the staircase. As she descended the stairs, she spied her father standing a few feet away. It had only been 3 years since she'd seen him, but he seemed to have aged even more since then. His hair was definitely more gray than black, and he had lines around his eyes she'd never noticed before. They were prominent even with his glasses on. Had he lost weight, too? And then her gaze landed on Derek. Something about him was different, but she couldn't quite figure it out. Maybe it was the sunglasses he wore, or the way his suit filled out, or the combination that made him look like one of the guys from Men in Black. Whatever it was, she couldn't stop staring. Unfortunately, she stared so hard that she missed the last step and fell unceremoniously to the cement, doing a great impression of a pancake. She scrambled to her feet in the hopes that no one noticed, which was idiotic because there was no one else around to look at, and both men were facing her. Oh well. She wasn't needing to make an elegant appearance anyway. She pulled the strap of her bag over her shoulder and straightened her t-shirt so she could be sure her father would read it. She took the 12 steps to him. "Hey, Pops." Her father winced, and she held in a small smile of satisfaction. Mr. Richard Claymore hated it when she called him that, which is exactly why she did it. "Hello, Nara," he said, putting his hands behind his back. "And look who decided to grace us with his presence. It's the Emperor himself." She bowed low for extra snarkiness. Her father gasped. "Nara, please." Derek's jaw clenched, showing his disapproval, but because he was mostly made of cold stone, that's all she got out of him. He took off his sunglasses. "Nara," he said, his mask of indifference carefully in place. She looked between them for a moment, waiting for someone to speak. When no one did, she folded her arms. "Well, this has been fun. Where's my car?" Her father frowned at her. "We'll be taking my limousine to the accelerated marriage chapel." The blood rushed from Nara's face as the word chapel filtered into her brain. "What? We're going to get married now?" She looked down at her t-shirt with the pit stains and her slightly too big yoga pants and regretted her morning's decisions. "I'd like to get everything taken care of today. We have the possibility of a merger coming, and I want to get things settled quickly." Her father pivoted and began walking, effectively cutting off the conversation. Nara turned to Derek in the hopes that he had a little more sense in his brain. "Why are you agreeing to this?" He hooked his sunglasses on the breast pocket of his suit. His gaze slid over her. Something in his countenance changed, but she wasn't sure what it was. A softening of his features, maybe? Or maybe his blue eyes were just reflecting the sun and blinding her. That could be it, right? Because His Imperial Majesty couldn't be soft about anything. "It's what your father wants." "And so you'll just do it? Just like that?" He held out his arm a bit awkwardly, as if to motion for her to start walking toward the limo. When she didn't move, he sighed and said, "Yes, I do what your father asks. It's my job." Nara tried not to let that statement hurt her self-esteem. "It's your job to marry me? Do you know how ridiculous that sounds?" "Can we talk about this later?" He shifted his feet, and she could tell he was getting anxious to join her father. Nara huffed. Her resolve to begin healthier drinking habits crumbled. She needed a Diet Coke, like, pronto. "All right, fine. I know I have to do this thing. Might as well get it over with. But just so you know, this is a marriage on paper only. I'll be sleeping in the guest bedroom. You can keep your manly urges to yourself." Did the Emperor smile at that statement? She couldn't quite tell, because she had already turned to follow her father, but she thought she saw a slight upturn of his lips through the corner of her eye. Huh. She must be mistaken, because she could count the times on one hand when she'd seen him actually smile. "Do you know if there's any Diet Coke in the car?" "I brought one for you." Stunned, she stopped short and turned. Derek ran smack into her. He grabbed her around the waist as she flailed, trying not to fall again. "Whoa, sorry. I didn't think you'd stop like that." An odd sensation skittered over her skin as she stood there, Derek holding her. Had she ever been this close to him? She wasn't sure. She clung to him, and it was like clinging to a bull. He was all muscle. And he must have had on some expensive cologne because he smelled like an ocean breeze had taken a bath in musk. She gasped and broke free from him, stumbling back. "Sorry, I was just surprised. I'm having a Diet Coke emergency." He didn't respond, and she continued onto the limo. The driver opened the door for her, and she climbed in, sitting opposite from her father. When Derek slid in beside her, she didn't complain. He was giving her Diet Coke, after all. He reached under the seat and produced her life-saving nectar. "Here you go." She took the 12-ounce bottle of heaven from him. It was ice cold. She opened the lid and tipped it to her lips. It was the best thing she'd tasted in the last 2 days. Guess she could cross off that New Year's resolution. She drank half the bottle, then wrapped her hands around it. The cold felt good on the palms of her hands. They kind of stung from her pancake incident. As they drove, Derek leaned over and whispered, "You have dirt on your chin." Oh, that was just great. As if she wasn't already a super slob today. She licked her finger and rubbed her chin. Not that she would do that normally, but she thought it would annoy her father and possibly gross out the Emperor. A double win. "Did I get it?" "No." She repeated the licking and the rubbing. "There?" Derek pressed his lips together. Ha! She had successfully upset him. He shook his head. "Try again." "Third time's a charm." But after another cat-like bath, he still shook his head. "Let me," he said. He reached out, his thumb grazing her chin. An electrical current shot through her where his skin came in contact with her. It felt like someone took physical attraction and hooked it up to a power line. Her skin tingled all over, and she jumped back. What in the world? She stared at Derek. What had just happened? "Okay, I got it," he said, ignoring her shocked reaction. She nodded and sat back in the seat, her heart pounding. That was odd. When had she ever reacted to Derek like that? She tried to think of a time when he'd actually touched her in the past, but her mind came up blank. She'd known him as a kid. They even played hide-and-seek together in her father's office building late at night. Surely she'd grabbed his hand or something in the past. How odd she would start reacting to him now, of all times. 30 minutes later, they pulled up in front of a church-like building. The words, "Accelerated Marriage Chapel," lit up on a neon sign. Of course, it wasn't an actual church. No one went there to worship. They only went there to be saved from deportation, or to make a rash decision they would regret for the rest of their lives. Nara left her art supplies in the limo and climbed out. She clapped her hands, then regretted it as her palms stung. She winced. "Let's do this thing." Derek studied her. "Are you all right?" What, now he was concerned about if she wanted to get married or not? Sheesh. What a time to pick to turn on his give-a-crap meter. "I'm fine," she said, craning her neck to see her father just inside the door talking to someone. "You don't have to go through with this if you don't want to." She squinted at him. "Why do you suddenly care?" He frowned. "I know you think me heartless, but I do care about what you want." "Well, I just want to get this done and over with so I can have what my grandmother left for me." "Your grandmother left you an inheritance?" She shifted her weight. It wasn't really an inheritance. It was the one object from her grandmother's estate that she wanted. The only thing that had any value to her. She tried to think of a better way to say it, but when none came, she just nodded. "Yeah, and Pop said he'd give it to me if I did this thing. So let's get to it." "Are you sure?" She huffed. "Shut up before I change my mind. We're getting married and that's final." Man, this day was getting stranger and stranger. When had she ever thought those words would come out of her mouth? Chapter 2. Derek ducked inside the chapel, following after Nara. It was the kind of unique building he might photograph under different circumstances. But not today. He didn't want photographic evidence of what was happening today. Guilt rose in his throat, and he coughed into his fist. This was all his fault. Him and his stupid rambling that one late night at the office 5 years ago. But he couldn't back out of it now because Mr. Claymore was so set on everything. He was determined to see the two of them married. And once Mr. Claymore got something into his mind, not the devil himself would be successful at making him change it. Nara fidgeted, smoothing down her t-shirt. She stared at her flip-flops, looking uncomfortable. He stepped toward the woman behind the front desk. "Do you have a wedding dress we can rent?" Nara's head snapped up. "I don't need a dress." "Yes, she's fine how she is," Mr. Claymore said. The guilt inside Derek grew. Today, Nara was going to get married. Didn't girls dream of their weddings, planning and primping, thinking of their dresses and flowers and stuff? She wouldn't want to get married in her travel clothes, would she? The woman behind the desk shook her head. "We don't have dresses. Sorry." She handed Mr. Claymore a clipboard. "We'll need to see the happy couple's IDs, and they will need to sign these papers." The paperwork took 10 minutes. Then Derek found himself standing at the front of the chapel, facing Nara. He felt like he towered over her. She'd always been short, but as kids he hadn't cared that much. When he hit puberty and experienced a sudden growth spurt, it left him feeling gangly and awkward around her. At least he had more muscles now. She pulled a band out of her pocket and tugged her hair up into some kind of half-ponytail, half-bun-looking thing. Hair stuck up from it, like he was sure she wanted. This was just another silent protest against what her father was asking her to do. It actually made her look adorable, but he wasn't about to tell her that. He'd get kicked in the shin. The minister said a few things that sounded flowery but well-rehearsed, and then he paused and looked at them. "Have you prepared special vows for each other?" "No," he and Nara said at the same time. "That's not a problem. For another $20, you can choose from several custom vows, or we can go ahead with the simple package." Sweat beaded up on Derek's forehead. He hated making decisions like this. What did Nara want? He glanced at her, and she gave him a withering look. "Let's go with the simple package." The minister nodded and glanced down at the paper in his wrinkled hand. "Do you, Derek Marshall, take this woman to be your wife, to live together in holy matrimony, to love and honor her, to comfort her in sickness and health, forsaking all others for as long as you both shall live?" Derek looked into Nara's brown eyes. "I do," he said, the words causing a swell of emotion in his throat. He swallowed it back. This was not real. The minister nodded and turned to Nara. "Do you, Nara Claymore, take this man to be your husband, to live together in holy matrimony, to love and honor him, to comfort him in sickness and health, forsaking all others for as long as you both shall live?" Derek held his breath as he waited for what Nara would say. A look had crossed her face as the minister spoke that he couldn't quite read. He wasn't sure if she was about to explode or if she was going to behave. When she finally said, "Yeah, sure," he let out a silent sigh of relief. And then he saw reflected in the window that she had her fingers crossed behind her back. "Do you have the ring?" Heat rose to his face as he pulled out the box from his pocket. He quickly plucked the ring from the velvet and slid it on her finger. She stared down at the 3-carat diamond. "What drugstore did you get this thing at? It looks real." She held it up and squinted at it. He didn't say anything. He was too embarrassed to admit he'd wanted to get her a diamond ring. Instead of answering her, he slid his own gold band onto his finger. This might not be a real marriage, but that didn't mean they had to wear junk that turned their fingers green for the next 2 years. "Would you like to light a unity candle?" Nara shook her head, and Derek said, "No, thank you." "Well then, by the power vested in me, you are now pronounced husband and wife." The elderly man smiled. "You may kiss the bride." Derek half expected Nara to scream and go running down the aisle, but she just stood there and stared at him. Did she want him to kiss her? The pressure mounted as the clock ticked the seconds. He leaned closer to her. She didn't move. Why wasn't she moving? His mouth grew dry, and he knew he had no other choice. It was time to kiss her. If it didn't happen now, he would look like he was hesitating too much, and that would be awkward. He had to go for it. He tilted his head and pressed forward, only she tilted in the same direction, and they bumped noses. Embarrassment washed over him, and he mumbled an apology and tried again. This time, he was able to succeed. Her lips were surprisingly warm and soft, and the contact filled him with a sensation he couldn't explain. It was like sitting in the sunshine and taking a deep breath, a slight tingle rushing over him from the intake of oxygen. It was a gentle kiss, but as their lips touched, it grew in intensity. Nara jerked back, her eyes wide for a split second. Then she looked around the chapel and exhaled. She swung her arms like she wasn't sure what to do with them. "Okay, are we done here?" The minister stammered.
We're done,"
Mr. Claymore pronounced and stood. Nara rushed down the aisle toward the door, kicking a stray flower with her orange flip-flop as she went. It skittered somewhere under the pews. Mr. Claymore picked up his briefcase, which held the paperwork. "Thank you." He nodded to the minister and then headed toward the door. Derek tossed a wan smile at the minister and the woman standing in as a witness, then followed the rest of them out the door. All that had taken less than 30 minutes. Who knew getting married could be so instant, like microwaving your lunch, from freezer to hot meal in just a few moments? He climbed into the limousine and sat beside Nara. Her back was rigid, her hands between her knees. She was definitely still in the frozen dinner state. He drew in a breath and let it out again. He wasn't looking forward to telling her this next part, but he had to. It was Mr. Claymore's wishes.
"Our plane leaves in 2 hours.
Nara's head jerked up and she narrowed her eyes at him. "What are you talking about?"
"Our honeymoon."
He felt the heat creep up his neck, but he held himself together. "Our what?" Her father didn't seem at all fazed by Nara's reaction. He pulled off his glasses and used his handkerchief to clean them.
"You and Derek will be leaving for Grand Cayman."
Taking a hammer to an unexploded landmine would have been safer than sitting next to Nara at that moment. At least a landmine can take you out swiftly. Nara, on the other hand, looked like she was going to blow, but he wasn't sure when or how. She pointed at Derek, her hands shaking.
"He is your husband."
"Fake husband! This whole thing is a sham. You said yourself." Her father raised his hand, and Nara's voice trailed off.
"The board members think this is a real marriage. We need them to believe it if they're going to accept it when I step down and leave the company to Derek. It's very important to me to keep the company in the family. You know this. You agreed to it. You will leave with him this evening."
Derek waited for the bomb to blow, but Nara just sat back and huffed. She took a moment to contemplate the situation. Finally, she said, "I suppose that works. Grand Cayman, you say?"
"Yes, a lovely resort there. You'll like it."
Her father smiled and seemed pleased with himself. "Fine. I guess I can catch some sun. I haven't had a tan in forever. I assume we have separate rooms?" Mr. Claymore looked at Derek, and he felt the need to loosen his tie. Richard had given him the responsibility to book the room, and he'd only booked one.
I got us a suite."
He decided now wasn't the time to let her know it was a honeymoon suite. "Okay, whatever. I guess I can spend a week at the beach." She pulled out her Diet Coke and drank the rest of it. Derek relaxed into his seat. Explosion successfully avoided, at least until he got to the resort. He had a feeling that his wedding night was going to be memorable, but not in the way most couples expect. He closed his eyes and wondered what the next week would be like. He was married to Nara Claymore, the one person he never thought would give him the time of day. The girl he used to play with as his father worked alongside hers. His childhood crush, the woman he'd fallen in love with over the years, and she hated everything about him. Chapter 3. Nara dragged her suitcase through the lobby of the resort, her head foggy from sleep. She had no idea what time it was locally. 1 a.m? Something like that. After getting up early to fly to LA, a flash wedding, and then another horribly long flight, She was ready to crash. Luckily, she'd been able to nap on the plane. Even though it was mid-January, the place was still decked out for the holidays, with a massive tree in the lobby. A trickling sound came from a fountain that bubbled water up from the center. Expensive tile lined the floor, and gold accents showed how posh the place was. Derek came running in with his luggage.
Here, I can get that for you.
She handed over her suitcase. It didn't bother her to roll it across the floor, but he seemed like he really wanted it. Okay. A woman came out from a room behind the desk, her bright red hair pulled back into a bun. She wore a uniform with a badge that said K. "Welcome to the Diamond Oasis," she said with a smile. "The locals here call it the Billionaire Club, a name I'm rather fond of." She glanced at her computer screen. "You must be Mr. and Mrs. Marshall." Nara was too tired to be shocked by the statement. Yes, she was now Mrs. Emperor Marshall, as the large fake rock on her finger could attest. He stood beside her, his back straight, every hair of his head in place. Wait, how did he accomplish that? Hadn't he slept on the plane as well? Derek nodded.
Yes.
A bellboy approached them and began putting their luggage on a cart. The woman clicked on the computer keys. "If you need anything, just call the front desk." She produced 2 room cards and handed them to Derek.
Thanks,
he said, giving one key to Nara and pocketing the other. "You're in room 104, the honeymoon suite. It's just down the hallway and around the corner." She pointed, but Nara was still stuck on that last thing she said, something about a honeymoon suite. Her suspicions were confirmed when they opened the door to the suite and found a large bed with 2 towels folded into swans, their beaks touching, forming a heart. A jacuzzi tub sat nestled in the corner. Candles were lit around the tub, and at any other time it would have been delightful. But right now, Nara just wanted to die 1,000 deaths. Things got even better when she walked in and noticed the bathroom door was made out of a very fancy-looking glass. She choked on her spit and coughed while the bellboy unloaded their cart. She leaned against the desk that sat near the windows. Derek tipped the kid and sent him on his way. When they were alone, Nara pointed. "When you said suite, I figured you meant a 2-bedroom suite. I did not think you meant that we'd be sharing not only a bed, but a get-to-know-you-better bathroom as well." A crimson red swept over Derek's face as he looked at the bathroom door. Why don't you run down to the front desk and see if they have something we can use to cover up that door? I'd rather pee in private, thank you." He gave her a quick nod and left the room. Nara sighed and sat down on the bed. It felt amazing. So amazing that she laid all the way back and closed her eyes. Comfy, like sleeping on a cloud. And the room temperature was just right. She could easily doze off. Her thoughts turned muddy as she snuggled into the soft bed. The next thing she was aware of were strong arms around her, lifting her. She wanted to protest to Derek, but he put her back down quickly enough, and she didn't have the energy to try to fight him. He removed her flip-flops, and then soft covers were pulled up around her, and she sighed. It felt like heaven. Sunlight. That's the first thing Nara became aware of. Sunlight streaming through a crack in the curtains. She blinked and realized where she was, in the honeymoon suite. She sat up, her heart racing. Was Derek in bed with her? She checked the bed but didn't see him. Relieved, she fell back against the pillows. If he had tried anything last night... But he hadn't. In fact, he had put her to bed and tucked her in. Wait, if he wasn't there, where had he gone? Did he get another room? She went to climb out of bed and almost stepped on a giant mound. Derek had slept on the floor. Soft snores came from him, and she took a second to watch his chest rise and fall. He looked so relaxed, peaceful. He wore a pair of blue striped pajamas. She liked the way his strong brow defined his face. He was a handsome man, she couldn't deny it, and it did melt her heart a bit that he'd slept on the floor. But she couldn't spend too long looking at him. Right now, she needed the bathroom. It was all that Diet Coke she consumed yesterday. She carefully stepped around Derek so as not to wake him. After she crossed the room, she couldn't help but smile. Derek had used duct tape to put a towel up on the inside of the bathroom door. She had privacy. Luckily, the bathroom not only had a toilet and a massive sink, but a shower as well. That's exactly what she needed. A hot shower and then breakfast, because her stomach was grumbling to her. She hadn't eaten much yesterday, just some snacks on the plane. She was ready for a hot breakfast. Maybe they would even have pancakes with strawberry syrup. Her favorite. She grabbed her toiletry bag from out of her suitcase. As she lifted it, her diary, which must have been on top of it, flew out and landed on the floor. She picked it up and caressed the leather cover. Her grandmother had given it to her when she was a child. "To write your feelings in, Nara," she'd told her. And that's what Nara had done. She'd filled it with all the hurt and anguish she'd had growing up. In her head, she called it her book of pain. Still, she carried it with her. For some reason, it gave her comfort when she was feeling down. Her latest entries were about Cameron. Soon, she would write about what her father was forcing her to do. Shoving it back in her suitcase, she pulled out some clothes before heading to the bathroom. The hot shower felt amazing. It pelted her back and shoulders, soothing her muscles. She probably stayed in there a bit too long, but she deserved it after the day she'd had yesterday. She stepped from the shower, dried off, and then wrapped a towel around her, tucking it in so it would stay on while she did her hair and makeup. The steam was so thick, she had to wipe the mirror twice. She hoped the hairdryer wouldn't wake Derek. He had seemed pretty out of it. By the time she was done and dressed, it was less steamy in the bathroom. She'd decided on dressing in her flowy Bermuda shorts and a white scoop-neck tee. She looked like a tourist, but that was okay. She slowly opened the door to see if Derek was still asleep. The floor was empty. The bed was made. The curtains were parted and a beautiful view of the beach stretched outside their patio door. Derek was dressed and sitting at his desk on a laptop. She entered the bedroom and gaped at him. "You're wearing that?" He had on a button-up white shirt and a pair of suit pants, and she couldn't believe a tie. What in the world was he thinking? They were on the beach, for heaven's sake. Derek turned to her, his face stoic. "Your father kind of sprung this on me. I didn't have time to properly shop for clothes." "Neither did I. After breakfast, we can go shopping." She slipped on her beaded sandals. They were the most comfortable sandals she owned. She found them at a little shop on Broadway. Man, she missed New York already. Derek rose and opened the door for her. They walked to the resort restaurant and were seated almost immediately. Nara opened the menu, scanning the breakfast items. When she didn't see pancakes, she almost pouted, but that would have been childish. So she chose an alternative and folded the menu. Derek sat, his back straight, his hands resting on the table. Why was he so uptight? Oh, wait, that was the way he was. "You look uncomfortable."
This situation is kind of uncomfortable.
He shook his head and wiped his forehead.
I'm sorry.
"It's not your fault. This is all my crazy father's doing. But I figure we can make the best of it, right? Dad's paying for this vacation." She stressed the word so he would know she had no intention of calling it a honeymoon. "He can make sure we have a good time. What would you like to do today?" "I was thinking some beach time was a must, but then I think we should see if we can rent a yacht or something and take a sunset trip out into the ocean. Pops can handle it. We should splurge." He slowly nodded, like he hated all her ideas, but he didn't want to say it.
"Whatever you'd like."
He seemed relieved when the server came to take their orders. What, was he glad he didn't have to talk to her for a minute? Nara sighed and crossed her legs. This was going to be a long week. If His Imperial Majesty couldn't even stand to talk to her, she didn't know what she was going to do. The situation was already bad. Couldn't he just make the best of it? The server left and Nara picked up the salt shaker. She turned it, watching the salt run down the little landslide she'd created. "Oh, thanks, by the way, for the duct tape. That was smart."
"That was the owner's idea."
He shrugged.
She seemed surprised we wanted to cover the door. She said most couples don't mind it.
Nara set the salt shaker down. I'm sure they don't. Most couples are married. When she realized that they, in fact, were married as well, it struck her as funny, and she burst out laughing. An older couple at the next table turned to stare at her, but she couldn't stop. Her giggles grew into a fit of laughter that grew louder. The Emperor just sat there, his jaw clenching, which made her laugh even more. Derek looked around, then leaned forward.
"What's so funny?"
he said, his voice low. She pointed between them. "We're married," she managed to say when she was able to get a breath in. When Derek just stared at her, she burst out again. She laughed so hard tears ran down her cheeks, and when she had no more laughter in her, she sat back and wiped at her face.
"That's funny, huh?"
Derek said, and picked up his water to take a sip.
"Did you ever think we'd be married?"
Derek got a strange look on his face and shook his head.
"No."
"Well then, you know why I'm laughing. It's just so absurd. I don't even really know why Dad insisted we do this."
"He wants to pass down the company to me."
Nara waved, cutting him off. "I know that answer, the one he says all the time. But what I don't know, the underlying reason, the one that makes more sense." Derek shifted his weight, then shrugged, not offering up any more conversation. Nice. So this was how things would go? A honeymoon full of awkward conversation, or even more awkward pauses. Just what she was hoping for. Not. Chapter 4. Derek fiddled with his fork as he pushed his omelet around on his plate. He was not cut out for this. He once again cursed his decision to tell Richard Claymore about his feelings for Nara. This was not going to go down the way Mr. Claymore was hoping, that he'd be smooth and Nara would fall in love with him. Instead, he was anxious and twitchy, and altogether much too sweaty for anyone to like him. He wiped his brow again, trying to be discreet. What he needed was a game plan. Something actionable so he could concentrate on that, rather than sit and be uncomfortable with Nara. The problem was, he couldn't think of anything. Nara plucked a substitute sugar packet from the tray and shook it so it made a noise like a tiny maraca. "Have you ever wondered what exactly is in this?" He stared at the packet, his mind blank.
"Splenda?"
"Yeah, I know Splenda is in it." She ripped it open and dumped a pile of it onto her plate. "It looks like sugar." She licked a finger and dipped it into the white mound, then licked it off. "It tastes like sugar, but it's not sugar. What exactly is it?" Derek had stopped listening much after she licked the Splenda off her finger. He swallowed and tried to get that image out of his head.
"I think it comes from sugar. They just do stuff to it so it changes it."
Nara made a face. "Oh, I was hoping it was chemical residue left over after some science experiment gone wrong, and the people were like, 'Oh, this tastes just like sugar.' So they packaged it up and sold it." This was why Derek had fallen in love with Nara. She was quirky, an outside-the-box thinker. He'd never wondered where Splenda came from. He shook his head at her.
"Your brain never shuts off."
"My brain gets me into trouble," she muttered. Then she brightened. "Hey, how's Brielle?" The mention of his younger sister sent a shiver of pride through him. Brielle was 10 years younger, and he'd been her guardian ever since his parents' car accident when he was 17. His parents had both died instantly. He fought hard for emancipation, and then for guardianship. It had been hard raising her at such a young age himself, but he was so proud of all she'd accomplished.
"She's fine, in her first year of college, if you can believe it."
Nara gasped. "No way! Little Brielle? She can't be that old."
"I know. Seems like yesterday she was tagging along after us, wanting to do whatever we were doing."
She hated to be left out. Nara smiled at some unknown memory. "What's she studying?"
"English. She wants to be a writer."
"Doesn't surprise me. She's been crafting stories ever since she was tiny." Nara suddenly stood up. "You done?" He looked down at the mess on his plate. He wasn't going to eat it.
Yeah.
Okay, time to get some vacation clothes. You can't go around looking like you're closing a business deal. She tugged his arm and he stood.
Where should we go?
I don't know. Let's ask Kay. She's bound to know the good spots. 20 minutes later, he found himself in the middle of a shopping center. Nara dragged him into a shop that looked like it had eaten Magnum P.I.'s wardrobe. Loud was a mild word for every shirt hanging on the wall. Derek thought he might get dizzy just looking at the bold colors and wild patterns. Here, try this on. Nara grabbed a shirt off the rack and handed it to him. He looked down at the floral vomit and tried to think of a nice way to say he was never, in this lifetime, going to wear a shirt like that. He finally settled on,
This really isn't my style.
Nara grinned. I know, it's a vacation. She sounded out each syllable. We get to wear funky clothes and play on the beach. Try it on. She shoved him toward the dressing rooms. Derek didn't have the heart to argue with her. She seemed excited to be shopping for him. Maybe the shirt wouldn't fit, and he'd have a good excuse not to buy it. He took the garment from her and locked himself in the stall. Come out after you try it on. I want to see it, Nara called. He loosened his tie and then unbuttoned his dress shirt. If this wasn't humiliating, he didn't know what was. He slipped into the offensive piece of clothing. Oh, heavens. It fit just fine. And now he had to go out into the store looking like an idiot. He steeled himself and exited the dressing room. Nara's hands flew to her mouth when she saw him. Oh, my word! Is that really you, Emperor Derek? Her words stung. He knew she called him that because she didn't like him. He stiffened and tried not to let it bother him.
Is it too much?
Nope, it's just right. In fact, it's more than just right. We should buy several in different patterns. She shoved a pair of shorts into his hands. Now try this on with it. At least the shorts were khaki and looked somewhat normal. He wasn't used to wearing anything but dress pants, though, so when he walked out of the dressing room with them on, he felt odd, and his extremely white legs were embarrassing. Yes, they look great on you. Do they fit? Unfortunately, they fit just fine.
You have a knack for selecting the right size of clothing.
The smile that lit up Nara's face was bright. Maybe it comes from working in the fashion industry.
I'm sure of it.
That statement seemed to please her. She pulled several other shirts from racks as well as some more shorts for him. He tried them all on while she kept pulling more. After he was done, he joined her at the checkout counter. He stared at her pile of clothes.
You look like you're getting ready for an apocalypse of the islands or something.
Nara grinned. We need some vacation clothes. I barely brought anything. These aren't all yours, you know.
Okay, good, because I got a little worried when I saw this.
He pulled out a piece of hot pink fabric in the pile and outshot a bikini top. His face heated as he stared at the 2 pink cups dangling from the strap he held. She snatched it out of his hand. Get your mitts off. This is what I'm changing into in a minute. We're getting some beach time. Great. Now all he could think about was how she might look wearing that swimsuit. He closed his eyes and tried to get the mental picture from his head. Unfortunately, he was going to be seeing the real thing in a few minutes. This week was going to kill him. They left the store with the clothes and were soon back at the resort. Nara grabbed her new bikini and walked toward the bathroom. I'll change in here. You get into your swim trunks and knock on the door when you're done, okay?
Wait, what? You want me to swim with you?
He swallowed the lump forming in his throat.
I didn't buy any trunks.
I picked out a pair for you while you were trying on clothes. I'm sure they'll fit.
I thought maybe I'd just sit in a lounge chair. Enjoy the fresh air?
Nara frowned. Don't you want to get into the water? He debated what to say to her. The water did look inviting, but he had never learned to swim. He felt silly admitting it, though. A grown man who didn't know how to swim. It was stupid. As he hesitated, she walked to the pile of clothes they'd purchased and pulled out a pair of dark blue trunks. Come on, just put them on. You need to loosen up. She reached out to mess up his hair, but she was short and he could easily evade her reach. After several failed attempts, Nara huffed and shoved the trunks at him. He took them and almost cracked a smile. Almost. She was quite adorable when she was frustrated.
All right.
She smiled at him and disappeared into the bathroom. He sighed and got dressed, then knocked on her door. There was no arguing with Nara. She always found a way to convince him to do what she wanted, even when they were kids. The memory flitted through his mind as he waited for Nara to come out of the bathroom, and he chuckled. The door opened, and she stepped out. She wore her swimsuit and had a towel around her neck. He had to admit, she looked every bit as good as his imagination. She froze, her eyes wide as she stared at him. He self-consciously glanced down at his bare chest. Did he have something on him? Toothpaste? Did he dribble his breakfast? He didn't see anything, thank heavens.
What are you looking at?
She blinked and her gaze lifted to his. Nothing. You were smiling. Why?
I was thinking about that time when we were about 8 years old, and you'd gotten this idea in your head that we could make lots of money by selling rocks to our father's coworkers. So we started up that company.
She laughed. N&D Rocks. Oh my goodness. I hadn't thought of that in years. Those poor people buying our $3 rocks? She shook her head and giggled. What made you think of that? He sobered and his face heated. He couldn't tell her it was because she was being bossy about his swim trunks. No reason. Nara rummaged through their bags of purchases and pulled out a bottle of sunscreen. Will you do my back? Derek froze. She wanted him to do what? Before he could object, Nara squirted some lotion into his hand and then turned around. She held up her long black hair and waited. Hurry up. The beach is calling me. He had no other choice. He rubbed the sunscreen onto his hands and then applied it to her. Nerves shot through him as he touched her warm skin. It was so smooth and soft, like she bathed in some secret youth-giving oils. And standing this close to her, he could smell her shampoo. Touching her brought back every feeling of longing he ever had when Nara was around. But he couldn't have her, not in the way he wanted, and right now it was killing him. He quickly finished up.
There, that's done.
She made a turnaround motion with her finger. Your turn. Derek nodded, then faced the other direction. He held his breath while she applied the sunscreen to his back. Her touch was feather light, and yet she managed to send shivers through him. Why had he picked the beach for their honeymoon? He should have booked them an Alaskan cruise. Okay, you're done. She tossed the bottle of lotion on the desk and opened the sliding glass door to the patio. Come on, let's go. My feet are itching to get in that sand. Derek followed after her, the warmth from the sun hitting him as he stepped off the wooden planks of the patio. It was bright out, and he wished he'd put on his sunglasses. The sand was hot, so he picked up his steps. Nara turned around and opened her arms wide, walking backwards toward the ocean. This is amazing, isn't it? Have you ever felt such soft sand? She didn't wait for him to answer. She ran toward the water. The wet sand was much cooler, and he stood for a moment, letting a wave wash over his feet. Nara continued further out into the water, and then turned and beckoned to him. It's only a little cold. You get used to it fast. I'm good standing here, he called to her. She made a face, then walked toward him. You're not going to be a sour pants this entire week, are you? Sour pants? What was she talking about? He frowned.
I'm no such thing.
She grabbed his arm. Then come on. Chapter 5. Nara tugged on the Emperor's arm until he grudgingly stumbled toward the ocean water. You don't have to be so grumpy all the time, you know. His eyes widened.
Grumpy?
I'm not. I decided this morning it's going to be my mission to get you to loosen up during this trip. Have some fun. This is step number 1, getting you into a swimsuit and in the water. She gave him a smile. And now here you are trying to ruin it by being so stubborn. He walked with her until the water was knee-deep. Then he stopped.
I'm not stubborn.
A wave came and almost knocked her down. His Highness didn't even budge. How unfair. She hated that she was height-challenged. You are too. Let's keep going. The waves will kill me here. They're better out there. You can move with them. Derek looked like he'd rather go back indoors.
I don't think I want to go that far.
She pulled on his arm. Why not? He swallowed, and a look came across his face that made her pause. But a second later it was gone, and he was back to his stoic expression. She wasn't exactly sure what that look had meant, and it left her puzzled.
No reason,
he said. Nara stared up at him, and a sudden thought entered her head. Do you know how to swim? Derek averted his gaze. He didn't answer her, but even the non-answer was an answer, and she was stunned. Who grew up in LA and didn't learn how to swim? It was insane. But then a wave of sympathy washed over her, and she smiled up at him. He was probably embarrassed about it. We won't go so far out that you can't stand, and when a wave comes, all you have to do is jump. You're much taller than me. We won't be too deep. He gave her a skeptical look. Unfortunately, a wave hit as he was contemplating what she said, and she wasn't ready for it. It knocked her face first into the water. She held her breath as she tried to regain her footing and not take in a mouthful of ocean water. But she was disoriented and couldn't get her face out of the water. Strong hands clasped her arms and brought her upright. Derek pulled her to him.
You okay?
She coughed and took in a breath of air. She was sure her face was aflame with embarrassment, but she nodded and mustered up the best smile she could. I'm fine.
And you say this is fun?
He said it with his usual stark manner, but she noticed a slight twinge of his lips when she looked up at him. Was he hiding a smile? She laughed, unable to believe it. His Highness was making a joke. How unusual. Yes, this is fun. I promise.
All right,
he said, looking out at the ocean.
We'll go deeper if you say it's better.
It is. Come on. She grabbed his hand, and together they walked further into the ocean, where the waves wouldn't knock her down. She found a spot where she could still stand, and stopped. Here. Derek seemed uneasy.
Now what?
Now, when a wave comes, jump with it. Let it bounce you up. He sighed.
And then I'll be having fun?
She slapped his arm. Man, he was buff. When did he have time to work out? He was as much a workaholic as her father. Yes, we'll be having fun, she pointed. Look, here comes one now. As the wave gathered, she readied herself and then called, Now! When it was about to overtake them. She grabbed Derek's hand and jumped with him. The wave lifted them up, and Nara squealed as it tossed her. She grabbed onto Derek's neck and clung to him as the water receded, laughing. She stared at him, her face just inches from him. He seemed to be assessing the situation, just staring at her. Touching him started to make her feel funny, like when he touched her chin in the limo. But she held on because she knew he was about to say something.
You're right. That was fun,
he finally said. Ha! Nara won, Derek zip. She was going to win this self-bet thing she had going on. Next, her goal was to have him show that he was having fun. She let go of his neck. Awesome. But try not to be so serious. When the next wave comes, you have to scream as it lifts us.
You want me to what?
You need to, or you'll never learn how to do this correctly. She waited for another big wave. When one began gathering in the distance, she said, Okay, get ready. As the wave lifted them up, Derek let out a blood-curdling scream, as if he'd just seen someone stabbed to death and the murderer was now coming after him. Nara was so not expecting that. She burst out laughing. What the heck was that? She managed to ask after her laughter subsided.
You told me to scream.
She couldn't believe it. Derek was making another joke. He was actually funny. How in the world had this happened? Ever since she could remember, Derek was the serious one. The one worried about his grades in school. The one worried about everything. And after his parents' death, it became his whole life. Worry about this, worry about that, work and don't ever crack a smile. But now she was beginning to wonder if maybe she'd just read him wrong. He was being a good sport, going along with her insistence on getting into the ocean even though he probably couldn't swim. And he seriously made her laugh just now. He was so deadpan. How had she not noticed before? You're hilarious. They enjoyed the water for another hour before she grew bored. They pulled a couple of lounge chairs into the sun and Nara laid back. "This is heaven, isn't it?" she said, closing her eyes and letting the warmth hit her. Derek didn't answer, and she twisted to look at him, shading her eyes so she could see his face. "You don't like the beach?" "It's fine." "Just fine?" "Why did you plan a trip to a beach resort then, if you only think it's fine?" "You like the beach." Nara's throat suddenly swelled, and she couldn't get any words out. Derek planned this whole trip based on what she liked? She couldn't believe it. Who would have thought Derek could be so thoughtful? She tried to think of something to say to him. "What's your dream vacation?" Derek shook his head. "I don't really do vacations." Now that was more like the Derek she knew. "I know you don't, but if someone said they were giving you a free trip to anywhere in the world, where would you like it to be?" He shrugged. "Iceland?" "You like the cold?" He shifted and his lounger creaked. "It's not the cold that attracts me. It's the beauty. I grew up near the ocean. I've never been anywhere like Iceland. I've seen some stunning photos, and at least once in my life, I'd love to see the Northern Lights." Now that's something I agree with. The Northern Lights would be awesome to see. She laid back and closed her eyes, letting the sun warm her skin. The smell of the salty seawater mixed with the coconut sunscreen was divine. She could die now and be happy. As she relaxed, she could hear Derek's chair squeak as he moved. He must be restless. Which was crazy because how could anyone be restless while lying in the sun on the beach? But a tiny part of her felt guilty because he'd said he didn't love the ocean. This was her thing, and she was forcing him to be outside with her. Still, the fresh air and sunlight would do him some good, right? He was never outdoors. He needed some vitamin D. Derek took in a breath, like he was going to say something, but then didn't speak. Nara almost turned to look at him, but decided she was too relaxed to move. A minute later, he finally spoke. "So, I have an awkward question, and you don't have to answer it if you don't want to. I'm just curious." Derek's voice had an underlying stress, which made it sound strained. She turned and studied his face. "I'll answer it. What is it?" He swallowed. "Well, I was surprised when you agreed to get married because I thought you were still dating that one guy. What was his name?" Nara groaned and closed her eyes. Why had Derek brought him up? She could have gone the rest of her lifetime without thinking about Cameron again. "You mean Fathead. That's his name." Derek sucked in a breath. "Well, I think that answers my question." "Yeah, we broke up. And by that, I mean that he broke up with me the night before our 1-year anniversary, after I had already bought surprise tickets for us to see Hamilton. I was out a boyfriend and a buttload of money." "Ouch." Nara ran a hand through the sand, still amazed at how soft it was. "I went by myself, cried the entire time. It was miserable." "I'm sorry." "Yeah, well, he did me a favor. The guy was self-absorbed." And now she was craving a Diet Coke like nothing else. She brushed the sand off her hand and stood. "I'm going to go in search of some sweet, life-giving nectar. Did you see any soda vending machines around as we came in last night? I was too tired to look."
"Check out our room fridge. I had them stock it before we came."
Derek stood as well, and draped his towel around his neck. Nara couldn't believe it. You did?
Yeah. They asked what accommodations we'd like.
And you thought to mention my Diet Coke? I could kiss you right now. Nara sprinted toward the deck. She was now officially in love with Derek Marshall. A few precious seconds later, she had an ice-cold 12-ounce bottle of her favorite drug of choice in her hands. Derek entered the room and slid the glass door shut. She had half the bottle drained before he shut the door to the bathroom so he could change. It might have bugged her that he was giving up on the beach so quickly, but he did give it a good college try, and she appreciated that he wasn't complaining. Maybe being stuck with Emperor Derek wouldn't be so bad after all. Chapter 6. Derek gripped the railing and looked down at the ocean water, begging his stomach to settle down. He'd only been on a boat once before, and that had ended in disaster. He didn't want to think about it. Not when he was barely holding it together. Why weren't those motion sickness pills working? He'd taken 2 before they'd boarded. Had it not been long enough yet? Nara sighed as the wind blew her hair in a way that made her look like she was a fashion model on a shoot. If he wasn't so queasy, he would have snapped a photograph. As it was, he was too concerned about ruining her evening to enjoy anything. "Isn't this peaceful?" she said, her arms resting on the railing.
Yeah.
He tried to sound upbeat. It came out more like a grunt. She gazed out at the setting sun. "I love how the sunlight reflects off the water. This is the best, isn't it?" He nodded and tried not to think about the gentle rocking of the ship and how it was making his stomach feel. He was not going to have another horrifying experience. If he had to clamp his mouth shut the entire time, he was going to get through this without incident. Nara glanced at him and then did a double take. "Hey, are you okay? You don't look so good."
I'm fine,
he said through clenched teeth. She squinted at him. "Are you seasick? Do you need anything?" The boat lurched and he stumbled a bit, trying to regain his balance. His head began to spin. Nara grabbed his arm. "Come here. Let's sit down." Derek followed her to a bench and obediently sat next to her. Nara took his hands in hers. "Is this your first time on a yacht?"
No.
"Really? When have you been on one before?" Derek swallowed back the nausea.
Senior year, prom. Took my date out to dinner on a yacht.
Why was he talking like Yoda? There was definitely something wrong with him. Nara squeezed his hands. "So you knew before we boarded that you might get seasick?" He nodded, then swallowed again.
Took some pills. Hoped that would help.
"Sit here a second. I'll be right back." Derek watched Nara rush off to go talk to someone. Maybe she was going to find more motion sickness pills. He didn't much care. All he could do was watch her skirt swaying back and forth as she hurried, her sandals slapping on the wooden deck. Even though he was nauseous, he still thought she was beautiful. He closed his eyes and tried to imagine he was on land, which didn't work well because the swaying back and forth motion was too strong to imagine away. He never should have agreed to this. Why had he not just told Nara he didn't want to do the yacht? It would have been simpler. Except she would have called him Grumpy Pants or something, and he hadn't wanted to be a downer. Well, if he threw up on her, it would definitely be worse than being a downer. Nara came back on the deck with a glass of something. She hurried over and handed it to him. "Sip this. It might settle your stomach." He took the glass from her and put it to his lips. It tasted like ginger ale.
Thanks.
"They're turning the boat around. We'll be back in just a few minutes." Derek sat up straight.
Wait, what? You won't get your sunset meal.
Nara frowned at him. "You're miserable. Why would I want to stay on here while you're feeling like this? Let's just go find a place to eat somewhere on the island."
But I've ruined your evening.
"Stop that. You have not. I'm fine." She brushed her hair over her shoulder. "This is a vacation for both of us. We shouldn't be doing just what I want to do. What are you hungry for?" The yacht shifted, and he clamped his mouth shut, gripping the glass of ginger ale like it was a lifesaver. His knuckles turned white. Never mind. You probably don't want to be thinking about food right now. You're kind of green. Let's talk about something else. Nara tapped the bench seat as she thought. I know. Let's talk about your favorite subject. Work. He gave her a weird look. Work? Yeah, that's what you like most, right? Working at the company? A wave of sadness washed over him as he stared at her. Nara didn't know him at all, did she? They'd known each other since they were kids, but she knew nothing about him. That's not my favorite thing. Her eyes grew wide. You're kidding me. Nope. Then what is? Because I've only ever seen you working or talking about work or wanting to get back to work. She looked up at the clouds like she couldn't remember anything else about him. Okay, maybe you did talk about raisin oatmeal cookies when we were kids. He squinted at her. What? I remember this one time when someone at my dad's office brought in cookies and you grabbed one thinking they were chocolate chip. But then you bit into it and it was raisin oatmeal. And you yelled for a good 20 minutes about how no one in their right mind should ever put raisins in a cookie. And how could they do this to you when you thought it would be chocolate? She grinned. Remember that? He laughed. No, but that sounds like something I would say. I hate raisins in cookies. Okay, mission number 1, make Derek loosen up. Mission number 2, find out what Derek likes besides working. I'm sitting right here. Why are you referring to me in the third person? Because I'm making a note to myself. Make another note. Don't take Derek on another boat. Nara snorted. I made that note a long time ago, when I first saw how green your face was. A few minutes later, the boat docked, and one of the crew came to tell them it was safe to deboard. Nara took his hand. Okay, let's go. Once they were back on land, the guilt set in Derek's chest. He walked beside her on the sidewalk by the pier. I'm sorry I ruined your evening. You didn't. I told you that already. Besides, I just wanted to rent a yacht because I knew it would be expensive. Now I get to charge another meal on Pop's credit card. One more twist to the knife in Dad's pocketbook. Derek frowned, a sadness making his chest heavy. Richard Claymore was like a father figure to him. He hated to see the distance between him and Nara. He shoved his fists into his pockets and looked down at the sidewalk reflecting the street lamp. Do you really hate him that much? Nara stiffened and looked up at him. Don't worry, he's a billionaire. He can handle a couple of small charges on his credit card. I doubt he'll even notice. That wasn't what Derek was asking, but he decided to drop it. Nara and her father had a complicated relationship. He knew that. He just wished she were nicer to her father, especially since his health had been declining. Richard hadn't told Derek anything, but he had noticed how gaunt her father had become. Something was wrong, and her father wasn't talking about it. Are you feeling better? Nara's large eyes stared up at him. A bit. Still a little queasy. You had it bad. Your prom dinner thing probably didn't go well. He cringed. Yeah, not well at all. Tossing your cookies on your date's lap isn't exactly the most romantic thing you can do. Nara gasped. Seriously? That's what happened? Derek hated to admit it, but he nodded anyway. Terrible, huh? She whacked his arm. Why didn't you tell me that when I was going on and on about renting a yacht? Why did she have to keep asking him that? He shoved his hands in his pockets and looked up at the darkening sky. I guess I didn't want to be called a party pooper. Nara stopped walking and grabbed his arm, jerking him to a halt. Her eyebrows drew together. Have I been like that? Because that sounds like something I'd say. And if that's why you got on a boat even though you knew it would make you sick, I'm so sorry. Derek stared at her, not only because he was shocked at the sincere expression on her face, but also because something about her captured his attention. Maybe it was the way he was reacting to her touch. Or maybe because he hadn't seen her care about him before. Whatever it was, He couldn't tear his gaze away from her.
It's okay.
No, it's not. I mean, I want to get you to loosen up, but I don't want you to do things you hate just because I suggest them. Please tell me if I'm pushing too hard in the future. I need you to be honest with me about that kind of stuff. She squeezed his arm and then let go. Okay? He didn't know what to do other than to nod.
Yeah, sure, okay.
Thanks. Because my goal to get you to not be so stuffy shouldn't make you do things like get on a yacht when you know you get seasick. Let's make a deal. If I'm trying to get you to do something and you don't want to because of a reason, you'll tell me the reason. And if I think it's valid, then we'll skip it. But if you're just being lame, I reserve the right to whine and beg and push until you give in. She gave him a grin. Sound good?
All right.
Because I was starting to feel really guilty over the whole yacht thing. They continued along the sidewalk, walking in a comfortable silence for another 15 minutes. Derek's stomach settled down as they walked, and he started to feel a lot better. Stop, Nara said, halting. She took in a deep breath through her nose. Do you smell that? What is that? He did smell something. Seafood, maybe?
It smells good.
Over there. Nara pointed at a small shack. It had the words, baked clams, printed on the side. I think the smell is coming from there. Let's go check it out. He was starting to get quite hungry.
Okay.
They entered the small restaurant, if you could call it that. It was literally a grass roof being held up by 4 tin walls, but the smells coming from the kitchen area were divine. There were 3 tables in a tiny eating area, all full of customers. But then he noticed a door that led to a back patio. They each ordered a heaping plate of baked clams, a side salad, and soda. They took them on trays to the outdoor seating area. Nara picked up her fork. These look delicious. I'm not even starting with the salad. She dug into one of her clams. Derek held in a chuckle.
Why did you order a salad then?
Because I'll eat it just after I eat the clams. She moaned as she ate one. Oh my gosh, these are so good. He took a bite of his salad but was seriously getting jealous of Nara.
But salad is supposed to be eaten first.
Nara made a face. Says who?
Says everyone. The salad comes before the main course. Everyone knows that.
He stabbed a cherry tomato with his fork. Nara picked up another clam. Well, do you think the etiquette police are going to come arrest me?
No, but you'll enjoy the salad less if you've already eaten your clams.
So not true. She scooped out the clam meat from the shell and ate it. Derek ate his tomato, but the smell of the clams was making him even more hungry. After another couple bites of a salad that was not making him happy, he finally pushed it aside and pulled his plate of clams to him. Nara pointed at him with her fork. Ha! See? You want to eat the clams first, too. He hated to admit it, but she was right. He ignored her taunting and scooped out a shell. The taste of the clam, with the garlic breadcrumbs, was heavenly. He couldn't help but groan as he ate it. I so win this conversation, Nara said, a smug look on her face.
All right, you win. The clams are delicious. The salad is just mediocre. But how am I going to be able to eat the salad after this? I can't. It'll go to waste.
Nara rolled her eyes. Loosen up. Next time we go out to eat, I'm making you eat dessert first. Derek's mouth dropped open and a gasp emerged.
Never.
Nara laughed. Oh, you are so making this a challenge. Now I have to get you too. I can't back down now.
Come on now, we aren't anarchists.
Nara's grin widened, and she waved a hand at him. Shut up and eat your clams. Chapter 7. Nara grabbed Derek's hand, tugging him along the beach. They made it back to their resort, and she'd convinced him to take a night stroll along the water's edge. The full moon lit the way. A wave washed over her feet, and Nara reveled in the feeling of the soft, wet sand beneath her. Ahead of them, a small group of people were night fishing. A man struggled with the rod. As they neared, Nara called out to him. "Did you catch something?" The man nodded.
"Yeah, it's big, too. I just can't tell if it's a shark or a stingray."
"Mind if we watch you bring it in?"
"That's fine."
Nara stood beside Derek, watching the men trying to bring in whatever it was hooked on the end of the line. Derek stood, his hands in his pockets. He looked serious. So much like the Emperor she knew, even with his loud shirt on. She supposed no matter what he was wearing, he would still be the stoic man he'd grown up to be. It kind of made her sad. They stood for a few minutes as the men tried to reel in the large whatever they had caught. Nara breathed in the salty air. "I hope you had a good day today, even if you don't love the beach." Derek peered down at her. He looked like he was contemplating something.
"It was good."
"I'm glad." One of the men shouted,
"I see a fin! I think you caught a shark."
There was a commotion as the men tried to reel in the large fish without breaking the line. And then a wave receded and Nara could see the shark. It had to be about 5 feet long. "Wow, that's huge," she said. The men with the fishing rod hooted.
"This is the largest one I've caught."
Nara pulled out her phone. "Mind if I get a picture?"
"Go ahead,"
the man said.
"You might not get a good one with your phone," Derek said. "Not in the dark."
"It's fine." Nara took a couple of photos and then turned. "Thank you," she called, as they started to head back. The night air turned a bit chilly as they walked toward their resort. She involuntarily shivered as the breeze blew. Derek touched her arm.
"You cold?"
"Just a little." He slid his arm around her shoulders. Warmth spread over her skin, and that crazy sensation of an electric current ran through her. It was pleasant. A little too pleasant if she had to admit it to herself. But he was just being nice. He didn't mean anything by it. She shouldn't get all goofy over him. "Thanks," she muttered. It was almost a relief when they got back to their suite. She needed him to stop touching her. She quickly grabbed her pajamas and entered the bathroom. Her fingers shook as she tried to get into her nightclothes. Why was she so affected by Derek's arm around her? It was stupid. Derek, of all people, shouldn't be making her insides quiver. She shook her head as she washed her face. After her heartbeat returned to a normal level, she exited the bathroom. Derek was sitting in the chair at the desk, typing on his laptop. He turned to glance at her.
"Are you wanting to turn the light off and go to sleep?"
Nara shook her head. She had too much pent-up energy to be able to sleep right now. She rummaged through her art bag. Seeing her journal reminded her she still needed to write down her father's newest insanity. She shoved it aside and pulled out her sketchbook. "I need some downtime first. I think I'll draw for a few minutes."
"Perfect. I'm finishing up a few things for your father."
Nara froze. He was what? Doing work for her father? Now? She couldn't believe it. Her father had insisted on this marriage, and now this honeymoon. Why would he give Derek stuff to do while he wanted them to bond, or whatever his insane plan was for this trip? It didn't make sense. "He's making you work on your honeymoon?" Derek's cheeks reddened.
"Well, no, but I had a few things I wanted to get done."
His voice trailed off, and Nara tossed him a skeptical look. Now that made more sense. The workaholic unable to get off his computer, even at the beach. How was she going to teach him to let go of work if he was bringing it along? She sighed. "Get them done quickly because tomorrow there's no work. Just fun." She sat back on the bed and propped herself up with some pillows. Then she opened her sketchbook. He gave her a frown.
"You're working. Why is it fair that I can't work but you can?"
"This isn't really work, though. This is my passion."
"What if this is my passion, too?"
She pointed her finger at him. "Ha! You said work wasn't your passion." He narrowed his eyes.
"No, I said work wasn't my favorite thing to do. There's a difference.
Nara huffed, but he was right. She was passionate about more than one thing. All right, you got me. But now that begs the question, what is your favorite thing to do? You never told me, and now I want to know. So spill it. A funny look came over his face.
You're so forward. Shouldn't we get to know each other better before getting so personal?
Why didn't he just tell her? It was almost like he didn't want to, which was odd. Why wouldn't he want to? You're so funny. Stop changing the subject. What is it? Is it embarrassing? He scoffed.
No.
Then tell me. What were you talking about when you said work wasn't what you liked best? Is it a hobby? He closed his laptop and swiveled in his chair so he faced her fully.
Yes.
Is it an indoor hobby or an outdoor hobby? He considered her question for a moment, then answered.
Both.
Both. She tried to think of a hobby that could be done both indoors and outdoors, but nothing came to mind. Unless he was being tricky, like a person could look at their stamp collection on their back porch. Was that what he meant? She squinted at him. Stamp collecting? He rolled his eyes.
No.
You don't get to do that to me. If I make a guess, you don't get to roll your eyes.
Even if it's a dumb guess?
She slapped the bed with her hand. Why is that a dumb guess?
How does a person collect stamps outdoors?
Now she felt stupid. Did she dare tell him what she was thinking? She could feel the heat creep up her neck. Never mind. Give me a clue.
A clue?
Derek tapped his chin while he thought.
Okay,
he said slowly.
I like this hobby because it lets me be artistic.
Nara sat up straight. Artistic? Emperor Derek? She couldn't even imagine him being the tiniest bit artistic. He was kind of a fussy person. He didn't like to get anything on his hands. But maybe he'd outgrown that as an adult. Painting?
Nope.
Sculpting?
No.
Jewelry making? Derek made a face.
Me?
Nara shook her head. Okay, no, I can't see you working with tiny beads. You'd go crazy if they weren't all lined up or something.
That's kind of true.
Okay, let me think some more. Artistic but not messy. Derek smiled, and Nara couldn't believe the transformation it gave his face.
That's exactly what it is. Maybe you do know me more than I thought.
Ha! That's right, I do know you. Now let me think. Artistic. She stared at his laptop and for the first time noticed the skin that was on it. It was a photograph of a building, and she squinted to see it better. It was her father's building, but the photo was taken in such a way that showcased the geometry of the windows, and the way they grew smaller in perspective as they got further away from the camera. It looked cool. Artistic. She jumped up from the bed, her sketchbook flying. Photography! Derek's smile widened as he hopped out of the chair and picked up her book.
You guessed it.
Ha! I win! She was feeling so elated from guessing his hobby that she did a little victory dance, forgetting who was in the room with her. When she came to her senses, Derek was staring at her. She reached for her notebook, but Derek pulled it to him and opened it.
Now that you know my hobby, I want to look at yours.
She suddenly felt self-conscious, with him looking at her designs, which was silly, because it was only Derek, for heaven's sake. What did it matter what he thought? He didn't even know anything about women's fashion, did he? And yet, she held her breath waiting for his reaction. He turned through the pages, taking more time on each page than she would have thought a guy would. Then he nodded.
These are really good, Nara. I mean, it's easy for me to see that you love this. You put your heart into each design.
She let out a breath and smiled. Really?
Yes, you're very good. Have you made any of these into real clothes?
Nara couldn't help but bounce on her toes. Yes. My favorite thing in the world is creating something I've designed. When I lived with Dad, I had my own sewing room. There wasn't enough room in my tiny apartment in New York, so I had to make clothes on my kitchen table. But I have a lot of things I've made. I'll show you when we get to California. Derek handed her back her notebook.
I'd like that.
It felt weird to be proud that Derek liked her work, but she couldn't tear the beaming smile from her lips. That meant a lot to her for some odd reason. What about you? Do you have a photography studio or something? Do you take portraits? He shook his head.
I've taken some indoor still life shots, and I do have some lighting for that, but I don't have a studio. I mostly take pictures of landscapes, wildlife, or architecture.
That seemed to fit his personality. She didn't see him as a people person. Did you bring your camera? Grand Cayman was filled with fantastic views. He seemed sheepish as he tugged on his collar.
Yeah, I just thought it would be better to spend time with you instead of focusing on my hobby.
Nonsense. Let's do something tomorrow that gives you some great photo ops. He brightened.
Okay.
Can I see your photos? Do you have any on your computer? He shifted his weight.
I do, but it's getting kind of late.
Disappointment flickered through her before she waved it off. That's fine. I'm tired now. Derek went to the closet and brought out the extra bedding. He spread it on the floor next to the bed. Nara brushed her teeth, then climbed under the sheets. Once again, the cloud-like mattress enveloped her, and she was asleep before Derek was even out of the bathroom. Chapter 8. Derek woke to the sound of a bird outside on the patio. He wasn't sure what kind it was, but it kind of had a raspy sound to its song. He thought about getting out his camera, but he didn't want to wake Nara, so he rolled over and stared at the ceiling. His muscles hurt from sleeping on the hard floor, but he'd never tell Nara that. The last thing he wanted to do was make her feel bad, or guilty, even though the king-size bed was big enough for both of them. He didn't want to make Nara feel uncomfortable. Derek slipped into the bathroom and took a shower. The hot water felt good on his muscles, soothing. 10 minutes later, he felt more like himself. He applied his gel and combed his hair into place. Then he dressed in another horrific vacation shirt. Did Nara pick out the worst ones in the store just to humiliate him? He was starting to wonder. This one was red, yellow, and green, and looked like a florist was trying to assassinate someone. The soft sounds of Nara snoring came from the bed as he walked past. He couldn't help but stop and look at her, curled up in the white comforter. She looked so peaceful, like she wasn't just forced into marrying a man she hated. He sighed and shoved his nightclothes into the drawer. Maybe hated was too strong of a word. Nara didn't like him, but he'd seen her trying to get along with him over the past couple of days. At least she wasn't forcing him to get his own room. And she did say she wanted to do something fun today. Maybe he should figure out something before she woke up. Derek left their room and walked down to the lobby, where he'd seen a display full of pamphlets. There was a wide variety of excursions, trips, and activities to do on Grand Cayman. He stood there and pulled out pamphlet after pamphlet, reading them. There were so many, he didn't know which one Nara would like. After reading about 100 pamphlets, he sighed. How hard was it to pick one? He felt like he'd been standing there for an hour. Why couldn't he just decide? The red-headed woman came out from a room behind the desk. Kay was her name, if he recalled. She grinned at him. Bored and looking for things to do?
Yes. What would you recommend?
Kay leaned forward on the desk, her hands clasped together. I loved the fishing excursion. You boat out to a little-known spot where the fish are always biting. The scenery is great. Derek's stomach lurched, and he shook his head.
Sorry, I get seasick.
He was not going to make that same mistake again. He'd shout it out to the whole world if it meant that he didn't have to get on another boat. Oh, well, then the cave tour is fun. There are also quite a few tours of the island, and a wonderful garden tour if you like beautiful photo opportunities. Derek grinned. That was more his style.
Thanks. Those are good suggestions.
Kay pointed to one of the pamphlets he held, her long fingernails sporting a bright blue polish. This one in the mangrove wetlands is nice, too. You get to see a starfish garden with hundreds of live starfish. Derek had even brought his lens for close-up photos.
Nice.
She fiddled with her turquoise ring. I just love it when newlyweds come stay here. I'm a hopeless romantic myself. Where did you get married, if you don't mind me asking?
Where did they get married?
He gripped the pamphlets and tried to think of a good answer.
It was kind of a quick decision.
Her eyebrows raised. You eloped?
Kind of. Her father was there.
Did that sound weird? Probably sounded weird. Who kind of eloped? But he didn't know what else to say. I think eloping is so romantic. Kay swept her hair behind her shoulder. Was it at the courthouse?
No, accelerated marriage chapel.
The words almost stuck in his throat. Kay simply stared at him, her green eyes clouding over. Oh, do you have any pictures? Heat seared his face as he shook his head.
No.
Did she have a dress? Kay asked quietly. Derek kind of hoped that someone would walk in and need her assistance. Maybe a family of 7 with loud kids and a dog. He glanced at the door, but no one came.
No.
A look came over Kay's features, but he wasn't sure if she was sad or simply pitying him. Or probably more accurately, pitying Nara. This isn't a normal marriage, is it? What was he supposed to say to that? He knew Nara's father wanted everyone to think it was a real marriage, but he didn't think Kay would have any contact with the board members. Who would she tell? Finally, he sighed and rubbed a hand over his forehead, which was now sweaty.
Not really.
But you love her. Kay said it so plainly, so matter-of-fact that Derek was taken aback.
I do,
he said, admitting out loud something he'd kept to himself for his entire lifetime, with the one exception being that night 5 years ago in Mr. Claymore's office. Kay simply nodded. I can see it. Derek leaned on the counter, unable to help himself.
How did you know? You can see it? How?
A smile crept onto Kay's face. I kind of have a sixth sense about these things. You and she are good together. I can tell. Things will work out between you. Don't worry. For some reason, these words from a complete stranger lifted him and made him feel better. She was probably just saying things to make him happy, but the fact that she'd seen his love for Nara, even though they had essentially only seen each other 2 brief times, made him want to believe her. Thanks. Kay patted his hand. It's fate, honey. You two are fated to be together, even if she doesn't see it right now. She will. Derek didn't know what to do other than to nod. Okay, take those back to her and find something fun to do today. I think you two will have a great time. And I'll make up your room special for you. Kay winked, and Derek left wondering what in the world that meant. When he entered the suite, Nara was sitting on the bed, her wet hair in a towel, a leather sketchbook in her hand. She wore a yellow sundress that accentuated her slim figure. When she saw him, she snapped the sketchbook closed. Was that a blush crossing her cheeks?
What's that? More of your sketches?
No, she said quickly, hiding the book.
Then what is it?
Nothing. Just a diary. Curiosity piqued in him, but he wasn't about to go reading her private thoughts behind her back. And she obviously wasn't going to share it with him. He dismissed it and placed the now mangled pamphlets on the desk and smoothed them out. He hadn't realized he was crushing them. Nara crossed the room, put away her diary, and pulled the towel off her head. Her long black hair spilled down her shoulders. She used the towel to dry the ends of her hair. Where were you?
I went to get some of these.
He held up the pamphlets.
Excursions. I thought we could look at them to decide what to do today.
Great idea.
You hungry for breakfast?
Starved. She stood and crossed the room to the fridge, opening it and grabbing a Diet Coke.
You're drinking that before breakfast?
Yes. She opened it and it hissed out the pent-up pressure. Are you saying I shouldn't? Huh? Want to fight me? Derek held up his hands.
No way, sister. I wouldn't come between you and your Diet Coke if I had an army behind me.
Nara pointed at him after taking several long swallows. You got that right. She took another long swig and moaned.
Should I go do something so you can have a private moment with your soda?
She snapped her towel at him, and he ran to get out of the way. Just you wait. I'm going to find your Achilles heel and use it against you. He clenched his jaw, unable to say anything back to her. If only she knew. She was his Achilles heel. Nara finished her Diet Coke, then slipped into a pair of sandals. Come on, let's go. My stomach has hit critical, and you were gone forever.
It was nice of you to wait for me.
Nara gave him a funny look. Why would I have gone to eat by myself? We're on our honeymoon. Derek wanted to admit he was afraid his wife hated him. In fact, she'd been insisting on calling this trip a vacation. Hearing her say the word honeymoon made him want to smile, even though that was silly. This wasn't a true honeymoon, and Nara wasn't his real wife. He had to remember that before he allowed himself to believe the fantasy. No matter what Kay said, this marriage was ending in 2 years. Chapter 9. Strolling through the botanical garden was like walking through a rainbow. Pink flowers turned into red, then orange, then yellow, traveling through the full spectrum of colors created by the fragrant blossoms. Nara could smell the strong, almost citrus scent of the orchids as the gravel trail crunched under their footsteps. She watched Derek as he squatted low and clicked his camera. Had she ever seen him so happy? His lips pressed together as he checked how the picture turned out on his screen. She'd come to realize this was the beginnings of a smile for him. How had she never seen his tiny, almost smiles before? She'd always thought he was so serious, but spending the last couple of days with him had opened her up to new possibilities. Maybe he did smile a lot, just in that I'm an emperor and I can't show emotions kind of way. Let me see. Nara craned her neck to try to get a glimpse of the back of his camera. Derek moved the camera closer to her and shielded it from the sun. The photo of a wild banana orchid took up the whole frame. He caught it at a great angle, the contrasting yellow and purple colors almost more vibrant in the photo than in real life. Wow, that looks great.
Thanks.
How do you make your photos look so good?
A lot of it is lighting and angle. You have to be willing to take the shot from a different viewpoint than you would normally see. We're all used to seeing flowers from here, he said, motioning a person's height. But rarely do we get down on the ground and look at flowers from down here. He crouched down to prove his point. Understanding hit Nara, and she grinned. You're right. Taking the photo from down there makes it so much more interesting. You're a genius. Derek chuckled, and a full smile spread across his lips. Hardly. Nara pointed at him. Ha! I made you laugh. I can't believe it. Is my evil plan working? Is Emperor Derek actually loosening up? His smile faded away as quickly as it had appeared. You called me a genius, that's all. It made me laugh because everyone knows those photography tricks. I didn't know. You've probably never picked up a photography book. That's true. How did you know? You must have superpowers. I think we should call you the Masked Emperor. That can be your superhero name. She peered up at him, hoping his smile would come back, but it didn't. Too bad. She liked it on him. She walked along the gravel paths with him, the sun beating down. At least she'd remembered sunscreen this morning. She'd be burnt to a crisp if she'd forgotten it. They entered a new section of the park. She pointed to a patch of flowers. Wow, look at all the butterflies. They planted flowers that attract them. Those are swallowtails, I believe. There are over 60 butterfly species here. 5 of them are native to the Cayman Islands. She looked up at him. How do you know so much about butterflies? I read the pamphlet. She snorted and shoved his chest. It was like shoving a brick wall. Geesh, I thought you were some romantic or something. His mouth dropped open. What? I am a romantic. Are you saying I'm not? I studied a pamphlet about flowers and butterflies for Pete's sake.
He had a point. Okay, you got me there. He squatted to take another close-up shot of a flower. You must like taking photos of flowers. I think you've got about 50,000 now. He stood up and shrugged.
Flowers remind me of my mother. When I was growing up, she always had them in vases around the house. We didn't have a ton of money, with my father pouring it all into the business he started with your dad. But my mother loved flowers, and he would save up and bring them home for her. She said they brightened up her day.
Nara's throat grew dry, and she blinked back moisture. I don't remember a lot about your mom, only that she loved to laugh. I can still hear the sound of her laughter ringing through the building as she tried to catch us when it was time for us to go home.
Derek chuckled. Yeah.
You miss her, don't you?
Yes.
His answer was quiet, and she had to look at him to make sure he'd even said it. Then let's take many pictures of the flowers today, to remember your mom by. Derek clenched his jaw, and she saw a wave of emotion come over his face before he nodded.
Okay.
The sprinklers turned on, and Nara squealed as one of them, pointed the wrong direction, doused her leg with cold water. She did a dance, trying to get out of the reach from the water.
What are you doing?
Derek asked, his face stoic as usual. I'm getting wet. Can't you feel that?
It's not hitting me.
Nara grabbed his shoulders and swiveled so he was in the line of fire.
Hey,
he said, repeating her dance.
That's cold.
The way he was hopping around made her giggle. She stuck her hand down by the sprayers, getting it wet, and then flung it at his face.
So not fair,
he said, reaching for her. She jumped out of the way, and Derek chased after her. She turned and ran down a path, making sure she didn't step on any flowers. Derek's legs were longer, and he easily caught up to her. His arms snaked around her, bringing her to his chest.
You're getting it now,
he said, his breath hot on her ear. She was laughing so hard she could barely speak. But now we're away from the sprayers, she managed to get out between giggles. He stared down at her, his expression pensive.
Huh?
His tight hold on her didn't relax. She became acutely aware of every point of contact with Derek. The way his hands were warm against her back, the skin on her arms touching his biceps, her chest pressed against his. Her laughter subsided, and her heart picked up speed. He was so muscular. When had the lanky teenager she used to know turned into this Dwayne Johnson look-alike? She went to say something snarky about it, but as her gaze met his, she found her breath pulled out of her, and she was powerless to say anything. Did he just grow more handsome in the last 15 seconds? His jawline was so striking, and his cheekbones were sharper. She wanted to rub her eyes to clear them because she was sure she wasn't seeing things right, but her hands wouldn't move. All she could do was stare at Derek and wonder what was happening to her brain. The light shined in his blue eyes, making them almost look aquamarine. He peered down at her, his expression unreadable. What was he doing? Why was he looking at her like that? Like he hadn't ever really looked at her before. Or maybe it was the other way around. Maybe she had never really seen him before. Because all her life she'd known Derek, but right now, she had the strangest feeling that she didn't know him at all. She swallowed, and her brain grew fuzzy. Her fingers hummed with some unknown electrical current as they skimmed across his arms. He leaned down, closer to her. For a split second, she thought maybe he was going to kiss her. The thought surprised her, and she jerked back. He let go of her and stepped away. A flash of disappointment skittered through her body. Wait, what? Had she wanted him to kiss her? What kind of crazy thought was that? Derek kissing her? Why did that make her knees weak all of a sudden? Weird. Her heart didn't calm down, and she wondered what in the world was going on. Was she attracted to Derek? Or was it just his muscles? What would happen if she did kiss him? She brushed her hair from her face, confused about everything in her world now. So, you have a gym at home or something? She tried to say it nonchalantly, but it came out sounding funny, like she was breathless or something. Derek got a funny look on his face. Yeah. Why? Nara tried to think of something to say that wasn't insulting. He went from skinny kid to rock-hard wall of muscle. How do you put that politely? Finally, she just blurted, "You're buff." That tiny smile but not smile pricked at his lips. Buff? Heat assaulted her face, and she turned from him, embarrassed that she'd gotten flustered over it. Yeah, just figured you had a home gym, which is good because I need to tone up a bit. I'm feeling the flab coming on. Now she was rambling. She faced the breeze, hoping her ears weren't too red. You? Hardly. That made her smile. Yeah, I ate too much over the holidays. I've seen you in a bathing suit. There's no flab anywhere on your body. She swiveled around, squinting at him. You were checking me out? Now it was Derek's turn to blush, and she held in a laugh. His face turned a lovely shade of crimson. It was adorable. No, he said, shaking his head, his eyes wide. I wasn't. It was just hard not to notice. So you noticed my body? No, I mean, he pointed. Let's head over there. They have the blue iguanas in that direction, and I was hoping to get some photos of them. He stepped around her and started down the trail. Nara bit the inside of her cheek to stop from busting out. She'd successfully made the Emperor embarrassed. That, and she also got him to laugh out loud earlier. Well, maybe not an actual laugh, but it was a chuckle, and she'd take it. Before the end of this honeymoon, she was going to get an actual gut-busting laugh. She'd make sure of it. As they walked, the image of Derek's face coming close to hers flashed through her mind, and she wondered, if she hadn't jerked away, would he have kissed her? What would that have been like? She'd never thought about Derek that way before, but now she couldn't get the thought out of her mind. If her body reacted to touching his arm with such a strong attraction, what would kissing him really be like? They were married. At least they were married on paper. And they were supposed to make the company think it was real. Maybe kissing Derek wasn't out of the realm of possibility. Chapter 10. Derek snapped a candid shot of Nara crouched down, reaching out to touch an iguana, then zoomed his camera in to catch the smile on her face. It carried up through her eyes. Warmth enveloped him as he watched her inch closer to the creature. Her fingers made contact, and the iguana jumped and scurried away. Nara squealed and hopped back laughing. Did you see that? It took off like a rocket. I didn't know iguanas could move so fast. He lowered his camera and swallowed. She looked radiant in her yellow sundress. He hoped it came through the lens. He wanted to remember this feeling that was spreading through him. It was comfortable, happy. He didn't want it to fade. She pulled her hair to the side and around her shoulder, and he noticed the tag of her dress sticking out. He walked to her and reached to tuck it back inside the dress. She whipped around. What are you doing? Embarrassment shot through him. Sorry, your tag is sticking out. I was just going to... Oh, sorry. Go ahead. She turned and held her hair out of the way. Before he could tuck it in, he noticed what it said. Nara's choice. He hid the tag, then smoothed out the dress. Done. Thanks. He cradled his camera, a pose so natural for him he barely registered he was doing it. Did you design this dress? She grinned. Yeah, it was one of my first pieces. What do you think? He knew nothing about fashion. All he knew was she looked amazing in it. I like it. She playfully punched his arm. You have to say that. You're my husband. The laugh that burst out of her after she said the word husband carried over the air. That's so weird, isn't it? You're my husband. Oh no. Was she going to laugh again about that? because he didn't find it very amusing last time.
Yeah, weird.
He mumbled under his breath as he turned to find another iguana to memorialize with his camera. No, I don't mean it like weird. I guess I'm just getting used to it. That's all. She bit her lower lip. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. Had he acted like she'd hurt his feelings? He hadn't meant to. He bent down to snap a picture.
My feelings are fine.
She took hold of his arm after he stood again. Are you sure? Because you seem upset.
I just didn't want you to start laughing again. He cringed. Non-stop for another 10 minutes.
Nara sucked in a breath and her hand flew to her mouth. Oh, geez, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that embarrassed you.
I'm fine.
He stressed the words so she would know she could stop apologizing now. Are you sure? He let go of his camera, letting it hang around his neck, and put his hands on her shoulders.
Do I look upset to you?
Her eyes darted over his face.
Kind of.
He let out a breath and shook his head.
You're impossible.
There, that's what I wanted to see, your almost smile. She grinned at him, and he returned it with a questioning look.
My what?
Your almost smile. It's gone now, but it was there. When you told me I was impossible, your lips lifted a fraction. He opened his mouth to argue, but decided against it and shut it again.
Let's keep walking.
Okay. Nara fell into step beside him. They came to a park bench and Nara tugged on his arm. Let's sit here. I want to watch the iguanas. They're such a pretty color, aren't they?
Sure.
He joined her on the bench. A few clouds crossed the sun, giving them a nice break from the bright light. He watched as a man with a wide-brimmed hat dropped chunks of yellow fruit and lettuce leaves into a shallow basin. The animals must have heard because they flocked to the basin to eat. Derek moved closer to get a shot of the iguanas eating. A fight broke out and he got a great photo of one of them rearing up and hissing at another. They circled each other for a moment before the smaller one backed off. Derek sat back down beside Nara. She fidgeted. Hey, I just thought of something. My father wants the board of directors to think we're married, right?
Yes.
He looked through his camera lens to see the smaller iguana up close. It was creeping up on the large one again. So, we should probably get used to PDA. Derek went to swallow, but what Nara said hit him, and he sucked in a breath instead, inhaling spit into his lungs. He coughed, nearly hacking up a lung. When he could finally breathe again, he said, What? Nara shrugged like it didn't mean anything to her. You know, PDA. Public Display of Affection.
I know what PDA stands for. I just don't know why you want to.
We'll be going to the annual company Valentine's Ball, right? That's in less than a month. Dad will have a fit if we don't look like we are actually married. What exactly was she saying? He wasn't sure at all. Was she thinking he wouldn't be comfortable holding her hand at the dance? What kind of guy did she think he was? Of course he would hold her hand. He wasn't a germaphobe.
So you want to...
He let his question drift off, not knowing how to finish. I think we should practice. You know, so we look like a real married couple when we get home. He heard her words. Unfortunately, he was still clueless.
What exactly does that mean?
He could feel the exasperation roll off her shoulders as Nara let out a little huff. I don't know. Forget it. Maybe it was a dumb idea. She jumped up from the bench and started down the trail. Now Derek felt like an idiot. Not only was he totally confused about what Nara wanted, he also didn't know what he could do to please her. Did she want him to forget it? Because in his limited experience with women, mostly dealing with his sister Brielle, when she said, forget it, she actually didn't mean that. If he would drop whatever they were talking about, it just upset her more. He hurried to catch up to Nara, feeling more and more like the awkward person he knew he was. Nara wanted something from him. but he couldn't figure out what it was. Surely she didn't want him to start acting affectionate toward her. Did she? He swallowed as he fell into step beside her. This is a nice vacation and all, but I will be excited to get back to LA so I can start working on this new line of clothes I sketched. I'm itching to get my fingers on some fabric. Derek fiddled with a button on his shirt, relieved Nara had changed the subject and no longer seemed upset. I have a spare bedroom we can convert into a sewing room if you'd like. She smiled at him. I'd love that. Thank you. They continued walking through the park. Even though Derek was glad the conversation had moved away from the whole PDA thing, he also worried he'd missed out on some obvious thing Nara was trying to tell him. Chapter 11. The vanilla ice cream numbed her tongue as Nara licked her cone. They'd eaten fresh seafood at a restaurant on the beach and now were walking along the sidewalk, watching the vendors packing up their booths. They'd managed to score a couple of ice cream cones before the stand was closed. A light breeze carried the smell of the salty sea. The sun had already set, but the sky wasn't completely dark yet. It was that lovely twilight time that Nara loved. Her phone chimed and she pulled it out of her pocket to see who texted. When she saw it was from Chelsea, she grew excited. Those last few sketches she'd sent were golden. Surely Chelsea would see her potential in one of them. Nice try with this last batch, but these designs are very close to something Brenda is already working on. Although Brenda's designs are superior. I do like the faux buttons, though. Good touch. Keep trying. You're improving. Gah. Nara shoved her phone back in her pocket. She was sure at least one of her drawings would gain her high praise. But no. There was always something wrong with them. Either they were too highbrow or too simple. Too bold or too safe. She couldn't seem to get anything right. What's wrong? Derek's eyebrows knitted together in concern. My designs were rejected. Again, Nara huffed, then took a large bite of her ice cream, unable to appear ladylike anymore. She needed sugar. Oh no. The cold froze the roof of her mouth and Nara winced, an ice cream headache throbbing behind her eyes. Ow! She moaned after she swallowed. I shouldn't have eaten it that fast. Headache? Nara nodded and closed her eyes. Ouch. I'm sorry. I'll live, I'm just being a baby. I knew better than to eat it like that. She laughed. Serves me right. She bit into the cone and finished it in 3 more bites. At least her sugar craving was satisfied. Derek shoved his hands into his pockets. How many design companies did you send them to? Just one. The company I worked for in New York. Maybe you should send them to more companies. Nara bit her lip. I don't think fashion companies welcome just anyone sending in drawings. Chelsea's different. I know her. She encouraged me to share my work with her. But she doesn't like anything? Nara sighed and wiped a hand over her forehead. No. He was silent for a few heartbeats, and Nara glanced up at him. He scratched his chin. Have you entered any contests? The question caught her by surprise. No. How did you know there were contests in the fashion world? Derek shrugged. I know stuff. Why haven't you tried entering a contest? Can't you get your foot in the door that way? A wave of insecurity rose in her chest, and she swallowed. If she couldn't even get Chelsea to praise her for one sketch, how could she compete against 1,000 other designers enough to stand out? Not once had Chelsea gushed over anything. Maybe she should take that as a sign. She stopped and stared down at the sidewalk. I guess I was trying the work your way up from coffee girl approach. How's that working for you? It's not, she said, twisting the dime store wedding ring Derek had placed on her finger. He squinted at her, then reached out and lifted her chin. You're good enough. Those 3 words hit her like an arrow to the heart, and she blinked back a wave of emotion. How had he done that? How had he been able to see right through her, assess what she wasn't saying, and counter with just the right thing she needed to hear. "Thanks," she said, her voice almost a whisper. She stood there feeling strangely vulnerable for some reason. Derek cocked his head to the side.
"Do you hear music?"
She blinked, not expecting him to say that. "No."
"Listen."
He held a finger up and Nara searched to find what he was listening to, and then she did hear it. Soft strains which carried on the wind. Carnival music?
"Yes, I think so."
Grateful for the change in subject, Nara bounced. "Well, we have to find it. Carnivals are my favorite." It took them about 20 minutes of walking and asking people, but they finally made it to the music. A street fair was set up around one city block. There were several rides that looked like miniature versions of the real thing. The Ferris wheel stood about 1 story tall and had only 6 passenger cars. Nara gasped. "Oh, look at the teeny tiny rides!"
"I guess this is just for kids."
Derek stopped walking. "No way. I want to ride." She tugged on his arm, but he planted his feet and didn't budge. "Hey, come on. Don't you want to make your wife happy?" She batted her eyes at him. A passerby motioned at Derek, his loud chirp proclaiming that he was a tourist like themselves.
"Oh, go on. Make your wife happy."
Derek cringed.
"Do you know what she wants me to do?" "No, but you're on vacation. You can splurge a bit."
He pointed.
"She wants me to go on that Ferris wheel. For kids."
The man chuckled.
"That's what you want?"
Nara nodded enthusiastically. This was no longer something fun to do. It was now a challenge. Get Mr. Emperor himself to go on the kiddie ride. Yes, more than anything. The tourist turned back to Derek.
"They let adults on there. Just do it for her."
Derek's cheeks turned pink. No. The man waved his hand like he was quitting.
"Whatever."
He began walking away, but Nara heard him mutter,
"If I was with a beautiful woman and that's what she wanted, I'd do it."
Nara put on a pouty face. "Please, I want to ride the Ferris wheel." "Come on, you know you want to." Derek's lips didn't even pretend to lift.
"I do not."
"I dare you."
"That won't work."
"Why not?" He frowned.
"Because I'm not 6.
She rolled her eyes and huffed. "Just come over there with me. I want to ask the guy running it if he'd let me on."
"He's gonna say no."
A plan started to form in her mind. "Are you sure about that?"
"Absolutely."
Derek folded his arms across his chest. "Then come with me. If he says no, I'll stop pestering you. But if he says yes, you'll have to come on the ride with me." She gave him her best, one eyebrow raised look. "Unless you doubt your assessment."
"I'm right. I know I am. Look at that thing. There are no adults on it. Only children. If I reached up, I could probably touch the top of it."
Nara snorted. He was tall, but he wasn't that tall. "Hardly," she said under her breath.
"It's for kids."
"Okay, let's go see." This time, when Nara tugged on his arm, he reluctantly followed after her. When she approached the man at the gate, he smiled at them. The man had dark skin and teeth so white they almost shone in the darkness.
"Do your kids want to ride?"
Derek let out a small "ha," and she kicked his sandal. "We were actually wondering if it was okay if we took a ride." Nara put on her best sweet face. The man nodded.
"Sure, that's fine. Sometimes kids are scared to ride and their parents go with them. You're fine to ride with your child."
Derek grunted.
"But we don't have kids. She means just us."
The man did a double take. Then he chuckled as he assessed the two of them. His expression seemed to imply he was looking at a couple of silly teenagers.
"I suppose that would be all right."
What? Derek took a step back, like he was preparing to bolt. Oh no, she wasn't going to let him get away. He was doing this with her, if this was the last thing she did on Earth. Nara grabbed his arm in a vice grip. "Did you hear that, honey? The man said we could ride. Isn't that great?" She turned to the ride operator. "How much?"
$3.
She whipped out the cash before Derek had the chance to even think about leaving her standing there by herself. "Here you go." He opened the gate and Nara shoved Derek toward the ride. The seat was so small, Nara worried they both wouldn't fit. But she climbed on after Derek and was able to squeeze in beside him. The man put the bar down and locked it into place. Nara couldn't help it. A smile crept onto her face that she was sure looked smug.
"You happy now?"
Derek squirmed, his large bicep crowding her. "You're going to have to put your arm around me or you're going to shove me out of this thing." He did as he was told, even though he gave a slight grunt as his arm rested behind her. Nara grinned and snuggled into him. "There. That's better." The Ferris wheel turned to let on another passenger, a 10-year-old boy. Nara held in a laugh. This was so much fun. Derek cleared his throat in that way that told her he was going to say something, so she looked up at him.
"Is this what you meant by PDA?"
Her face heated and she averted her gaze. Why had she even said that about PDA? She was in a strange mood. Kind of flirty, maybe? She didn't know. All she knew was she couldn't get kissing Derek off her mind, so she was trying to figure out a way she could test it without actually kissing him for real. That was the thing that popped into her head, the idea that eventually they'd need to pretend to be married in public, where other people knew them. But why she'd decided to blurt it out like that at the park, she had no clue. It was stupid, and even more embarrassing when Derek couldn't figure out what she meant. Now what was she supposed to say to him? His blue eyes pierced through her as he stared at her, waiting for her to answer him. She shrugged, thinking it best to play it off as no big deal. "Yeah, I guess."
"I mean, my arm around your shoulder? That's what you meant, right? That we should do things like this?"
She glanced up at him to give him a short nod, but his intense gaze captured her and took her breath away. The Ferris wheel moved again, but she no longer paid attention to it. All she could do was look at Derek and take in his serious expression. His voice had been light, conversational, but his gaze told her another story. This question wasn't the light one he'd wanted her to believe. There was something more going on. She just didn't know what it was. Finally, she managed to speak. "Yes." He gave her the curt nod she was going to give him and stared out at the view. Even though the Ferris wheel was small, it did get them up high enough to see some of the city lights, which she had to admit looked pretty. His fingers grazed her arm. It was the kind of simple thing someone who cared about you would do without thinking. But this wasn't a normal situation, and his touch wasn't something she could easily ignore. Not with her heart now racing like Forrest Gump. Maybe she could scoot over a little, and he wouldn't notice. But when she tried, she couldn't budge even a quarter inch. She was pressed up against his side like peanut butter on jelly. And to make things worse, she was now smelling his cologne. His masculine, almost woodsy scent. His thumb moved a fraction of an inch and a cascade of tingles shot down her arm. The ride jerked to life and moved them to the top position. She tried to ignore the now obvious attraction she was feeling toward Derek as she stared off into the distance.
"I love how everything looks so tiny up here. The people all look like ants."
Derek leaned over and peered down. Was he making a joke? Nara bit her lips together, trying not to laugh. He could be really funny sometimes. She'd been so blind to it before. She decided to play along. "I know, you can barely make out those cars over there. They look like beads."
"It really is amazing how far you can see. I think I see a building from a block away."
She snickered. "I think I might get a nosebleed."
He turned to her. "Right? I think the air is thinner up here."
His fingers trailed down to her elbow. "I'm finding it harder to breathe," she mumbled to herself. The ride began to go around. They must have filled all the seats. Her stomach dropped as the ride descended. It tickled her insides. "This goes faster than I thought it would," she said, laughing. His hold on her arm tightened.
Indeed.
She suddenly remembered his seasickness and gasped. "I totally forgot you get motion sick. Are you okay?" He nodded.
This doesn't bother me.
Relief poured over her. She would have felt terrible if he'd gotten sick with the ride. How could she have forgotten a thing like that? She was so bent on forcing him to do something spontaneous and a little silly that she wasn't thinking. "Are you sure?"
Of course. I wouldn't lie about that. I've decided it's totally not worth it. After almost losing it on the boat, I should have learned my lesson the first time.
Okay, good. Satisfied, she sighed and leaned into him, closing her eyes and enjoying the ride. The motion, combined with the feeling of being next to Derek, made her almost giddy. Like she was next to her high school crush, and he'd just confessed he had feelings for her. She held in a snort. How sappy was that? And so not true. Sure, she probably did have a crush on Derek. It was odd to think about, but what else explained all the crazy attraction she was feeling? But he was never going to reciprocate. He married her for money. The thought didn't sit well with her, and she shoved it away. So what if he married her just to get the company? She married him to get the one thing she wanted from her grandmother's estate. And after they got home, she'd weasel it out of her father's hands. The ride continued to carry them for another minute. She reveled in the feeling of being close to Derek and doing something childish. It was fun. As the ride slowed and they'd stopped, she peered out over the crowd of kids. One of them carried what looked like a unicorn that had eaten 1,000,000 marshmallows. It was almost larger than the child. She struggled to not drop it. It made Nara giggle. "Look at that." Derek followed her gaze.
The giant stuffed animal?
"Yes, it's adorable. Where did she get it, do you think?"
Probably over there.
He pointed to a carnival game. Balloons covered the back wall, and kids were tossing darts trying to pop them. "Oh, let's go try to win one." She craned her neck to see the booth as the ride brought them down closer to the ground. Derek exhaled and rubbed between his eyes.
I suppose you won't listen if I say it's for kids?
Nope. She grinned at him, and he actually did his little lip-lifting thing back. She was wearing him down. It wouldn't be too much longer, and she'd have him smiling for real. Chapter 12. Derek concentrated, threw the dart, and missed again. He frowned.
You know these things are all rigged, right?
No, they're not. Nara clasped her hands together under her chin and batted her eyes. "Please win me a unicorn. Please, please, please." He huffed and slid another $5 bill over the counter. The man took his money and tossed the darts his way. This was ridiculous. He was never going to pop 3 balloons in a row. He couldn't even get one. How emasculating. If only Nara didn't look so adorable as she begged him to win her an animal. And if he was being honest with himself, he would actually do anything for her. He aimed another dart and held his breath as he threw it. A balloon popped. "Yay!" She squealed and clapped her hands. "You got one!"
2 more,
the man behind the counter said. "That was a fluke," Derek said to her. "I'll never get another one." She patted his arm. "Sure you will. Have confidence." "I have confidence that this is a really stupid waste of money," he said low under his breath. Nara nudged him. "Just 2 more. That's all."
You've been watching me, right? You did notice I've thrown about 100 of these without hitting anything?
She rolled her eyes and picked up a dart. "Fine. I'll throw then." Derek imagined what would happen if Nara popped 2 more balloons and balked. She was totally the kind of person who would do a victory dance in front of everyone. Loud yelling and hooting would probably follow. She'd gloat for eternity. He grabbed the dart from her hand.
Wait, let me try again.
From the smug look on her face, He knew she played him. He huffed and concentrated on the board of balloons. Whatever. Maybe if he stared hard enough at one of the balloons, he'd hit it. He stared until his eyes watered, then threw the dart as hard as he could. 2! Nara bounced and clapped again. You are the master. I knew you could do it. I wasn't even aiming for that one. He shook his head. Why did he tell her that? He should have just let her think he was improving. Just one more, the man said, leaning against the sidewall. You hear that? Just one more. Go on. You can do it. Derek looked at her. She grinned and motioned for him to pick up the last dart. He reached for it, then paused and turned back to her. I'll throw this last one if you look up the fashion contests that are accepting entries right now and enter one. Her smile faded and she took a step back. What? You heard me. I want you to enter a contest. What does that have to do with throwing a dart? She folded her arms. He didn't want to make her mad, but he knew she was intimidated. He also knew if she could get over it and enter, she'd have a decent chance of getting noticed. Even if she didn't win, it could give her the confidence boost she needed. Nothing. I just want you to. You're telling me to believe in myself. He pointed to her. You need to do the same. So pony up. Get some skin in the game. She steeled her shoulders. Fine. I'll do it. He hadn't been sure he could convince her. Satisfaction warmed his chest. Okay then, here we go. He picked up the dart and aimed. If he didn't make this one, he was going to die of embarrassment. Nara hugged the soft unicorn to her chest. It smelled like Derek because he'd held it for her while she tried to ring the bell at the hammer game. She stuck her nose in the plush fabric and inhaled as she walked beside him, hoping he didn't notice what she was doing. Her eyelids drooped and she yawned. Today had wiped her out. At least the resort wasn't too far down the sidewalk. Derek scowled at her. I hope you enjoy that thing. I had to give up my man card to get it for you. She bit back a smile, then playfully swatted him on the arm. Oh, you did not. Did so. I really didn't enjoy begging the man to let me buy you the unicorn. And I swear I overpaid by at least $50. If I had only made that last shot. She had to bite the inside of her cheek to not laugh. It might have helped if you'd hit the board. My fingers slipped. That poor woman. Derek wagged his finger at her. She didn't get hurt, and I hardly think that was my fault. She shouldn't have been standing beside the booth. I didn't say you hurt her. I think it startled her more than anything. It did hit a sensitive area. I apologized. Nara pressed her face into the unicorn, trying desperately not to laugh. The look on her face. Derek's lips twitched, and she couldn't hold it in any longer. She let out a loud laugh, and soon Derek was chuckling as well. She clung to his arm, trying to get enough oxygen, but failing miserably at calming herself down. Tears ran down her cheeks as the giggles turned into hiccups. Oh dear. What? She hiccuped again. I think I broke you. She laughed again, then hiccuped, then nodded. Yes, you did. At least I got you the unicorn. I'll treasure it always. She yawned again. You look tired. I can hardly keep my eyes open, but I've decided Larry will make a really great pillow. Larry? Nara held up her stuffed animal. That's what I'm naming him. Derek cringed. Really? What's wrong with Larry? I happen to like that name. Reminds me of a cucumber. Nara wasn't sure what he meant, but she let it go. She liked the name. It fit. Larry liked his name too. I'm keeping it. Okay. And I'm definitely using him as a pillow tonight. Feel how soft he is. She stuck Larry in front of Derek, even though he'd already held the animal. She kind of wanted more of Derek's cologne to rub off on him. Yes, soft. Derek shoved him back in her face. Her hiccups subsided as they arrived at their resort. As they walked into the lobby, they found Kay on a ladder, reaching for the gold star on the top of the Christmas tree. She startled and yelped, teetering on the ladder. Derek rushed to steady the ladder.
Do you need help?
Kay laughed.
I guess I do.
Do you two mind? Nara snorted. I can help with the bottom branches, but if you think I'm going to be of any help up there, you're mistaken. She tossed Larry onto a chair. Kay descended down the ladder.
We can leave the top for your husband, don't you think?
She winked, and it made Nara laugh. Yes, he's plenty tall even without the ladder. As Nara plucked ornaments off of the lower branches, Kay grabbed the string of tinsel and began unwinding it from the tree.
Did you have fun today?
Absolutely, Nara said, as she carefully placed the ornaments in the box. This is a great place to vacation.
Where did you go?
The Queen Elizabeth, the Second Botanic Gardens. Kay's smile widened as she gathered the tinsel in her arms.
I love it there. It's so beautiful.
And tonight we found a street fair. A puzzled look came over Kay's face.
You did? I don't remember anything like that going on right now.
Derek made a grunting noise as he reached for a particularly high ornament.
It was for children.
Oh, I know which one you mean. They do a week-long kids' fair each January. I think all the money they make goes to help the children's hospital. Kay squinted at her. You found something to do there?
She made me ride the tiny Ferris wheel with her.
Kay peered up at Derek, then snickered.
You didn't.
Nara pressed her lips together and nodded, the thought of Derek squeezed into one of those miniature seats making her want to giggle.
I did. I bet that was fun.
Derek made a noise that was part snort and part exhale.
Fun for whom?
Nara leaned a little closer to Kay. He's still upset about the dart game, she said, her voice low.
I'm right here. I can hear you.
Derek tossed her an annoyed look, but she could see the beginnings of his subtle smile behind his mask. Kay looked between the two of them.
Dart game?
Don't ask, Derek said. Nara ignored him. You know the one where you have to pop balloons? I wanted him to win me a unicorn. Kay pointed to the chair.
Oh, there it is. He must have succeeded.
Yes, I succeeded. End of story. Derek leaned over to deposit his ornaments into the box. They clinked together as they settled. He wiped his hands together, dusting them off.
I certainly did not throw 1,000,000 darts, missing each time. Then with a stroke of luck, hit 2 in a row only to miss the balloons and hit a woman's backside with my last dart.
Kay's eyes grew wide, and then a hearty laugh escaped her. Nara couldn't help but join in. Derek even sported his not-so-obvious smile.
How did you get the unicorn, then?
Derek's shoulders slumped. I had to beg the man to let me buy him.
Oh, my. That's a story to tell the kids someday,
Kay said, wiping at her eyes. Derek stiffened, and the mood in the room instantly cooled. He evaded Kay's probing gaze and shrugged.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, no, Nara said, trying to pull back the light-hearted mood they had from just a few seconds ago. I can tell right now this is where the story ends. I can't even imagine what would happen if I let details from tonight slip. She tried to get Derek to bring back his almost smile, but he just gave her a slight nod as he unhooked the last ornament. Kay must have noticed the shift as she forced a smile while depositing the tinsel into the box.
Well, what are you two doing tomorrow?
I'm not sure, Nara said, feeling Derek out. We have a lot of choices.
Maybe we can look at the pamphlets after we get this tree down,
Derek said, standing back and surveying the size of the thing. No need, Kay said, making a shooing motion with her hands.
The maintenance man will put it away in the morning. This thing is way too heavy for us. Thank you so much for all your help with the decorations. Go get back to your room. You should soak in the jacuzzi or something.
She wiggled her eyebrows. Derek's ears turned red and Nara quickly grabbed his arm, dragging him over to the chair to get Larry so he wouldn't be embarrassed. Sounds good, she called to Kay. After they arrived in their room, Derek exhaled.
Well, that was uncomfortable.
See? Nara tossed Larry on the bed and put her hands on her hips. This is what I mean by we need to practice being a married couple. You got all flustered in there when Kay started talking about kids and jacuzzi tubs. These are normal married couple things. If we're going to fool the board of directors, we need to be more comfortable with these things. Derek sighed and scrubbed a hand over his face.
You're right.
He strode to the closet and opened the door, taking off his sandals.
I'll try to not be so awkward.
You're not awkward. We just don't act like we're in love. It's not a big thing. It's the little things. He rummaged through the closet, then moaned, leaning his head against the door.
Great.
What?
They took away the spare blanket.
He turned his gaze onto her.
That's what I was using to sleep on the floor.
Chapter 13. The look on Nara's face was unreadable. Derek slipped back into his sandals.
I'll go ask for more blankets.
Wait, Nara said, putting her hand out. Let's think about this. He stared at her, sure he had a blank look on his face.
What's there to think about? I'm not sleeping on the floor with no blanket.
I know, but look. The bed is huge. She pointed, motioning to all the room on it. It's plenty big enough for both of us, and this might help us look not so unmarried around each other. Derek stared at the bed. Then his gaze traveled to Nara. Why was he always so confused about what Nara wanted? Surely she wasn't saying what it sounded like she was saying.
You want to sleep together?
Yeah. Not in that way, but just in the same bed. There's enough room. I doubt we'd even touch. She took a step toward him. We need to learn to be more comfortable with each other. I'm sure that's why my dad insisted on this trip anyway. Derek was sure of it as well, but still, he swallowed, thinking about what Nara was wanting him to do. He knew she didn't want a physical relationship, but he was a man, and she was a woman. And he was in love with her. How could he sleep next to her knowing she was inches away? He must have looked indecisive because Nara let out a breath and went into the kitchen. It's no big deal, she said, opening the fridge and pulling out a Diet Coke. Right, no big deal for her. He, on the other hand, would have a terrible time getting to sleep. But what could he do? Insist on sleeping on the floor? He didn't want to look like he was being a jerk to her or offend her by not wanting to be near her. This was a terrible suggestion. He just knew it, but what could he do? He had no choice. Finally, he nodded, resigning himself to tossing and turning next to her all night.
All right.
I'm gonna get in the jacuzzi just like Kay suggested. Want to join me? The blood drained from Derek's face, and he stammered.
What?
Nara made a face. With my swimsuit on, you perv. Come on, it'll feel nice with the jets going. Sitting in a jacuzzi did sound nice. Maybe it would help his back feel better. His muscles still weren't over the 2 nights he'd spent on the floor. The tub looked large enough for both of them, without crowding them together. And he'd already been swimming with her. This was no different, right?
Okay.
Nara gulped down half her soda, then screwed on the lid and set it on the side of the tub. I'll start the water. You go get changed first. By the time Derek came out of the bathroom, Nara had the tub halfway filled. She'd also dumped something in it, because the room now smelled like lilacs. Nara jumped up and grabbed her bikini. My turn. He climbed into the tub and claimed his side. The tub was heart-shaped, so they could sit beside each other. Once the water was high enough, he started up the jets. It felt amazing on his back, and he sank deeper into the pool. He didn't even care that his legs had to be scrunched up so they wouldn't cross over Nara's. It still felt wonderful. Nara joined him a minute later, her hair pulled up into a messy bun. She drank another swig of her soda and then laid her head back on the tub. This feels great.
Agreed.
So relaxing. He closed his eyes, letting the jet sprays massage his back. Even though it would be massively uncomfortable to sleep next to Nara, he did appreciate he would no longer be on the hard floor. "Can I ask you something?" Nara said a minute later. He opened his eyes.
Sure.
"You know my father well." She fiddled with the cap on her Diet Coke, like she wasn't too interested in the conversation, but there was a tension in her shoulders that told a different story.
Yeah?
He leaned a little closer to her because it was hard to hear her over the noise of the jets. "Does money really mean more to him than anything?" The question blindsided Derek, and he could see the emotions under the surface of her face, the ones she never showed, the ones she still wasn't showing all the way. He chose his words carefully. He didn't want to say the wrong thing.
He went through a lot when your mom left. When you lose someone like he did, something happens inside.
Nara blinked, her fingers tightening on her Diet Coke. "He's not the only one that got hurt by that," she said quietly. Dear heavens, he'd screwed up already. He reached his hand out and touched her arm.
"I'm sorry. I didn't mean... I know you went through a lot as well when she left. That had to have been devastating."
Nara raised her chin a fraction. "I learned to cope, but it would have been nice had my own father been there for me. Instead, he decided that making money was more important."
No, not more important than you, Nara.
Never more important than her. Her father just couldn't deal with the situation, so he buried himself at work. Of course money was more important. You give your attention to what you love the most, don't you? And my father loves money.
Her words had a bitter edge. He made mistakes. He didn't handle things well.
Derek nudged closer to her.
But he has many regrets.
Regrets? She frowned. How nice for him. I'm sure that makes him feel better. Derek sighed. It pained him to see Nara so angry with her father. Richard was someone he looked up to. He was the man who took him in under his wing after his parents died. He owed a lot to him. He knew she needed to talk about it. She was the one who brought it up, for heaven's sake. But he had no words to make things better.
He's not the monster you think he is.
No? Her face flushed and she blinked back tears. She set her Diet Coke on the side of the tub. He left me at the time I needed him most. I was only 6 years old, Derek. 6. I still thought I would be a fairy princess when I grew up. I believed in magic. I believed that my mom wouldn't disappear, and my dad wouldn't go to work and never come back. Her voice cracked, and she turned away from him. He knew she was crying. He just wasn't sure what to do about it. Would it be awkward to ignore it? The thought made him balk. He couldn't sit there and not comfort her. He didn't want to try to pull her to him if she didn't want to. What should he do? He debated for a moment before reaching out and putting his arm around her. He couldn't let her cry and not do anything. Fortunately, she turned and snuggled into him, putting her head on his shoulder. She sniffed and wiped at her face.
He didn't mean to leave you alone.
It broke Derek's heart to hear her choke back a sob. He pulled her closer, ignoring the tingles that came from touching her skin. He only wanted to help her, to ease some of her pain.
He thought your grandmother would be able to comfort you.
She did. She was the one who got me through it all. Her voice broke again and Derek's heart shattered. He reached up and trailed a finger down her cheek.
I'm glad you had her as long as you did.
It was only last year that her grandmother had passed away. It wasn't nearly long enough.
I know.
His heart picked up speed as Nara placed her hand on his chest. Her nails were well manicured. He'd never noticed before. I shouldn't have gone to New York.
What? Don't say that.
You loved living in New York." She pulled back from him. Her face was filled with regret. "I wasn't there when she passed." "You were living your dream." She sighed, her gaze dipping. "I was getting coffee for people living their dream." Sadness pooled in his stomach and weighed heavy on his chest. "Don't do this to yourself. You were allowed to leave home, to pursue what you wanted to do. You had no idea when she was going to pass." Guilt surged in Derek for not saying anything about her father. But he didn't really know anything for sure. All he knew was what he'd observed. Richard didn't want to admit he was sick, and it wasn't really his place to tell Nara his suspicions. Was it? "I know," she said quietly. "I was just so close with her. And now I'm left with a father who much prefers spending his time at work than with his daughter." "Do you want me to talk to him?" Nara jerked back, shaking her head. "Oh, my word, no. 1,000 times no. I don't want to spend time with him. He made his choice a long time ago. I'd rather get this marriage over with and go back to New York." Derek flinched, and Nara's eyes widened. "I didn't mean that the way it sounded. Sheesh, I'm sorry." "I know what you meant." She meant just what she said, but he held that part in. She was only doing this for her grandmother's inheritance. Her father strong-armed her. That's all this was to her. Fulfill his wishes, and then go back to her normal life. Her gaze softened, and she scooted closer to him. "You've been so kind to listen to me. I'm sorry I got all weird. I don't know what got into me. I swear my father doesn't even bother me anymore. I don't know where that came from." He gently touched her arm. She cared, even if she didn't want to admit it. And it hurt him to see the rift between her and Mr. Claymore. "You can talk to me about anything." Her lips shifted into a tiny smile. "You know, I really feel that way right now. Thanks for listening and being so nice." She tucked her legs under her, moving closer. He didn't know what to say to that, so he didn't say anything. He simply gazed into her large brown eyes. They had a tenderness to them he hadn't seen before. Was she looking at him differently? She inched closer. Time got all wonky. Slow. Her face was only millimeters from his. He looked at her lips, which seemed like they were still coming at him. What was she doing? Was she moving toward him, or was he moving toward her? He froze, worried he was going to close the distance and do what he'd dreamed about for years. Claim her lips with his. But even though he was positive he wasn't moving anymore, she continued to get closer. His phone rang, a loud, screeching ringtone he'd chosen so he could hear it in his pocket. She jumped back. Derek cursed his phone, whoever was calling, and the cell tower that brought the call. He wanted to stop time, rewind just a few seconds, and redo that moment. But he couldn't. Nara stood. "I'll get it for you." She probably wanted the loud screeching to stop. "No, I can get it," he said, standing. He grabbed a towel, wrapped it around him, and climbed out of the tub. Nara shut off the jets and grabbed a towel herself. "That's okay. I was ready to get out anyway. I'm really tired now." Of course she was. He grabbed his phone and stabbed at the button to answer it. A robotic voice came through the line. "You have been pre-approved for a line of credit." He gritted his teeth and hung up. Just perfect. There was a fraction of a possibility that Nara would have kissed him had they not been interrupted. Now, that possibility was gone. Regret made his muscles tense as he grabbed his pajamas. He should have closed the distance. If he had, nothing would have pulled him away from that kiss. His phone could have rung for 100 years. He knew he wouldn't have heard it. Chapter 14. Nara climbed into bed, a sudden nervous energy making her want to wiggle her legs. or run a marathon. What was wrong with her? The sound of the sink going in the bathroom carried out to her. Derek was brushing his teeth for quite a long time. Why was it taking so long? And why was she so anxious? Maybe she was just nervous to be close to him tonight. She huffed and dismissed that thought. That certainly wasn't it. She liked Derek, but why would she be so nervous about sleeping next to him? That's ridiculous. It wasn't like she expected to snuggle with him or anything. Sheesh. She wasn't in love with him. Sure, she might have a crush on him, but that was all. Still, when he came out of the bathroom wearing his blue pajamas, her heart did a tiny leap. "You ready for bed?" she asked, then cringed. Dumb question. He was standing there in his PJs. Did all of her brain cells suddenly leave? Is there a brain cell party somewhere down the hallway? Yep. He stood there like he didn't want to get into bed with her. She scooted over and hugged Larry to her chest. "I'll give you as much room as you need." He nodded, then flicked off the light and climbed onto the bed. The moonlight came in the large patio door, casting a glow on Derek's face. His lips seemed more pronounced. It must be the lighting. It was kind of fascinating to her. Nara rolled onto her side to face him. "I was tired in the jacuzzi, but now I'm not. I don't know why." "Yeah, me too." She fiddled with the stubby unicorn horn that protruded from Larry's forehead. "Have you ever thought about artichokes?" He paused, then shot her a funny look. "No." "I mean, artichokes are weird-looking, right? Did you know they are actually the bud of a thistle?" He raised an eyebrow. "No, I did not know that." "It's interesting, right? But the heart of the artichoke is delicious." "I've never been a fan." Her mouth dropped open and she gasped. "What?" "No, I'm serious. I've never liked artichoke hearts." She sat up and crossed her arms. Her shadow fell across Derek's face. "Well, that's it. I can't stay married to you. That's ridiculous. Artichoke hearts are like the yummiest thing in the entire world." He sat up as well, his hair mussed up already with bedhead. "You're joking. You'd divorce me over artichokes?" She rolled her eyes. "I'm just shocked. Have you ever eaten a whole artichoke, dipping the leaves in mayonnaise?" "No. I've only eaten them canned." "Well, that's it then. When we get home, I'm making you artichokes, and I'll teach you how to eat them. Fresh artichokes are nothing like the hearts in a can." He paused, his face pensive. "What if I still don't like them? Are you going to divorce me?" She pushed his shoulder. "Stop it. You've decided you're not going to like them before you've even tasted them?" "I'm just preparing myself for either outcome." His lips did that not smile thing, and she poked him in the side. "You're teasing me." "And you're talking nonsense." She couldn't help the fake gasp that came out. "You're so mean." She shoved him again, but he didn't budge. At all. She pressed harder, hoping to topple him over, but it was like shoving a boulder. He wasn't going anywhere. She got up on her knees and put her back into it. He did fall over that time, but she had shoved so hard that she capsized along with him. He fell against the pillow. "Oof," he said when she landed on him. She laughed, feeling like a teenager flirting with her crush. "Serves you right for being immovable." He gazed up at her. "You never have been one to back down from a challenge." "You know it." Her words came out sounding funny and she realized she was out of breath. Did pushing him over take that much energy? Or was it the fact that she was now pressed up against him? Her lips so close to his, she could feel his breath on her cheek. Curiosity grew in her. What would it be like to kiss him? She'd almost found out when they were in the jacuzzi. If she hadn't been interrupted, she would have kissed him, and then blamed it on the need to act like a real couple. Her heart thumped out a wild rhythm. What would he do if she closed the distance and placed her lips on his? Would he be startled? Would he toss her away like a rag doll? He was certainly strong enough, but would she upset him? Time moved slowly. Butterflies erupted inside her stomach, and she knew she was going to kiss him. She moved closer and closed her eyes, and suddenly his lips were on hers, moving across them in a way that caused her to lose all thoughts in her head. His hands moved up her sides and tingles shot through her. Every little movement from him caused lightheadedness, as if she could lose consciousness any second. It felt both amazing and overwhelming at the same time. She wanted more and yet couldn't handle what she was feeling. How had she never known kissing a man could be like this? Derek froze as if he'd suddenly realized what was going on and was aghast. He pulled back and she grew embarrassed that she'd practically accosted him. She jumped back, heat creeping up her neck. She scrambled to her side of the bed. Derek sat up, looking like he'd just stepped on her pet hamster, and now didn't know how to make it better. His mouth opened and then closed. She couldn't catch her breath. Her skin still tingled from his touch. Her heart raced, and words wouldn't come out of her mouth. But the way Derek looked, she feared he thought what had happened was a mistake. She wanted him to know it wasn't, but she couldn't think. Don't say anything. He held up his hand, cutting off any other noises that might come out. I don't want to talk about it. Let's just go to sleep. Her mouth dried up, and the high she had from a moment ago crashed. He hated it that much. He didn't even want to talk about it. She licked her dry lips. You want to sleep? After that? Nara didn't think she'd fall asleep for a week. She stared at him like he had said something in German and she couldn't understand. I think it's best. I'm tired now. To prove his point, he climbed under the covers and laid back on his pillow. Let's call it a night. Nara couldn't believe it. How could he ignore what had happened? She couldn't even breathe properly yet. She didn't want to forget it. She wanted to keep doing it. Kissing Derek had tilted her world, and now she had to roll over and fall asleep. She laid back but stayed on top of the covers. She was already too hot. She couldn't even comprehend why Derek wanted to pretend the kiss hadn't happened. He must have thought it was the worst kiss he'd ever had. Maybe she smelled bad. Oh no. Did she have bad breath? She rolled over and quietly breathed into her hand and sniffed it. She didn't smell anything terrible. What if she had body odor? A quick check told her that wasn't it. Maybe he just didn't like her. Disappointment fell over her like a shroud. She'd thought they were getting along so well. What if he simply thought she was a bother? He couldn't be attracted to her if he could stop a kiss like that and roll over and go to sleep. She closed her eyes and hugged Larry to her chest. She would pretend that she was asleep as well. If Derek wasn't into her, then she would do her best to stay away from him, because she couldn't handle more kisses like that, and then simply walk away from the marriage, like it didn't matter to her. She would have to steel herself. She couldn't allow herself to fall for him. Chapter 15. Derek stepped from the shower. The steam was so thick it was hard to breathe. Maybe he'd spent too long in there, but for the first time in the last 8 hours, he was able to relax a little. The spray felt good on his tense back muscles. He hadn't slept at all last night. He'd messed up royally. And now, he wasn't sure how to face Nara. He'd seen her face yesterday after the kiss. She was shocked. She couldn't even say a word. And there'd never been a time in his life where he'd seen her speechless. He'd taken advantage of her. She had been goofing around, and he'd taken that and made it into something it wasn't. And now he didn't know how to face her. He wrapped his towel around his waist and wiped down the mirror. Holy guacamole. Since when did he look like a zombie? He had bags under his eyes and a vacant stare that he'd never seen on himself before. He blinked a few times and ran his comb over his hair. That helped. A little. What's wrong with you? He asked his mirrored self, and then felt stupid for talking out loud to no one. Hopefully Nara didn't hear that. Of course, the resort was dead quiet, so it was almost impossible to think she didn't hear it. Nice. What else could he do today to embarrass himself? Maybe the towel on the door would fall down just as he was getting his underwear on? The thought made him swivel around to make sure the duct tape was still holding. Luckily, it was. In any event, he rushed to get dressed just in case. After he could no longer justify staying in the bathroom, he exited. Nara was sitting on the bed, her sketchbook next to her, the diary in hand. She closed it and gave him a nod. "Hey!" The air between them seemed strained, as if the molecules could feel that something was off. "Hey," he said. Well, that was sure awkward. And now he didn't know what to say. The silence grew heavy as he just stood there. He probably should do something, but he wasn't sure what. His shirt was loud, but unfortunately that wasn't helping any. "I thought we could order breakfast to the room. They have pancakes on the menu today. You okay with that?" Nara fiddled with a pencil. "Sure," he said a little too quickly. He crossed the room to the desk and pulled out the office chair. "I'll check my email." "Okay, I'll order. What do you want?" He said the first thing that came to his mind. "Scrambled eggs and toast." "You got it." She picked up the phone and waited for room service to answer. Derek plugged in his laptop and opened it. He could see the reflection of Nara on the bed on his blank screen. She was wrapping the cord around her finger. "Yes, I'd like to order breakfast to the room today." As Nara ordered, he turned on his laptop. His screen came to life, and the reflection of Nara wasn't so apparent. That was probably a good thing. He wanted to forget what happened yesterday, and to do that, he had to stop looking at Nara. Her voice broke through his thoughts. "Do you happen to have strawberry syrup?" Derek held back a smile. She'd been obsessed with strawberry syrup ever since they were kids. "You don't?" The disappointment dripped off her voice. "Oh, okay." He made a mental note to have his housekeeper pick up a bottle. "Thanks. Bye." Nara hung up and crossed her legs. "When you're done looking at your email, can I use your computer?" He nodded. "Sure. What do you need?" "I'm going to check to see if the deadline for the Poise Design Award has passed yet." He hid a smile. This was a very good sign. If she already had a contest in mind, he was sure he could get her over the hump of insecurity to enter. He tried not to show his excitement. He didn't want to make her feel self-conscious. "Sounds good." There were no critical emails he had to deal with, so after a few moments, he moved out of the way and motioned for her to take over. "All yours." She stood. That was fast. Dad must be taking care of things at the office now. "Must be," he said, sitting on the chair in the corner of the room. Nara spent a few minutes clicking on the computer before she stood again. "Looks like the deadline is in a week." "Do you have enough time to enter?" She chewed her bottom lip. "I don't know. I mean, I have some great designs already done at home. Not only sketched out, but actually made. If I can work on it right when we get home, I probably can get it entered on time." "Perfect." Their food came 20 minutes later. Derek moved his laptop and set the trays on the desk. Nara set up the food and pulled the chair from the corner. "Are your eggs cold?" she asked after Derek had taken a bite. "No." "These are hot, too." She cut off another slice of pancakes and dipped them into the maple syrup. Derek's phone came to life, his ringtone echoing through the room. He picked it up and looked at the screen. Brielle's name flashed across the top. He swiped to answer. "Hello?" The sound of muffled sobbing came over the line. Panic shot through him and he pressed the phone to his ear. "Brielle? Are you okay?" Concern pulled Nara's eyebrows together. Brielle said, obviously struggling to speak. "I'm sorry to call." More sobs came through, and Derek stood, his breakfast forgotten. "What is it? What's wrong?" All kinds of terrible situations flashed through his mind. and he struggled to know which one to pick. Had she been assaulted? Mugged? Maybe she'd gotten in a car accident. He was going to go crazy if she didn't tell him right now.
Levi broke up with me,
she wailed, and relief flooded over him. Was that all it was? Her boyfriend broke up with her? Then another thought struck him, and he grit his teeth.
He didn't hurt you, did he? I mean, physically?
No, she said through another sob.
Why would you think that? I love him.
I don't know, you're just crying so loud. Her wails increased, and he cringed. Man, he was bad at this. What should he say to her? He didn't know what would make her stop, and that's all he cared about right now, for her to stop crying. Nari's lips pressed together, and she held out her hand for the phone. Let me talk to her. Derek nodded and held up his finger.
Nara wants to speak to you. Is that all right?
Okay, she said through another sob. He shoved the phone at Nara like it was a bomb, and he needed to get rid of it before it exploded. Sweat broke out on his forehead, and he began pacing the room. Nara was so calm talking to Brielle. How could she be so calm? It made him extra anxious anytime a woman was crying like that. Was it just him? Was he overreacting? And why did he want to pound that guy into the ground for making Brielle cry? Oh, sweetie, I'm so sorry. Nara cringed as she listened to whatever Brielle was saying. Derek's gut clenched. What could he do to help his sister? He felt so powerless, helpless. Oh no, don't worry about it. We're fine. Nara made a face, and he wasn't sure what that meant, but then she said, Okay, I'll talk to you later, and hung up.
What did she say? Did she stop crying?
She's upset, but every girl gets upset when there's a breakup. She'll be fine. She felt bad for calling while we're on our honeymoon. Nara set the phone down on the table and scooped up another bite of breakfast.
What can I do for her?
Nothing, Nara said around her pancake. Just be supportive. She'll cry for a while. Then she'll start calling him fathead. Then eventually she'll get over him and move on. Derek stared at her. Fathead. That's what she called her ex. He swallowed, a funny feeling enveloping him.
Is that what stage you're at? The calling him fathead stage?
Nara exhaled, and her shoulders slumped a little. Probably. So she wasn't to the get over him and move on stage yet, which probably meant she still had feelings for her ex. Nice. Another reason this whole sham of a marriage wasn't going to work. Deflated, Derek sat back down in his chair. He picked up his fork but wasn't hungry anymore, so he ended up just pushing his eggs around on his plate until they were stone cold. He did eat his bacon, though, because who leaves bacon uneaten? He wasn't a heathen. Chapter 16. Nara gripped Derek's arm as the lights in the cave went out. The guide had told them he was going to shut them off so they could see how dark it was. But now, being under the surface of the earth with no light whatsoever, and imagining whatever else might be in the cave with them, was freaking her out.
Pirates used to use these caves to hide from storms. Legend has it that there is a pirate treasure in these caves. Can you imagine what those pirates felt like, down here, with just a small, flickering flame to light the way? I don't have to imagine, Nara whispered to Derek. I'm feeling it just fine. His arm slid around her middle, and the flutters of attraction that she'd been feeling over the past few days intensified. He pulled her to him, and she fit under the crook of his arm. Snuggling into him felt amazing, like she belonged there. It was no longer feeling strange to be with Derek. Maybe she was just getting used to it. But she thought maybe there was something more going on. She was actually starting to like him. The thought should have startled her, but it didn't. It was like slipping into a comfortable pair of jeans. He'd always been there in her life. She just never realized it in that way before. She liked being around him.
The guide turned on a flashlight and shone it across the stalactites hanging down.
These caves were formed over millions of years.
He pointed his light on one section of the wall.
If you look closely, you can see a fossilized backbone of a fish right there. Over here,
he pointed at a different area.
You can see a fossilized shell. This tells us at one time, all of this was under the sea.
The guide turned all the lights back on. Cool, Derek muttered. Nara glanced up at him in time to see a goofy smile on his face. She wanted to squeal, but there was a group of 25 people in the cave with them, and she didn't want to embarrass him. He was smiling, like an actual smile. She was so happy. "You're loving this, aren't you?" she whispered. He looked down at her. This is just so interesting. He held his camera up and she moved back so he could use both hands to take his pictures. The guide continued to tell everyone about the caves as they continued down a path through the spectacular displays of stalactites hanging like icicles and stalagmites rising up from the cave floor. They gleamed in the lights, almost sparkling like crystal. She could see why they named them the Crystal Caves. Derek snapped a zillion photos as they continued through the tour. She enjoyed watching him work. He wasn't afraid to crouch down or to get up close to his subject. A few times she suspected he was trying to take her picture without her knowing it. It made her want to laugh, although she held it in. He could take her picture if he wanted to. He didn't have to mask it, pretending he was taking a photo of something behind her. It was kind of cute, actually. He must have been embarrassed that he wanted to take her picture. Whatever for, she wasn't sure. She'd come to know his shyness over the past few days. She'd never seen that in him before. He was always so serious. She just thought he was stuffy, maybe even a little stuck up. She sure had seen a different side of him. Thoughts of last night's kiss invaded her, and her face warmed. She must have lost her mind last night. She had thought he was the one who kissed her, but that was not true. It was the only thing that explained his reaction. She kissed him and freaked him out. This morning, it took a while for him to be comfortable around her again. The awkwardness was tangible. But after a while, he fell back into an easier conversation with her. It did bother her that he wanted to totally ignore the kiss. I mean, how do you ignore something like that? It was difficult not to take a personal offense. What did she do wrong, other than being too forward? She worried that he would be super standoffish today, but the ice had melted, and he was back to being his normal self now, even going so far as to hold her in the dark when the lights were out. Maybe they could do another cave tour again tomorrow. She laughed at her stupidity. She was sure acting like a stupid girl with a crush, which was hilarious if she thought about it. She had a crush on her fake husband. What a loser. Something touched the top of her head and she jerked down, raising her hands up and screeching. "What was that? Was that a bat? Tell me that wasn't a bat, please." Derek chuckled, but tried to hide it with his hand. It wasn't a bat. The tour guide turned around. "Don't worry, there are no bats in this part of the cave." Then he pointed up and spoke louder to the group. "You might feel an occasional drip. It's just water. When it rains above, the water will travel down here. This is how all of these beautiful stalactites were formed." Nara felt the top of her head. Sure enough, it was a little wet. "Thank goodness," she said under her breath. "I thought maybe a bat attacked me." Derek pulled her to him. "Don't worry," he said, his voice low enough only she could hear. "I won't let anything attack you." Those words sent her heart into overdrive. Goodness, why was she acting like such a fool? He shouldn't affect her like that. He was only being nice. Wasn't he? Chapter 17. A cool breeze blew from off the water as Derek walked with Nara down the sidewalk. It had become overcast, which was a nice change as the past few days had been hot. They'd gotten to know the strip near their resort, and they had several restaurants on their list to try before they could leave on Friday. Tonight, they were headed to one called Russell's Spot. The restaurant was pretty much a tent without walls. It was raised up on a pavilion with round tables and tall stools. Each time they walked by, the smell would make them turn to each other and comment. His mouth would water, and tonight was no exception, with the smell of grilled fish and curry in the air. Derek followed Nara up onto the pavilion. After they were seated and had ordered, Nara leaned closer to him, holding out her hand. "You know, I kind of like this ring. It's such a good fake. I don't think anyone would be able to tell it's not real. Do you mind if I keep it after we split?" He tried to think of something to say that wasn't stupid. Something other than, "You'd better want to keep that diamond ring, because I spent over $50,000 on it." In the end, he just nodded and said, "That's fine." "How is Brielle doing?" Derek held in a groan. "I don't know. I'm no good at these kinds of things." Nara picked up her napkin. "Have you texted her?" "No." "Called?" "No." Nara huffed. "Well, you'd better. She obviously turns to you for support when things go wrong." Guilt clenched his stomach. He was so bad at this. But Nara was right. He should be doing something. "I just don't know what to say to her." "Well, you raised her. What did you do when she got upset growing up?" He stared at the table, feeling foolish. Dare he say what had always worked in the past? It was so stupid. Yet she sat there staring at him, so he had to answer. "I would distract her with a toy." Nara snorted. "Well, that's not going to work." "I know," he said, feeling terrible. "I have no idea what she wants." "She just wants someone to listen to her. Someone to tell her it will all be okay." Nara reached across the table and picked up his hand. "You can do that, right?" The feeling of her soft skin on his muddled his brain. He nodded because he thought that's what she wanted, but he had suddenly lost the conversation. All he could think about was her hand on his, and last night's kiss. "Okay, then just text her right now and ask her if she's okay. See if she needs to talk." That didn't sound too hard. The part he feared was when she did want to talk. But he decided to deal with that when it came. He picked up his phone and sent off a quick text. Nara smiled. "There. You just let her know you're thinking of her, and that you care." His phone chimed and he looked at the screen. "That's so sweet of you, but you shouldn't be worried about me while you're on your honeymoon. I'm so sorry I called earlier." Derek texted her back. "It's okay." He almost texted, "We're not doing anything," but then decided that didn't sound very appropriate, so he left that part off. "You're the best big brother in the whole world." Derek's eyebrows shot up, and he showed the text to Nara. "Hey, that totally worked. And I didn't even have to talk her down from another ledge." She smiled and tapped the side of her head. "See? Just follow my lead and you'll be fine." He set his phone back down on the table. A server came and brought them their food. He'd ordered a plate of mahi-mahi and rice. It looked as amazing as it smelled. They both ate in silence for a few minutes. He wiped his mouth with his napkin and took a drink of his water. "So tell me about the designs you think you'll submit to the contest." Nara thought a minute while she chewed. "I created a casual business suit for women a few years ago. I was quite happy with it. Candace called it, too, safe." She made a face. Do you think a casual business suit could win a contest like that?" She sighed and pushed food around on her plate. Maybe not." "What else have you designed that could get attention?" "I have this dress I created. It's short in front and longer in back. I really liked it, but Candace said it was impractical. Still, I thought it was a great design." "You should submit that one then." "Really? You think something impractical could win?" He shrugged. "I don't know a lot about design and fashion, but from what I've seen of runways, they seem to have a lot of impractical things going on." Nara laughed. "You're right. That's very true."
I think you should give it a shot. Do you think it's one of your strongest designs?
I do, she said as she stabbed a piece of fish. It's unique enough with just one sleeve, but very flattering to the figure. Great. Now he was thinking about Nara's flattering figure.
Sounds perfect.
He finished eating, then settled back in his chair. The air had cooled a bit more, and now it was almost chilly. Nara rubbed her arms.
We should go back to our room after you're done,
he said, looking at the sky.
It's gonna rain.
She nodded, her gaze traveling over the ocean water. For sure. Derek's phone rang and a wave of insecurity hit. Did Brielle change her mind? Did she want to talk about her breakup? Was she going to cry again? But when he looked at the screen, he saw Richard Claymore's name. Something must be going on at the company. He hurried to pick up the line.
Hello?
Derek? Mr. Claymore's voice sounded funny.
Yes, what's wrong?
I'm in the hospital. Concern shot through him, and Derek couldn't help but feel guilty for not talking to Nara about his suspicions.
What happened?
I fell.
Might have broken my wrist. They're going to x-ray it, it's not a big deal. The doctors are concerned about a few other things, so they're admitting me.
What are they concerned about?
Don't worry about that, it's nothing.
It can't be nothing.
My white blood cell count is lower than they'd like.
A low white blood cell count? That didn't sound good at all. Isn't that what happened when a person was fighting cancer? Derek cursed himself silently for not insisting that Richard tell him what was going on, and for not talking to Nara about it. Are you okay?
I'll be fine. Just tell Nara for me, okay?
His voice sounded soft, tentative, like he wasn't sure how Nara would react to the news.
I will. And I'm sorry this happened while you were away. I'll have Terry take care of things at the office until you get back. Don't let this interrupt you. I just didn't want you to hear about me being in the hospital from the news.
He let out a breath.
Okay.
After he hung up the phone, Nara stared at him expectantly. Well, who was that? Derek's mouth went dry, and he had a hard time swallowing. Your father. She raised one eyebrow. Is he okay? What was he to say to that? He'd put off telling her his suspicions, and now her father was in the hospital, and something serious might be going on. If she lost her father before she got a chance to reconcile, he was afraid it would tear her apart.
I think he's sick,
Derek blurted out. Chapter 18. Nara stared at Derek, not really understanding his words. Her father was sick? Why would her father call Derek to tell him he was sick? That didn't make much sense. Was he out of nasal spray? That's what his staff at home was for. Like, he's got the flu? Derek seemed uncomfortable. He took his napkin and folded it, then set it on the table.
Maybe we should go for a walk. Are you done?
He motioned to the last few bites of food on her plate. I'm stuffed. I can't eat anymore. It was delicious, though. He paid the check and they stood. He slid his hand onto the small of her back as they left the restaurant and headed down the boardwalk. It did funny things to her breathing, but she tried not to act any different. She didn't want to freak him out again. Their resort wasn't too far away. She could endure it until then. She wasn't the kind of person who wanted things spoon-fed to her. As they walked, she looked up at Derek. Tell me what's going on with my father. Why did he call?
He's in the hospital.
Hospital? Her father? He was the type of person who never went to the doctor. He had a toothache for a week when she was a teen and didn't say anything until one day she found him in the bathroom trying to take it out with a pair of pliers. She forced him to go to the dentist. What in the world could he be sick with that made him go to the hospital? What's the matter with him? He fell. She scrunched up her nose. Like, tripped? Why would he have to go to the hospital for that? She wasn't comprehending what Derek was trying to say. Did he get sick or did he fall? Or both?
He said they think his wrist is broken.
He must be in too much pain to deal with it at home, because the father she knew would wrap it up and keep working. Oh. Well, that sucks, but it's not a big deal. Why did he call you about that? Derek ran a hand over his hair, his expression unreadable.
He hasn't been well lately. I don't know if you've noticed, but he's lost weight. I tried to talk to him about it, but he waved me away. He didn't want to discuss it.
He sighed, and his gaze penetrated through her.
I think he might be sick. Like, really sick.
A tiny alarm went off in Nara's head as she stared at Derek. What did he mean, really sick? A knot formed in her belly, and she had a hard time taking in a breath. What are you talking about? Lines formed across his forehead.
I think he might have something serious going on. Like cancer.
She stopped walking, her heart stabbing in her chest. A few fat raindrops fell from the sky, indicating it would start pouring soon. Tourists skirted around them as they stood in the middle of the sidewalk. She swallowed, trying to get her voice back. Cancer? Derek's Adam's apple bobbed several times in a row, his face white. He held out his hands.
I don't know for sure.
But you suspect? He nodded, his lips pinched together. Nara tried to process what happened, what both her father and Derek had been keeping from her. The thoughts swirling around in her head were making her dizzy. So he called you just now to tell you he was in the hospital?
Yes. He didn't want me to find out by watching the news.
Her face flushed hot and she let out a grunt. Her father called Derek to tell him he was in the hospital. Of course he did. That was so like her father. Derek was the one he turned to in his time of need, not her. Ouch. That really stung. She blinked as the sidewalk blurred in front of her. The sky opened up and rain fell in earnest, pooling on the low spots of the cement. She turned from Derek and started walking towards the gazebo that sat in the small park halfway to their resort. She sprinted the last 10 feet, but it did no good. She was drenched by the time she got under the shelter. Derek stepped in beside her, drops of water clinging to his eyelashes. It would have been cute if she wasn't so upset with him. Upset at what her father had done. She poked his chest with her index finger. Why did he call you? A blank look crossed his face, as if he wasn't sure what exactly she was asking.
He knew we were together.
For some reason, that made her even angrier. Don't you think he should have called me about that? I am his daughter, after all. The daughter he conveniently forgot about when it wasn't to his advantage. She folded her arms, seething inside. Somewhere in the back of her brain, she knew she was overreacting. She didn't have a good relationship with her father. What gave her the right to be upset when he called Derek instead of her? But she pushed back that rational side of her. She didn't want to be rational. For some stupid reason, all she wanted to be was angry. A frown pulled at Derek's lips. I'm sorry. She paced back and forth in the space, a surge of energy now itching at her. Words began gushing out, like someone turned on the faucet and left. And why wouldn't he tell me if he was sick? What kind of selfish man keeps that from his daughter? Cancer isn't something to push away and forget about. It won't go away with a couple of pain relievers. What was he thinking? He wasn't thinking, that's just it. He never thinks. He just runs away from everything. Well, now he's in a fine mess. She wanted to pound on something. It was just like her father to wait until something was bad to do something about it. And now, he's falling and hurting himself? The image of her father, who was the strongest man she knew, falling and breaking something, was not computing with her. And another thing Derek said wasn't quite fitting in. He suspected her father was ill, but Derek didn't know. He could be upsetting her for nothing. What if her father had simply been on a diet? What if he wasn't sick at all? She rounded on him. What makes you think he's got cancer? Derek looked at her like he'd rather step back into the rain than answer her question. but he spoke anyway. He said they wanted to admit him for more tests because he has a low white blood cell count. Wait, that's it? Nara held up her hand, her fingers shaking. That's what made you jump to cancer? I'm sorry, can't that just be a simple infection? What if he has a virus? The more she thought about it, the angrier it made her. I can't believe you told me that he might have cancer, when all it could be is something simple like that. She shoved Derek's shoulder. You made me worried for nothing. Derek just stood there, like the statue he usually is, no expression on his face. It made her even more ticked off. Why are you not saying anything? That's not fair at all to do to me. Do you even know how mad I am right now? She went to shove him again, but Derek was too fast. He reached out and took her into his arms, pulling her close to his chest. The hug surprised her, and she stood, shocked for a moment. And then tears sprang to her eyes and she began crying, even though she didn't know why. His hold on her tightened, which made her cry even harder. She felt stupid standing there, wet with the rain, crying into Derek's chest. There was no reason to cry, yet she couldn't stop, and he simply let her cry until there were no tears left. When her sobs turned into hiccups, he finally let her go. Embarrassed, she pulled back and wiped at her cheeks. Well, that was stupid. I don't even know why I'm crying. Because. Derek didn't finish the sentence, but he didn't have to. She knew what he meant. He probably doesn't even have cancer, she said, but even to her own ears, it sounded lame. She'd seen the difference in how her father looked when she got off the plane. She'd noticed. She just hadn't thought that maybe he was ill. She didn't know what she was thinking, only that she was mad at him for forcing this marriage. This marriage that, ironically, she didn't mind so much anymore. He might not. Derek's voice was low, kind. It might just be an infection. An infection that made her father fall and break his wrist. Did she just get stupider in the last 10 minutes? Could be. She combed a hand through her long hair, trying to untangle it from the rain. It wasn't going to do any good to fret about her father. She was miles and miles away, and he wasn't even telling her anything. If he knew he had cancer, he should have told her before now. Wait, was that why he wanted her to marry Derek? So the company would pass to him if he died? The thought gave her a chill, and she pressed her lips together. Things were starting to make sense. Her father was sick, and he needed to pressure her into this marriage right now, before the stockholders found out. She swallowed, her insides feeling weak. She wasn't ready for this, for the possibilities. Even if her father was going to be fine, she wasn't ready to face anything like this. Derek leaned against a wooden beam. Do you want to leave? He asked softly. She nodded and stepped in the direction of the resort. The rain has lightened up. Now is a good time to go. No, that's not what I meant. Derek ran his hand down her arm and grasped her hand. The warmth of it surprised her. Do you want to go home? Chapter 19. Having access to a private jet was one perk to being Richard Claymore's successor. It didn't take long to change their travel plans. By the next morning, they were on the flight back to L.A. Derek leaned back in the leather seat as Nara stared out the window, her twisted fingers belying her calm exterior. You okay? He asked. I'm fine. She answered too quickly, and he stared at her, trying to get her to admit she wasn't fine. Nara let out a breath and shook her head. I really am fine. There's nothing to be worried about. I don't even know why you're making us leave early. Seems like a huge overreaction to me. He broke eye contact. Maybe she was right. Maybe he was overreacting, but his gut told him otherwise. Something was going on with Richard Claymore, and he wanted to get Nara there so she could deal with it. The flight attendant approached them. Would you like Diet Coke? Nara said, cutting her off. A sheepish smile spread across her face. Please. Yes, I have Diet Coke. She turned to Derek. Anything for you? No, I'm fine, thanks. The flight attendant nodded. I'll be right back with your Coke. Thank you, Nara said. It didn't take the attendant long to come back with a can of soda and a cup of ice. Nara waved away the cup and took the can. This is fine, thanks. I like my carbonation straight. The woman handed her the silver can, and Nara grabbed onto it like it was a lifeline. Bless you. You're a saint. Nara popped the top and it hissed. She chugged half the soda. Better save some of that. It's a 3-hour flight. The flight attendant grinned. We have more. Nara nudged him. See, she has more, because she's a saint. The attendant chuckled as she walked away. Nara set her can down and fished around in her bag until she produced her leather diary and a pen. He tried not to stare at it while she furiously scribbled down notes, her private thoughts, things he really had no right to wonder about. He pulled out a magazine and flipped through it. The words and the pictures blurred together. He didn't care about cosmetics or hair extensions. He needed something to get his mind off the foreboding feeling in his stomach. Finally, after watching Nara writing for more than 10 minutes, he leaned closer to her and nudged her arm. Saying anything good about me in there? Her lips pulled down. Dang, even when she frowned, she looked cute. This isn't really the kind of diary where I put good things. What did that mean? It's not? No. He tried to process what she was saying. So you only write down bad things in there? She closed her leather book and pressed her pen on top, her cheeks coloring. It's difficult to explain. He gazed down at her. Why would she have a diary where she only writes bad things? He didn't quite understand. Wouldn't she want to put in there all the good things that were happening as well? So when she looked back on her life, she could remember the happy times? But he really wanted to understand. Try me. She stared down at her lap, her fingers turning white as she gripped her diary. At first, no words came out. Then she took in a breath. I had a very difficult summer after my mother left. He softened. He'd only been 8 years old at the time, but he remembered that summer. I know. No, you probably don't. Nara's face deepened in color, and she shifted in her seat. I grew so angry I was uncontrollable. Sympathy surged in him. You were just a kid. I know, but I didn't handle things well. One day when my father was trying to get me to go to bed, I got so angry, I threw a chair through the living room window. Derek didn't know what to say. No words came out. But luckily, she kept going so it wasn't so obvious. My father freaked out and left the house. My grandmother was the one who calmed me down. She just cleaned up the broken glass without saying a word, then took me into the kitchen and sat me down at the table. She made me hot chocolate with marshmallows and poured it into this tiny teacup with an equally tiny saucer. It was the last remaining cup from a children's tea set she'd had in childhood. Even though it didn't match any of the other dishes, and it had a chip in it, I adored drinking out of that cup. She told me that night that it was okay to get angry. It was okay to yell, but it wasn't okay to throw chairs. Then she went into her room and came out with this book. She said she'd bought it for herself, but she was going to give it to me instead, because I needed it more than she did. It was fancier than anything I'd ever had. Leather-bound with deckled edges. I remember feeling the smooth cover and thinking she was giving me a real treasure. She told me to write in it, to keep it always. She said the things I would write would be private, not seen by anyone else, so I could write whatever I wanted. Nara swallowed. So that's what I did. Derek's chest tightened. You wrote down all the hurt you were feeling from your mother leaving. Yes, and I didn't stop. I wrote in it when my father left on a business trip and wasn't there for my 7th birthday. I wrote in it when my mother never responded to my calls. I wrote in it when my grandmother was the one who came to my school for Parents' Day because my father was too busy to bother. I wrote in it when my first crush broke my heart, and I couldn't bear to tell anyone else about it. She hugged her diary to her chest. I wrote it all down, and it helped me cope. Derek wanted to pull Nara into his arms, but this wasn't the right place for it. The bucket seats were not very conducive to that kind of thing. Instead, he put his hand on her forearm. Where do you write your happy times? I don't. How depressing. So all you write are the painful things? She snorted. Yeah, and I even call it my book of pain. Isn't that dumb? He shook his head. Not dumb at all. It's how you get through the tough times. He just wished she would get another journal. One where she could write down the good things, the happy times. Maybe some of the times they'd shared. Because after the 2 years were up, she would divorce him, and there would be nothing of them left. The thought made him ache inside. Turbulence shook the plane and Nara gripped his hand. Then she smiled. Sorry, that startled me. Without thinking, he threaded his fingers through hers. It was a simple thing, but the second he did it, he regretted it. What if she hadn't meant to hold his hand? Would she think it odd that he wanted to hold hers? But now that he was, should he just leave it there or remove it? It might be more awkward to let go of her hand now that they were sitting there holding hands. And why was he overthinking things now? Nara didn't seem to mind, though, so he didn't move. Do you keep a journal? Her brown eyes stared, questioning. No. But he was seriously thinking about starting one. It's therapeutic. I'm sure it is. The plane lurched and Nara squeezed his hand, and then laughed. It's like we're on that Ferris wheel again. Let's make a pact. What? He ran his thumb over the skin on her hand. It was so soft. He leaned closer to her. Let's not mention the Ferris wheel. Ever. She poked him in the side with her free hand, her eyes smiling. You liked it. Admit it. He hid a smile. She was right. He did like it. Not the part about being embarrassed that he was on a kiddie ride, but the part about being pressed up against Nara. So close he could smell her shampoo. And the part where they joked around with each other. He loved that part. Never. She pointed at him. You're so totally smiling right now. Am not. He had to bite his cheek to stop himself from totally proving himself a liar. Oh my gosh, you can barely hold it in. I see it. Right there. She touched the corner of his mouth. He pushed her finger away. You don't. She giggled. I do too. And now you're not even doing a good job of hiding it anymore. He knew he wasn't, but he liked this flirty side of Nara. Where? Her finger gently touched his lips, causing his heart rate to speed up. There. And there. He grabbed her finger and pressed his lips to it in an impulsive gamble. He kissed the tip of her finger and then the back of her hand. Nara stared at him, the mood shifting. Could she feel the same thing he was? An electric current ran between them. It hummed and made his hair stand on end. He couldn't tear his gaze away from hers. She reached out slowly and cupped his cheek. Her thumb grazed over his lips. It's gone, she whispered. Her words made no sense to him. All he could think about was how warm her fingers were and how much he wanted to capture her lips with his. But the way things had gone last time deterred him, and he broke eye contact. Nara pulled back and cleared her throat. Well, what time will we land in L.A.? 4:00. Oh. He looked at her. Why? Do you want something? Yeah, she said quietly. But I can't have it. His heart jumped. Was she implying what he thought she was? Could it be that Nara felt something as well? He shifted to hear her better. What do you want? For a split second, he thought she was going to say him. But then she smiled, and a laugh came out of her. I want a really great steak. I haven't eaten beef in over a week. He shrugged to cover his disappointment. You can have that. Let's go visit your father in the hospital, then I'll take you out to eat. She nodded, the mention of the hospital turning the edges of her mouth down. Okay. Chapter 20. It was a chilly afternoon, and Nara pulled her jacket tighter around herself. She entered the hospital with Derek, her stomach turning and twisting. The smell of antiseptic stung her nose. Apprehension curled through her. What would she find when she walked into her father's room? Part of her was still angry at him for calling Derek. The other part felt like her past self, hanging on to the image of her father when she was a little girl. How could that strong man be sick? He couldn't. It didn't compute. They entered the elevator and she pressed the button. Derek put his arm around her shoulders. It was a simple thing, but it warmed her insides. She needed that right now. She took in a deep breath. This was going to be fine, right? It was all just Derek's imagination. They hurried back for nothing. The elevator doors opened and they stepped out. She scanned the sign, looking for where room 350 would be found. Derek pointed. That way. Nara held her breath as she entered the room. A white curtain hung down, closing off the part of the room that had the bed, so she couldn't tell if her father was awake or not. Dad? She said quietly. Nara? He sounded sleepy, but since he answered, she moved the curtain and stepped over to him. He had the thin blanket up to his chin, as if he was cold. His wrist was in a cast, stark fingers poking out from the end. Had his gray hair taken over his head in the last few days? His skin was a pasty white. His eyes widened. What are you doing here? You're supposed to be on your honeymoon. We came home early. Nara swallowed and tried not to look at the IV drip hooked into her father's hand. It made him look so weak. Why did you do that? His gruff voice cut through her thoughts. Even though she was a grown adult, when he spoke like that, it made her feel like a child. Derek stepped closer. The warmth of his body gave her comfort. We wanted to check on you. He grunted. I'm fine. Just a little break, that's all. He held up his wrist. You shouldn't have come. Nara wanted to toss something at him. She didn't like being scolded. What about the white blood cell count? Derek asked. It's nothing. They want to run some tests. Her father frowned. You didn't come all the way here for that, did you? Nara exchanged a look with Derek. He rubbed the back of his neck. We just wanted to make sure you're okay. Her father's face finally got some color. Unfortunately, that color was purple. You two get out of here. I don't want to see you in here again. I'm fine, and I can't believe you cut your trip short because of this. It's nothing. I don't even know what to say to you anymore. Go. He waved his hands toward the door. Go now, and don't come back here. A flash of heat assaulted her face. Fine. We'll leave, Pops. She turned on her heel and stalked out of the room. Derek rushed to catch up to her as she walked down the hallway. Hey, you okay? No. She seethed as she rushed past a nurse helping an elderly man walk down the hallway. That was so like her father, getting mad at her for caring. Why did she even bother? What good did it do? He was right. She should have stayed in Grand Cayman. She got to the elevator and punched the button with her index finger. She didn't feel like standing still, so she paced the small area. I can't believe him. Getting mad at us for coming? What a heartless pig. Nara. Derek's quiet voice made her stop and look up at him. He's scared. What do you mean he's scared? She pointed toward his room. You heard him. He just yelled at us and threw us out of his room. That's not scared, that's just mean. The elevator dinged and a set of doors opened. Luckily, no one was in there. Nara huffed and walked into the small space. Derek pushed the ground floor button, then turned to her. Couldn't you see his fingers trembling? She hadn't noticed, to be honest. No. He gets angry when he's upset. It's not personal. It's how he reacts to things. Derek lowered his head. I'm sorry he yelled. He's probably trying to cope with the unknown right now. Well, I'm trying not to smack him. Derek sighed and rubbed between his eyes. I think he's very frightened. He's been acting odd lately. Nara held up her ring. Really? Derek took her hand, and her heart started doing its crazy beat thing. This is proof especially. Did you stop to wonder why he's insisting on this marriage? Now of all times? The thought had crossed her mind, and she didn't like it. She yanked her hand away from him. This sham of a marriage isn't proof that my father has cancer. Derek stepped back like she'd slapped him. The elevator doors opened, and he turned and walked out. Guilt swept through her, and she chased after him. Wait! She tugged on his arm until he stopped. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. He turned to her, his gaze traveling over her face. I know. I'm just upset at him, that's all. His jaw tightened. I know. Let's go home and take care of our luggage. I think I need a little breather before we do dinner. Derek nodded. I think that's a good idea. She sat silent in the car on the way to Derek's house. She regretted what she'd said in the elevator, but didn't know how to make it better. The worst part was looking at Derek's stony face and not seeing that small hint of a smile she'd grown used to. It tore at her insides. He turned and drove down a street she didn't recognize. Where are you going? He gave her a weird look. Home. Did you move? She was so used to Derek's house being the one he grew up in, she couldn't imagine him in another place. 4 years ago. Dang, why didn't she know that? She watched as the houses grew larger in size the further he drove, until he turned into a circular driveway. The home that came into view startled her. It was made of brick and looked like a castle. Not that it was massive in size. It wasn't. But it had a huge corner turret on one side, a smaller one on the other, and a decoration in the brick that mimicked the notches you see in historic castles. Even the front archway had a castle-like appearance. Nara blinked, unable to believe the home. She'd always said she was going to live in a castle someday. This is where you live? Yep. Derek's face flushed. Too much? No. I love it. She meant every word. Derek pulled up to the front of the house and parked. I'll grab the luggage in a second. Do you want a tour of the house? I'm hoping you don't think it's too pretentious. Pretentious? Everything about it was gorgeous. No. He opened her door for her. She climbed out of the car and walked with him up to the door. It had a stained glass inlay, a vine with flowers budding on it. She sucked in her breath as she walked in the foyer and saw the chandelier above them, and the 3 large black and white photographs on the walls. They looked like they could be Ansel Adams prints. This is amazing. Really? It's like you reached into my mind and pulled out my dream home. Derek's smile surprised her. It was full and genuine. I'm glad you like it. I can't stop staring. He showed her the kitchen, walk-in pantry, and dining room, all of which were modern and open. More framed photographs lined the walls. He had amazing taste. She could totally see herself living in this house for the rest of her life. The thought made her stomach sour. She pushed it away, not wanting to taint the tour of what was quickly becoming her dream home. Derek pointed to a door. This is the family room, in the large turret.
I hope the massive television won't make you think I don't do any work around here."
He opened the door. Brielle was sprawled out on the couch eating popcorn, a large blanket covering her. She shrieked and jumped up, popcorn spilling on the floor. "Derek! What are you doing here?" she yelled, her hand on her chest. "You scared me to death! You're supposed to be on your honeymoon."
"We were."
Derek's eyebrows pulled together.
"Why are you here? Is everything okay?"
Yes, everything is fine." His gaze fell to the popcorn now littering the floor.
"You're not still really upset about that guy, are you?"
Nara nudged him, trying to get him to shut up. Brielle's mouth popped open. "No, I'm over that. He was a jerk anyway. I'm not here because of him. I was just staying here a little while because my apartment is getting fumigated." Derek raised one eyebrow.
"A little while?"
"Just a week." Brielle twisted her arms together and batted her eyes. "Or 2.
2 weeks? Who fumigates for 2 weeks?
Her cheeks turned pink, and she bent to pick up the popcorn bowl, her dark hair spilling forward. "I just want to be sure it's safe in there before going back. I don't want to breathe in poison. To tell you the truth, the whole thing freaks me out. I can't stand bugs." She shuddered. Derek sighed, his shoulders slumping.
"All right."
"I'm so sorry," she said as she tossed spilled kernels into the bowl. "I know you just got married, and I'm a huge inconvenience staying here in the guest bedroom." Nara suddenly realized what that would mean. Having Brielle in the guest bedroom, and she chastised herself for feeling happy that she and Derek would have to share a room again. What was wrong with her? She wasn't in a real marriage. Why did she constantly need to remind herself of this?
"That's fine," Derek said. "I know you have nowhere else to go."
Relief flooded over Brielle's features. "You're right, I don't. Thank you for letting me crash here. Hopefully it won't put you guys in an awkward position."
"It's fine,"
Derek ground out, shutting the door. He made a face, then smoothed out his features.
"Well, that was the family room."
"Looked cozy."
"Yeah,"
he said under his breath.
"Let's finish the tour."
He showed her the home gym and theater room in the basement. Then they went upstairs to see the guest bedroom and the office, which had Derek's lighting and camera equipment in the corner. The master bedroom sat nestled in the upstairs turret. Large windows let in a cascade of light. She loved the way the master bedroom felt special in the circular room. This is perfect.
"I'm sorry Brielle moved in for a week or 2. That sort of ruins my plans to make the spare bedroom your sewing room. I can kick her out if you're uncomfortable in here with me."
"Oh, no, that's fine. She can stay." Nara touched the soft duvet. "I don't want to kick her out. She's your sister."
"Okay, I'm just a little worried about it."
"Why?" Nara asked.
"She doesn't know."
Derek gave a lame motion toward the staircase.
"You know, the truth."
"Oh, well, then this will really be a good trial run. If we can fool Brielle, we can fool anyone."
"I guess."
He looked so disheartened, like he was sure they would be found out and disgraced. She walked to him and put her hand on his shoulder. "Hey, it's fine. All we have to do is practice our PDA in front of her." Nara winked. A delightful blush colored his cheeks, and Nara decided this next week was going to be fun. Chapter 21. Derek rolled over again, trying to find a comfortable position. It was just impossible with Nara next to him to get any sleep. He'd tried. Hadn't been able to sleep at all last night, and tonight was looking to be another anxious night full of pent-up energy. Finally, he sighed and quietly slid out of bed. It wouldn't do him any good to just lay there. And his tossing was probably disturbing Nara's sleep. He just needed to think for a while. He slipped on a pair of slippers from his closet and then snuck down the staircase, making sure it didn't creak. The moonlight filtered in the windows so he didn't have to turn on any lights. He grabbed an apple from the fruit bowl in the kitchen before opening the back door to the patio. The cool night air felt good against his skin. He sat in one of the deck chairs and took a bite of his apple. A small copse of trees behind his house held shadows of the night. He stared into them, wondering what creatures were awake back there. An owl hooted, and he smiled. That owl had been living in the tree behind his house since he moved in. For some reason, he loved listening to its haunting sound. He took another bite of his apple. It was colder than he'd expected. A breeze sent a shiver through him. He probably wouldn't be out a long time tonight. Too bad. He liked sitting out on his deck when he couldn't sleep. Nara was upstairs sleeping in his bed. That thought should have made him happy, but instead, he couldn't stop the voice inside his head from ruining everything. The one that said she was not his wife. The one that told him it was really a sham of a marriage, as she had put it. He'd done what Richard had wanted and gone along with this scheme, but things weren't going to work the way he'd hoped. And at the end of these 2 years, he would just have more heartache than had he never married Nara to begin with. The door creaked, and he turned to see Nara wrapped up in a duvet from their bed. She stepped out. "Derek?" "Yeah?" "I thought I heard you come downstairs, but I couldn't find you. Then I saw a shadow on the deck. What are you doing out here? It's freezing." "I just needed some fresh air. I'll go in soon. You didn't have to come looking for me." Instead of going inside, as he figured she would, she closed the door and plopped down on the chair next to him. "Here," she said, offering him half the comforter. He scooted his chair closer to hers and tucked the duvet around him. "Thanks. That's warmer already." "The moon is bright tonight." Nara pulled her knees up and hugged them to her chest under the blanket. "Yes." He looked down at the apple in his hand. He didn't want to eat it in front of her. "Want a bite?" As soon as he asked, he regretted it. Who offers an already half-eaten apple to someone? Gross. She was not going to want to eat off an apple he had bit out of. What was he thinking? But instead of making a face and telling him he was disgusting, she grabbed the apple and took a bite. "Thanks," she said, around the food in her mouth. He was too surprised to say anything. He simply stared at her. "So, you come out here often?" she laughed, the melodic sound carrying over the night air. "Geesh, that sounded like a pickup line." He chuckled. "Yeah, it did." She nudged him. "Well, look at that. The Emperor can laugh." Her words stung, and he sobered. He listened to her crunching on the apple for a few minutes before she stopped. He glared at her. "You ate the core?" "Yeah. Well, not the stem or seeds, but you can eat everything else." Why didn't he know that? She tucked the duvet around her shoulders. "I love the sound of that owl." For some reason, that made him like her even more. "Me too." Something poked him, and he fiddled with the corner of the duvet, working out a feather. He wanted to ask Nara something, but couldn't quite gather up the courage. After another moment of silence, he decided he needed to just say it. "Why do you call me Emperor?" Her eyebrows shot up in surprise. "What?" He shrugged. "I mean, I guess I understand. You don't like how serious I am. I'm not always easy to get along with, and I'm not like the guys you usually date. I'm pretty unlikable." Nara's eyes widened and she held up a hand. "Wait a minute. You think I call you that because I don't like you?" His insides twisted and he scanned the trees, not sure exactly how to answer that. "Well, yeah. I guess that's what it boils down to." She reached out to him under the blanket, placing her hand on his. "That's not it at all." He turned to look at her. "You called me Your Imperial Highness your entire senior year because you said I was too stuffy to be a commoner." I was just joking around.
You said I had to stick so far up my...
Okay. Nara closed her eyes. I get it. I was mean to you. Derek swallowed down the lump growing in his throat.
You weren't mean. You just hated me.
Nara blinked and he could see the moisture gathering in her eyes. I didn't hate you. Is that what you thought? Acid burned in his stomach.
Yeah,
he said quietly. Sheesh, Derek. I'm sorry. She looked stricken. I didn't mean it that way. I guess my instinct is to always be snarky. And yeah, maybe I got mad at you sometimes, but I didn't hate you. She leaned closer to him, reaching up to touch his cheek. I never hated you. He didn't want to be a jerk, but he wanted to know the answer.
So why do you call me that?
Because I like you. Wait, what? She called him that because she liked him? How did that even make sense?
I don't get it.
Before she knew what she was doing, she stood and climbed onto his lap, curling up against him. It started out as a joke. You know, something to bug you with? But now that I know you better, that's more of a term of endearment. She snuggled into him, and he suddenly had trouble thinking of why he ever disliked the term. Maybe it wasn't so bad, especially if it meant she liked him. I never meant to hurt you, she said. I'll stop calling you that if you'd like.
No.
His heart rate picked up.
No, it's okay. You don't have to stop.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
He kissed the top of her head without thinking, and then froze. Did she feel that? Would she say something about it? But she didn't seem to react, so he just pressed his cheek to her head and breathed in the scent of her. Now I feel bad, she said, her voice so quiet he could barely hear her.
Don't feel bad.
But I do. Here I was joking around with you, thinking you thought it was as funny as I did. She looked up at him, her eyes large. But you thought I was being mean. He brushed over her cheek with the backs of his fingers.
You know what I like about you?
She shook her head. No.
I like how you see the world differently.
A small smile flitted over her lips. Do you know what I like about you? He was enjoying everything about this game.
No, what?
I like how forgiving you are.
Oh, really?
Yep, super forgiving, like totally. She pulled near. He liked the feel of her so close to him. It made his pulse quicken.
Well, do you know what I like about you?
His owl hooted in the distance. It sounded like it had flown to another tree. Nara's smile widened. You'd better tell me before I imagine up all sorts of things. He could say all sorts of things, but he wouldn't. He would behave.
I like your smile.
Nara's eyes sparkled in the moonlight. I like yours, too. She reached out and gingerly touched his lips, like she had yesterday on the plane. Oh, you two are so adorable. The sound of Brielle's voice startled him, and he jumped up. Unfortunately, that meant that he deposited Nara on the deck with a thud.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
He rushed to pick up Nara, who was now tangled in the duvet, while Brielle laughed behind him. Oh, that's classic there, bro. Classic. You're such a nerd.
What are you doing up?
He asked as he finally got Nara upright. Man, he sounded like a parent. He hated when parental things came out of his mouth, but that's what he'd been to Brielle for the past how many years. It was hard to stop. Brielle just laughed again and walked out onto the deck. You guys are hilarious. Don't let me interrupt you by all means. I just came out to see what was going on. You didn't forget I was here, did you?
No,
he said, his ears heating up like a toaster.
I didn't.
Brielle waved her hand around. Sit down, you two. Geesh, don't get all embarrassed. Derek sat, suddenly self-conscious of his striped pajamas and the way Nara had been sitting on his lap. Nara, on the other hand, had a sly smile on her face and didn't seem to mind at all snuggling up to him like she'd been doing before. She pulled the blanket around them again. "Now you just go back to making out. I'll pretend I didn't see a thing." Brielle looked out at the trees. Nara put her arms back around his neck. "Did you hear that? Your sister thinks we should make out." What was Nara doing? "Come on. Kiss me." Nara closed her eyes and puckered her lips. Tempting, but he knew she was just joking around with him. "I'm not making out with you while my little sister is out here." Brielle snorted. "Okay, fine. I'll go back inside." Wait, what? His brain decided to function again. Nara was being all flirty with him, wanting to kiss him because Brielle was there. And now she was leaving? "No, don't leave," he said quickly. "I have to now. The last thing I want to see is my brother making out. Gross." She stepped across the deck and through the kitchen door. The click told him she was gone. "Darn," Nara said, her lower lip jutting out into a pout. "I was hoping to practice our PDA." Derek wasn't sure exactly what had gotten into Nara, but he still had the crazy notion to play along with her. She could still be watching. Nara's eyes widened, and she nodded. "Oh, you're right. She could." His heart thumped as he stared into her brown eyes. Was he going to do what he thought he was going to do? For a split second, his brain told him this was a bad idea, but he shoved that aside and pulled Nara closer to him. "We'd better act like we're really married," he whispered. Nara nodded. "We'd better." He could barely believe he was given permission to kiss her, but he wasn't about to ask for clarification. He brushed his lips over hers, the same wild sensation as before cascading over him. Her lips were warm and soft, and he pressed closer, his lips dancing over hers. Nara's fingers tangled into his hair, and she responded to his kiss with a soft, guttural moan. Fire skittered over his skin, igniting him with heat and longing. Nara was everything he wanted, and he couldn't believe she'd flirted with him, practically begging him to kiss her. He didn't hold back. He kissed her with all the energy he had, all the years of wanting and needing her, but not having her. He kissed her with his whole soul. As he kissed her, his brain tried to figure out why she'd flirted with him, why she'd asked to be kissed. A small part of him thought that maybe she was coming around. Maybe she didn't really hate him like she'd professed tonight. Maybe she liked him. The thought shot through him like a bolt of lightning, and he deepened the kiss. Nara pulled him closer, her response making his heart go crazy in his chest. He was kissing the love of his life, and she was kissing him back. And then, of course, his brain tried to ruin it all by wondering what this kiss meant for them. Was this just a kiss in the middle of the night between two lonely people? Or was Nara kissing him because she wanted to be with him? He pulled back, taking in a large breath. Nara's gaze held him in place. Her lips were slightly parted, her breath coming out in short bursts of fog. He suddenly couldn't move, couldn't talk. But he had to. He needed to know. He forced the words to come out. "What are we doing here?" Chapter 22. Nara stared at Derek, not understanding his words. What were they doing? Wasn't it obvious? He stopped kissing her to ask her that? It was the most amazing kiss she'd ever had, and he decided to pause to talk about what they were doing. She wanted to smack him upside the head, but instead she just gave him a shy smile. "Kissing." "I know kissing, but what exactly are we doing?" "Just kissing," she said, letting some of the exasperation she was feeling into her voice. "That's all. We're not solving world hunger." "I know, but—" He shook his head. "Never mind." She wanted to pull him back down for more kisses, but the mood was ruined. The fire had been doused, and disappointment now pressed down on her like a thick fog. "Are you tired yet?" He nodded. "Yeah, I think I am." "Me too." That was a lie. She wasn't tired at all. She was energized and wanted to practice PDA for a while more. But she knew that had evaporated, like the morning dew in the sun. She stood up and gathered the duvet around her. "Let's go in." Derek set down Nara's sewing machine and surveyed the room. He had set up another table in his office for her so she could start to work on her entry for the fashion contest. They'd brought over 3 large plastic tubs of fabric from her father's house, and her rack for hanging clothes. She'd already hung several of the dresses. He kind of liked the pop of color in his office. Nara walked in carrying another tub and her sewing box. "Do you care where I put this?" "Nope. Wherever you'd like." Nara set it down on the table, then exhaled, and a strand of her hair shot up. It was adorable. "I think that's everything." He tried not to stare too hard at her. "Do you think you'll be able to make the deadline?" She bit her lip as she rummaged through one of the bins. "If I can find that dress, I'll be fine." She dug deeper. "Where do you think it is?" "Wait, I think I see purple. This might be it." She fished around a second longer, then tugged. The dress popped out. "Here it is." She held it up to herself. It was fancier than he'd imagined. One long sleeve, the fabric draping over the one shoulder and down the front. It was a good design, from his limited experience anyway. "Wow, that looks great." "You think so?" Her smile traveled to her eyes as she moved. The dress still held to her front. "I'd totally pick that as the winner." She laughed and smacked his arm. "Gee, thanks." He loved how playful she could be with him, and he tried to play along. "I'm serious. When they contact me to ask, because we both know they will, I'll tell them yours is the best one." She laughed again. "I knew I could count on you. Now all I need to do is work on my acceptance speech." He nodded, sobering his expression. "Yes, you'd better. You don't want to mess that up." She curled her hair behind her ear and draped her dress over the rack. "Thanks, by the way, Mr. Emperor." His eyebrows shot up. "For?" "I saw the strawberry syrup in the cupboard." She batted her eyes at him. "How did you know that was my favorite?" Brielle walked out of the guest bedroom, her hair pulled back by a scrunchie, loud work pants on. "Are you kidding me? He's been in love with you since forever. He knows everything about you." She jaunted down the stairs, leaving only a trace of perfume and his utter humiliation in her wake. Derek's mouth went dry and panic filled his chest. What had Brielle just said? And how was he supposed to react to that? Nara froze, her face unreadable. What? A swirl of thoughts assaulted him, and he couldn't catch his breath. Brielle just told the love of his life, his major crush through all eternity, that he'd been in love with her forever. He was so used to covering that part of him up that his first instinct was to deny it, erase it, make it so that didn't happen. But then another thought popped into his head. What if he just chuckled and said, "Yeah, you didn't know that?" What if he played it real cool and admitted to her for the first time that he'd had feelings for her? The thought made him balk, and he took a step back. He couldn't do that. It would be way too embarrassing. He wasn't that cool. He was awkward and stupid. The sweat forming on his forehead was proof enough. He could never pull that off. Seconds ticked by, and alarm shot through him. If he didn't say something, anything, she was going to know something was off. He had to react. Now. Derek made a face. "What?" Confusion clouded Nara's features. "Did Brielle just say that you've been in love with me for years?" His heart hammered in his chest, and he did the first thing that came to his mind. He pshawed. Mortification filled him. Did he just say pshaw? For real? What was he, 90? He forced out more words to cover up his embarrassment.
She was just joking around. You know Brielle, what a jokester she is. Always making stuff up.
Nara's eyes narrowed. Why would she say that? Derek had to make something up, and fast. Too bad his brain had left him. Hung up a sign that said, "I'll be back later, you moron." He had absolutely nothing. Nara just stared at him, so he opened his mouth and let a string of idiocy come out.
I think it's because of that one time.
He held out his hand and snapped his fingers, hoping beyond hope that something brilliant would come to his mind. Instead, he just stood there snapping like one of those guys from West Side Story.
You know,
he continued, now desperate for anything to fill the silence.
That one time we did that thing, and she joked about it, and we all laughed.
Sweat dripped down the side of his face. He wasn't doing a great job at this. He was totally screwing everything up. She would see through this. She would finally know how he'd felt about her after all these years. Nara tugged at her ear. Huh, I don't remember that. Derek let out a too loud laugh.
Yeah, it was funny. That's what she's talking about, joking about, that whole thing, but since you don't remember, it's not really funny anymore.
Why was he still talking? Why didn't he just shut up and get out of there? Yes, that's what he needed to do. Right now. Derek shoved his hands in his pockets.
Okay, I'd better go check on that thing. I don't want to wait too long or that thing might.
He had nothing in the oven. Nothing going on whatsoever, because they were still supposed to be on their honeymoon. He gave up and finally said, "You know." He brushed past her and rushed down the stairs, sweat stinging his eyes. His armpits felt like tiny saunas. He really needed to get out of there. Maybe go for a walk or go to the store. Sure, that would work. He grabbed his keys and headed to the garage, like he was on a mission. Nara was always complaining about him wearing suits. Maybe he could pick up some casual clothes. Yes, that was it. He needed them, now, before the world exploded, or before he had to face Nara again. Chapter 23. Nara watched Derek's car as he drove down the driveway and out onto the street. What was up with him? He was acting so strange. She shrugged and fished around her sewing tub looking for her book of patterns. She really couldn't contemplate Derek and his odd behavior right now. She had to gather what she needed to enter the contest. It took her several hours and a little bit of time filling out online forms, but finally, by 5 o'clock, she'd taken all the photos she needed and uploaded everything to the website. She was officially entering the Poise Design Contest. Her palms grew sweaty as she clicked the send button. Whew! It was done. She stood, nerves making her want to go running or something. She wiped her hands on her jeans. Nothing more to do now, other than to wait. A smell wafted up from downstairs and her stomach growled. Had she skipped lunch? Wow, she must have really been concentrating. She didn't normally skip meals. She sprinted down the stairs, wondering what Brielle was making. When she entered the kitchen, she stopped short. It wasn't Brielle cooking. Derek stood in front of the stovetop, a frying pan sizzling in his hand. He turned to glance at her. "Hey," he said. Brielle was sitting on a stool, a paperback in hand. She didn't look up from her book. "What are you making?" Nara asked.
"Just a sausage skillet dish."
She breathed in the aroma. "Smells delicious. Holy cow, I didn't know you could cook." Derek nodded, his spatula stirring the contents of the pan.
"I've learned to make some simple dinners over the years."
Feeling a bit flirty, and emboldened by Brielle sitting there, Nara walked up behind him and put her arms around his waist, snuggling into his back. "I got super lucky, marrying a man who knows his way around the kitchen." "You didn't know he cooks?" Brielle's nose wrinkled. Oh, shoot. She didn't think about it, but yeah, that probably was something she should have known. She tried to cover it up. I just didn't know he was so good. This smells divine. Oh yeah, he can make a mean soup too, Brielle grinned. Or, my favorite, nachos.
Taco night can't be every night, Derek said, as if he'd said it 1,000,000 times before.
Brielle huffed and turned the page in her book. I don't see why not. Tacos rule.
Will you set the table?
He asked, looking at Brielle. I'm on it. She hopped off her stool, tossing her book on the counter, and opened the cupboard. She pulled out 3 plates and walked to the table. She paused before setting them down. I've been dying to find out how you two finally got together. Because I know you've known each other for years, but last I knew, you were dating someone else. Brielle raised one eyebrow at Nara. So how did it happen? Nara shot a look at Derek, who cringed.
You know,
he said, turning off the heat to the burner.
That's a long story for another day.
Oh, come on. We have time. Tell me. She rummaged through the silverware drawer. Derek gave Nara a look that said, oh crap, now what? Nara shrugged, which meant, it's okay, lie to her. A panicked expression on Derek's face read as, I can't lie, I'm terrible at it. Nara gave him a pointed look that said, well, say something, she's waiting. Derek flicked his hand at her, which she interpreted as, you go first. Okay, Nara said. I'll tell you. It's a funny story, actually. Funny? Brielle smiled as she placed the silverware on the dark wooden table. Why? Because of all the funny things that happened. Nara racked her brain for something humorous she could say, and then cursed herself for telling Brielle it was amusing. Her mind was completely blank. To cover it up, she grabbed 3 glasses from the cupboard above the stove. Derek pulled out a trivet and placed the pan on the table.
Yeah, it was a scream.
What happened? Brielle did a little hopping thing, as if she couldn't stand not knowing anymore. Did you guys chat online? Brilliant. Nara jumped on it as she grabbed the pitcher of water from the fridge. Yes, we talked online. Except that wasn't funny. At all. She grasped at straws. But the funny thing was, we didn't know it was each other. Derek clapped his hands together and pointed at Nara. Yes, he said. Nara internally groaned. He was so right. He sucked at lying.
That's it, Derek said. We met in a chat room and started talking, not knowing it was each other.
Brielle made a face, her nose wrinkled. A chat room? Does anyone use those anymore? I thought those went away in the 1990s. Crud. Nara needed to salvage this. He means we met on Tinder. Oh, okay. Brielle nodded. Then she cocked her head to the side. But didn't you guys have your picture on there? Wouldn't you have known who each other was? Oh boy. How could Nara say Tinder? She knew it was a swipe right if you like the picture kind of app. She should have said something else. Anything else. Or just gone with the stupid chat room thing. Her hand shook as she poured the water. Well, I had used a fake picture, Nara blurted out, trying to cover up her mistake.
And mine was blurry, Derek said. It didn't look like me.
So when did you realize you were talking to each other? Nara needed to end this quiz session. Not long after. It was funny because I was like, hey, wait, I know you. And he was like, hey, I know you too. We laughed a bunch. To emphasize how funny it was, Nara forced a laugh. It sounded a bit like she was deranged, so she stopped. Brielle smiled. And you had this long-distance relationship for how long? How long? How long was believable for them to now be married? Derek just looked at her, waiting for her to say something. Over a year, Nara said, slipping into her seat at the table. But you dated that one guy, right? Brielle scooped up a helping from the skillet. Then she served the other plates. Yep, so that's why Derek and I didn't get serious, because I was dating Fathead, Cameron. Brielle snorted at that. I get that. Yeah, so after Fathead dumped me, we started talking more seriously, and then it was just this whirlwind of things that happened, and here we are, married. Nara grinned, and Derek nodded his head up and down like he was watching a tennis ball bouncing. That is so romantic. Brielle stuck her fork into a potato. I love how you guys just eloped. Who cares what everyone else thinks? I don't want a big wedding either. I think eloping is economical. It certainly was quick, Nara said, picking up her glass of water. Brielle pushed her food around. It would have been nice to have been there. A shot of panic sped up Nara's heart rate. She reached over and put her hand on Brielle's arm. Oh, sweetie, I'm so sorry. Things happened so quickly. Oh, it's okay. I understand. Brielle looked like she was trying not to frown. I'm sure you were just trying to get married quickly, not really thinking of family. Nara exchanged glances with Derek. This was not good. She hadn't thought about what Brielle might think, not having been invited to the rushed ceremony. We thought of you, Brielle, he said. You were just involved in school, and we didn't want to make you feel bad. Knowing you had classes the day we decided to get married, I think your education is more important. Nara worried her bottom lip, nervous that Brielle would be upset, but she just smiled at them. I knew it was something like that. You guys are so in love you couldn't wait. Yes, exactly. Nara reached over and took Derek's hand. She ignored the tingles that shot through her. She was getting used to it every time they touched. We're too in love. I can totally tell. You guys look so cute together. Derek's phone rang and he pulled it out of his pocket. He looked at the screen and mouthed, "It's your dad." Then he stood and left the room. Nara grunted and dropped her fork on her plate with a clang. What was her father calling Derek for now? Brielle's gaze traveled over her. You okay? Yeah. Brielle gave her a look that signified she didn't believe her. Okay, maybe I'm upset that my father keeps calling Derek instead of me. Like when he went into the hospital. He calls Derek. I'm his daughter, why didn't he call me? Sympathy filled Brielle's eyes. That does suck, but, Derek talks to your dad all the time about stuff. I mean, he's practically a father to him, too. Nara knew Derek was with her father all the time. They worked together. A lot. But she didn't realize they had more of a personal relationship as well. How so? Well, whenever Derek needed anything, which was a lot after Mom and Dad died, your father was the one he called. And when I decided that roller skating in the house was a great idea and tripped on the threshold, your dad was the one that came over to check my leg. He took me to the hospital to get the x-ray, and even stayed with Derek until the cast was on. I kind of remember that. I was in high school, I think. Yeah, you were. Brielle nodded. Derek just started relying on him for all kinds of stuff. He probably calls your dad 3 or 4 times a week just to talk. Her throat grew tight as guilt surfaced in Nara. How often did she call her dad? She didn't remember the last time she'd picked up the phone to talk to him. He was always the one who called her. And she had no idea her father and Derek had that kind of a relationship. She picked up her fork and stabbed a slice of sausage. Oh. Brielle leaned forward, her elbows on the table. I honestly think your father is who saved Derek from going crazy when I was in high school. Going crazy? A smile broke out on her face. Yeah, I was a super hormonal mess. Talk about drama queen. And poor Derek didn't know how to handle it. Your dad talked him down from many ledges. Probably saved my life a few times, too. Her cheeks grew pink. I've settled down a lot since then. I promise. Nara laughed. I was a crazy hormonal mess growing up, too. I think all teen girls are. Derek walked into the room, his phone in his hand. All teen girls are what? Hormonal. Nara and Brielle said at once. Nara laughed. Why are you talking about teenage girls? No reason, Nara said. What did my father want? He's out of the hospital. Derek slid his phone into his pocket.
He wants us to come over after we eat.
A deep foreboding settled in Nara's stomach. Even though she knew she wouldn't be able to eat, she sat there and stared at her food for another 10 minutes. Chapter 24. Nara held her breath as she and Derek entered her father's home. The home she'd grown up in. The home that housed so much pain for her as a child. The past pricked at her as she took in the entryway. Nothing had changed. The large print of a great wave off Kawanga on one wall, the decorative table housing an antique Japanese vase, and her father's shoes nestled into the cubby. The only thing missing were her own shoes next to his. She braced herself as she breathed in the familiar scent of wood polish and pine sol. She wondered if Rosa was still coming twice a week, or if she'd moved on like everyone else. She shoved her hands into her jacket pockets and led Derek into the living room. "Dad?" she called.
"I'm here,"
he said, his voice coming from his study. Of course. He was always in his study. But when she walked in, she didn't find him at his computer where he normally sat. He was in his recliner, his arm in a sling. His hair was disheveled and his skin pale. He looked like life had beaten him down, and guilt tugged at her heart. Had she been a part of that? "Hey, Dad," she managed to say.
"Nara, Derek, please come sit down."
He motioned to the leather love seat that was in the corner. Nara sat and placed her hands between her knees. She knew already she didn't want to hear what her father was going to say. Derek put his arm around her shoulders, which was a sweet gesture. She appreciated that he was here with her.
"I don't know how to say this, so I'm just going to say it."
Her father paused and took in a breath.
"I have colon cancer."
Nara had prepared herself for it, but even though she knew he was going to say the word, it still sent a jolt through her. She pressed her lips together, waiting for the rest of it. The prognosis. How long did he have to live? Her father didn't say anything else, so Derek cleared his throat.
"What stage is the cancer?" "The doctors don't know yet. I go in for a CT scan tomorrow. If the cancer hasn't spread, there's a good chance of recovery. If it's spread to other organs..."
Her father's expression grew grim.
"If it's spread, then most likely they won't be able to cure it."
Ice formed in Nara's veins, and she had a hard time just sitting there. Her first instinct was to ask him how long he'd been struggling with symptoms, how long he'd waited to go to the doctor. She wanted to scream at him because she knew his nature. She knew he waited until he couldn't wait any longer, which meant a very good chance that this hadn't been caught early. But yelling at him wasn't going to help, so she clamped her jaw shut and stopped the words from coming out. She didn't want one of the last conversations she'd had with her father to end with her getting mad at him. "When will they know?" Derek asked, his voice soft, calm. How could he be so calm? She was a raging storm inside.
"Next week."
"How are you feeling?" Derek asked.
"I'm okay."
The hesitation told her everything she needed to know. Nara squeezed her hands, desperately trying not to come undone. Her father did this to himself. Why was everyone just sitting there like it was okay? She wanted to shout at the top of her lungs how unfair this was for him to do to her. He was a selfish man, even in death. There was no other way to frame this. Selfish and prideful. But even as she grew angry inside, she knew she shouldn't be. Her roommate in college had a brother with colon cancer. He'd had surgery and a little chemotherapy and was fine. The cancer was totally gone now. Maybe the same would happen with her father. As Derek talked with her father, she became impatient. Her leg wouldn't stop bouncing. She wanted to get out of there, needed fresh air. But they kept on talking until she thought she would suffocate from the muggy smell in the room. "Okay," Derek finally said, then stood and clasped his hands together. "At least we know what we're dealing with. I hope your wrist feels better soon." He crossed the room and gave her father a hug. Nara swallowed down more guilt. Why was it so easy for Derek to hug her father? It looked so natural for them. And here she was suddenly feeling anxious that if she didn't hug her father, things would turn awkward. But if she did, it would be strange and obvious she was trying too hard. Derek stepped back from her father, and she knew if she didn't stand and cross the room now, she wasn't going to do it. She forced her legs to work. As she approached her father, she saw the look of surprise on his face. It cut her to the core. Was she that cold toward him? She lowered herself to him, giving him a quick embrace. Then she stood back and shifted her weight, unsure of what was appropriate to say. "Let us know when you hear something." He nodded. She turned to leave, but her father caught her wrist with his good hand. "Wait." Nara turned back to him, the room suddenly too hot. "What?" Her father's features softened, and he gazed at her a moment. "I know I haven't been a good father to you." Her throat grew tight, and she shook her head. She didn't want to hear a deathbed speech. Not right now. Not any time. "Don't." The words slipped out without her meaning to say it, but she didn't take it back. "I just need to tell you." He stopped and swallowed, letting go of her wrist. "I'm sorry. I screwed up. I didn't know how to be a parent to you. Not alone. I was grieving as well and didn't realize it." His voice caught, and emotions played across his features. "I really messed up." Nara couldn't breathe, couldn't speak a word. She'd waited her whole life to hear him apologize for leaving her to deal with her mother's absence by herself. But now that he was saying the words she longed to hear, they only made her angry. Why hadn't he said these words before? Why had it taken all her life? She pressed her lips together, unable to handle the emotions that coursed through her. "Yes, you did," she said, her voice low. "You were so young, and I was so inadequate." "You were my father," she said, spitting the words out at him. And now that they were out, more kept coming. "I needed you, and you weren't there. I know you hated Mom for leaving, blamed her for everything, but it wasn't all Mom's fault. You left me, too." Unwanted tears streamed down her face, but she didn't stop to wipe them. Her father flinched as if she'd slapped him in the face. "I didn't know how to deal with the situation." "So you didn't." Nara stepped back from him, hurt and resentment swelling in her chest. She had thought she had grown immune to his actions, but apparently that wasn't the case. "You're right." Her father dropped his gaze. "I ran away." "You left a little girl to fend for herself." The tears kept coming, but she couldn't hold back. She'd wanted to say these words to her father for many years. "At least Mom told me she was leaving. You didn't even have the decency to do that. You just broke every promise you ever made to me. You left everything to Grandmother." "I know, and now it's too late," he said, his voice cracking. Annoyance burned the back of her throat. She wasn't going to accept that. Couldn't accept it. "What do you mean, too late? You don't know that. You think you're gonna die? Well, let me give you some news. We all die. You think apologizing now after telling me you have cancer is gonna make it all better?" She clenched her hands into fists. "I've got news for you. It's not gonna work. You're not dying, and I'm not gonna just let the past 20 years evaporate." She was too upset to stand there any longer. She pushed past Derek and stalked out through the house to the car. Derek followed after her. "Nara," he called when they got outside. She turned around, facing him, the chilly night air stinging her wet cheeks. "What?" The word came out forceful, like a weapon. Derek stood there gazing at her while she tried to regain her composure. She was glad he didn't tell her to calm down, or she would have lost it. Instead, he just reached out and gently took her hands in his. He didn't speak, he simply let her be. She wanted to scream, to run away from him, but she couldn't do that to him. A strange part of her needed Derek, and she realized this as she threw her arms around him and buried her face in his chest. The tears didn't slow as she clung to him, his warm arms around her. Had she really just yelled at her father after he confessed to having cancer? She couldn't believe she'd done that, and guilt choked her as she tried to breathe. She was the worst daughter of all time. Chapter 25. Derek listened to Nara's even breathing as he lay next to her in bed. His heart ached for her, for the relationship that she didn't have with her father, for all the years of hurt and pain she'd suffered, and for the conversation that ended in disaster this evening. He knew she wanted to mend things with her father. He also knew how difficult it was for her. If he could erase all the years of agony, he would in a heartbeat. The moonlight flittered in through the blinds, landing on her silky, soft hair. It splayed around her, over her pillow, and he couldn't help but reach out and touch the delicate strands. They slid over his fingers, causing him to catch his breath. Nara stirred and rolled over, startling him, and he jerked his hand back. She stared at him in the dark. "What were you doing?" "Nothing." The word came out like a BB gun pellet. She squinted at him. "You moved your hand when I rolled over." "I wasn't touching you." Okay, that might have been a lie. Or half-lie. He was touching her hair, which technically wasn't part of her, except that it was attached. "Then what were you doing?" "Do I have to answer?" Her eyebrows knit together and she scoffed. "Yes?" Dang. The longer he resisted, the worse she would think it was. How embarrassing. He had to confess. "I just wanted to see if your hair was soft." A look crossed her face that he couldn't read. Then it vanished, and she smiled. Was it? Oh man, what was he supposed to say to that? He swallowed, trying to think of something non-creepy. "I guess." I guess? That's what came out? He was such an idiot. He should have gone right to sleep. Nara shifted, scrunching up her pillow so it supported her better. "I'm sorry about the awkwardness with my father tonight." He gave her a funny look. "There was awkwardness? I didn't notice." She snorted and shoved his shoulder. "Funny." He sobered. "No, seriously, it was good that your father owned up to the past." Derek mulled over what else to say. He didn't want Nara to feel bad, but her father had been painfully honest with him over the years about how he felt, and he regretted everything having to do with Nara. She bit her lower lip. "I shouldn't have said what I did." He sat up a little and leaned on his hand. Nara's eyelashes were so long. He'd never paid attention before. Maybe he noticed because the moonlight shone on her face in just the right way. He tentatively reached out and pushed a strand of hair from her face. "You had all that bottled up for a long time. It probably needed to come out." She nodded. "Yeah, but now was a crappy time. He just found out he's got cancer." The last sentence came out as a whisper. "I know, but it might not be serious. We don't know yet. And that's probably why it's even worse that I decided to let him have it tonight." She looked down, breaking eye contact. Derek felt immensely underqualified to give her comfort. He knew she was in pain, that all her words came from that place of agony, but had no balm to offer her. She would never find relief until she let go of the anger she held onto. But how do you tell someone this? He hooked his finger under her chin so she would look at him. "I know you went through a lot with your father, but I want to see the two of you happy. I don't know how much time he has left. Maybe a matter of months. Or he could make it through this and have years left on this earth. I don't know. All I know is I love you both and want what's best for you." It wasn't until her eyes widened that he realized exactly what he'd done, what he'd said. He'd just admitted to her that he loved her. His heart thumped so loud in his chest that he was afraid she could hear it. She didn't say anything at first, only stared at him as the seconds ticked by. Her expression was one of surprise, and then confusion, and then curiosity. Finally, she opened her mouth. "Did you mean that?" she asked softly. Oh, great. She was calling him out on it. He hoped she'd ignore that part, maybe even let it skim over her without her really listening. But no such luck. She wanted to know if he really meant he loved her. His palms got sweaty, and he had a hard time breathing. "Mean what?" he said, his voice squeaky high. "Did you mean what you just said?" She stared at him, her gaze intense. "Do you love me?" He grew dizzy, probably because his heart raced at a crazy speed, and he couldn't seem to get enough oxygen in. He had to say something, anything, but his brain didn't work. Now would be the perfect time to tell Nara he was in love with her. All he had to do was say one word. Yes. That's it. He forced out the word yes. He whispered, putting behind it all the emotion of his first confession of love. His mouth dried out and he froze, not moving a muscle as he waited for her reaction, for her to do or say something. But she didn't. She just stared at him until the temperature in the room grew uncomfortable. What was she thinking? Why wasn't she saying anything? He started to panic and more words flew from his mouth. "Of course I do. You're like a sister to me." Nara swallowed, her face a careful mask, not showing any emotion. "A sister?" Desperation tightened his chest, and he broke out in a sweat. Did he really just confess and then take it back? Sister? What was he thinking? She was no more his sister than she was his cat. He loved her fully, like a man loves a woman. And he had to go and mess up his one chance to tell her. But now she was staring at him, and he had to say something. "Yeah, you know, we've been through a lot together." Lame. He should have taken back the sister thing. He just didn't have the nerve. He was a spineless squid. He really shouldn't be allowed to talk anymore. Nara blinked, then rolled over onto her back. "We have." The mood in the room shifted, but he wasn't sure what it meant. The air cooled, and he laid back as well. She wiped at her face, and he wondered if she was crying. It made sense if she was. She'd had a really emotional night with her father. He wanted to comfort her, but felt extremely awkward after their conversation, so he pretended he didn't notice. She lay still for a few minutes before speaking. "Thank you for being there for me, even when I'm a terrible person." His heart broke. "You're not a terrible person." "Okay, not a terrible person. I'm a horrible daughter." "No, you're just hurt. You need to heal." "How do I do that?" She turned and looked at him. He gathered up his courage. He needed to tell her to let go. It was the only way for her and her father to make things right. "You need to let go of the anger." She nodded, blinking rapidly, and now he knew for sure she was crying. "How? I want to, I just don't know what to do." "It might help to talk it out. Have you thought about going to see someone?" "Like a therapist?" "Yeah." She wiped again at her cheek, turning away from him. "No, but maybe I should. Maybe that would help." He hated to see her cry. It broke him into pieces. He reached out to touch her shoulder, but then stopped, second-guessing himself. Finally, he pulled his hand back, hoping she didn't notice. "I think it would." "Okay." She curled into herself. "I'll call tomorrow." He rolled over so he wouldn't see her anymore. Wouldn't be tempted to touch her, pull her close to him. He had to let it go. He didn't have the courage to tell her how he felt, and he didn't dare show her how he felt. He was a coward, and he would probably end up alone because of it. But that was better than being rejected by Nara. That would shatter him. Chapter 26. Nara woke the next day with a massive headache. Stupid crying last night. Stupid conversation with Emperor Derek, and stupid reactions to his stupid words. Derek wasn't in bed, and she figured he'd gotten up and gone to work. She put on her slippers and padded into the kitchen to grab a bottle of her life's blood. She opened the fridge and snagged a 12-ounce Diet Coke. Maybe that would calm the throbbing pain behind her eyes. For one glorious moment, she thought he was telling her that he loved her, that his feelings for her had grown over the last week they'd been together. She thought he was confessing. That was the dumbest thing in the world, because he didn't mean that he was in love with her. He meant that he loved her as a sister. The word gave her a bitter taste in her mouth. He thought of her as a sibling, like Brielle. Why had she thought that maybe he had more feelings for her? Must have been that stupid flirting and kissing when Brielle was out on the porch with them. It was late at night, and she'd been feeling bold. And Derek was probably wondering what the heck was wrong with her, why she'd been acting so stupid. What a fool she was. She shook her head and drank her Diet Coke. The combination stung her throat and made her nose tingle. She didn't care. She needed it if she was going to survive the day. Not only did she have to spend the day pretending it was okay that Derek thought of her as a sister, today was also the day her father would find out if the cancer had spread. Brielle shuffled into the kitchen, her hair in a messy bun, a bathrobe on. She moaned and plopped down on one of the kitchen bar stools at the counter. I'm doomed. What happened? She closed her eyes and dramatically let her head fall onto her arms. Levi texted me. Levi? The jerk who dumped you? Nara sucked in a breath and flinched at her words. That might not have been the nicest way to put that. Why were her words always faster than her brain? Yes, she said, her voice muffled. What did he say? Brielle lifted her head. He wants to get back together. No, Nara said, her mouth dropping. He didn't. Brielle's face contorted. He did. And you know what's worse? Don't tell me you said yes. She shook her head. Not yet, but Nara, I want to. I don't know what's wrong with me. You're human. Nara stepped to her and put her hand on her shoulder. You cared for him. I loved him. The conflict inside her was plain on her face. But when he broke up with me, it destroyed me. I don't want to risk that again. Yet, I can't stop thinking about him. I don't know what to do. If you don't ever see him again, will you be okay with that? She sniffed. I don't know. Why did he break up with you? She shrugged. I don't know that either. Maybe you need to find out the answers. That might help you figure out what you need to do. Derek walked into the room, a camera around his neck and sporting a pair of jeans. Nara almost swallowed her tongue. When had he purchased jeans? Must have been yesterday when he went shopping. Dang, he looked mighty fine in them. What was he trying to do? Kill her? Her heart rate tripled. What you need to do about what? He asked. Nara glanced at Brielle, waiting for her to tell Derek. It wasn't her story. Brielle groaned and buried her face in her hands. Levi wants to get back together. Derek stiffened, his back muscles showing through his t-shirt. That's easy. Tell him to jump off a cliff. Brielle huffed and hopped off her stool. Thanks, but Nara had much better advice. Maybe you should stick to taking pictures. She exited the room, brushing past Derek. He turned to Nara, frowning. What did I do? Nothing. Just let her figure it out. She still loves the guy. She took a swig of her drink, then pointed to his camera. "Where are you going? I thought you'd be at work today."
"Your dad doesn't want me back until next week. He said we should still be on our honeymoon, so he wants me to stay away from the office."
He lifted his camera.
"I thought I'd go out and take some photos."
He paused, then said,
"Want to come?"
Was that a pity invite? She wasn't sure, but she nodded anyway. What else was there to do? She didn't want to lounge around the house all day waiting for her father to call, bemoaning the fact that Derek didn't love her. Although the thought of spending the day with Derek sounded a bit like torture. But what could she do? She'd already nodded. "Sure," she said, already regretting the decision.
"Okay, great. It's supposed to be a nice day. In the 70s.
Nice. The perfect weather to spend time with someone who thinks of you as a sister. She rubbed her forehead. "I'll need a few minutes. Can you wait for me to get ready?" He nodded.
"Yes."
Nara went upstairs, glad her headache had subsided a bit with the caffeine. She didn't want to fight a headache all day. She already was setting herself up for a terrible day. She should go back downstairs and tell Derek she didn't want to go after all. Make up some excuse. But in the end, she couldn't do it. Maybe it was dumb, but she wanted to spend the day with him. She quickly dressed and slipped on her good walking shoes. She wasn't sure how long they'd be out taking pictures, but she thought maybe it would be a good idea. As she joined him back in the kitchen, passing by several framed photographs, she realized they may not be Ansel Adams' prints. They might be Derek's. She stopped short to take a closer look. Sure enough, his signature was in the bottom corner. She entered the kitchen, pointing at the picture in the hallway. "You took all these photographs?" He shrugged.
"Yeah."
"Derek, these are fantastic. I thought you paid a lot of money for these." Her face heated. "Wait, that didn't sound as great coming out of my mouth as it did in my head." He did his little smile not smile thing.
"It's okay. I know what you meant."
"They really are wonderful. You captured the light perfectly. The images are moving. You could totally sell these." He seemed to grow self-conscious.
"I don't know. I'm not really a professional."
It struck her that she and Derek weren't so opposite. He lacked confidence in his skill as a photographer, just like she did in her fashion design. At least he'd pushed her to enter that contest. She felt good about it. "You could be. Just saying." Nara slapped his shoulder and headed toward the door, hoping to keep the atmosphere light. "Let's go. You can show me your favorite picture-taking spots." An hour later, they were hiking along the trails of Griffith Park, Derek snapping shots as they walked. Nara tried not to pay too much attention when he squatted down, his muscles straining against his t-shirt. She didn't want to think about how attracted she was to him right now. "I'm like a sister to him," she repeated in her mind, so she would stop oogling. He was nothing more than a temporary means to an end. After the 2 years, her father would give her what she wanted, and she could be out. Except, she kind of didn't want to be out. Was that stupid or what? She shook her head trying to clear it. What was she thinking? That she wanted to stay married to Derek? That was dumb. The park was the perfect place for photos. The trees gave enough shade that it wasn't too hot, but yet let in enough light for some amazing shots. The path they followed was paved, a nice width so they weren't crowded. Nara breathed in the scent of the sycamore trees. Living in California did have its perks. New York didn't feel like this in January. The path turned and forked, one side hugging the hill, the other side branching off onto a bridge. "Which way should we go?" she asked.
"Let's cross the bridge. I know of a great place down this way."
She nodded. "Okay." As they started across the bridge, her toe caught a loose board and she tripped. Derek reached out and grabbed her arm, catching her before she face-planted.
"Hey,"
he said. "You all right?" She stood there, inches from his face, her heart racing so fast she couldn't breathe. And when she finally did suck in air, It was filled with the masculine smell of Derek. Her knees grew weak, and all she could think about was how much she wanted to kiss him right now. She was such a loser. "I'm fine," she said, her voice sounding like she'd breathed in helium. He stared at her. "You don't look fine. Are you sure you're okay?" She tried to stand back from him, but her feet wouldn't work. "What do you mean?" "Your face is white." "It is?" She slapped her forehead at the stupid words coming out of her mouth. Derek nodded. "Yeah." She swallowed, trying to think of one intelligent thing to say. Anything. "I just tripped." And nope, she couldn't even do that. "I know." His gaze held a weight she couldn't put her finger on. She gave him a weak smile. "I'm fine, really." She backed away from him and he let her go. Man, what was wrong with her today? She really couldn't handle herself. Why was she so clumsy and stupid around Derek? It wasn't like she was a teenager in love. She walked to the middle of the bridge, her heart still hammering. She wasn't a teenager, and she wasn't in love. Right? Even though she was just thinking that staying married to him might be nice, that didn't mean she was in love. Derek stepped up beside her and lifted his camera to his face. He took a couple of shots, then leaned toward her, showing her the digital screen. "Look." Every muscle in her body tensed as she angled closer to him. She became acutely aware of every smell, every sound, every sensation that she took in. And of course, Derek had to go and put his arm around her. His warm hand pressed up against the small of her back. "Really great," she said, stepping back from him. She had to get away from him. Why did she agree to go anywhere with Derek? She should have known all she would do was get herself into trouble. And now she couldn't stop wondering if she'd somehow fallen in love with Derek. They hiked for another hour, Nara desperately trying to ignore the tingling sensations each time they brushed fingers, or he touched her back. She shouldn't torture herself with thoughts of being in love. He had no such feelings toward her. She had to keep her head on straight. They reached a park bench, and Nara motioned to it. "Let's sit." Derek nodded. "All right." "Do you think you got any shots that you can blow up into a print today?" He pursed his lips. "I'm not sure. I'll have to look at them more closely." "What determines which ones you make into prints?" "A lot of things, but mostly the mood." His phone chimed and he pulled it out of his pocket. He stared at the screen a moment before he turned to her. "It's a text from your father." Her stomach clenched. "What does it say?" "He's coming over in an hour. We'd better get back." Nara nodded, her mouth suddenly dry. She didn't want to know what her father would say, but she couldn't pretend it wasn't happening. She had to face this head on. Chapter 27. Nara twisted her wedding ring around and around, waiting for her father to arrive. Derek had told him they weren't home, so he'd given them time to get back. But now she was pacing the family room, waiting for his car to pull up and anxious to hear what he would say, and feeling guilty for how their conversation went yesterday. Derek motioned to the empty space beside him on the couch. "Do you want to sit?" Nara nodded and sat. She twisted her fingers, staring at the blank TV screen. Then she stood again and shook her head. "I can't. I feel like I'm going to throw up." Her father's limousine pulled up and his driver opened the door. This was it. She'd find out either way what the prognosis was. She walked to the front door with Derek and opened it. Her father had more color to his face. Seeing him made the guilt in her chest rise up into her throat. He gave her a nod as he walked in. "Nara?" He held a small box in his hands. "Please come in," Derek said. "We can talk in the family room." Her father followed them into the other room. He took a seat on the chair. Nara sat next to Derek on the couch. Her father fiddled with the box in his hands. Nara couldn't stand the guilt any longer. It suffocated her. "I'm sorry," she blurted out. She stared at the brown and green flecks in the carpet. For yesterday? For what I said? Her father shook his head.
I don't blame you. I'm sure you wanted to say those things for a long time.
I shouldn't have. She swallowed back more guilt. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry too, he said. For a lot of things.
He took in a large breath and then exhaled.
It's stage 2. It has not spread to my lymph nodes or the surrounding tissue. They can most likely cure it with surgery and chemotherapy.
Nara whipped her head up, sure he'd spoken wrong. What?
It's curable,
he said, a small smile finally forming on his lips.
It's going to be okay.
Derek breathed out a sigh as relief flooded through her. I'm so glad, he said. She nodded, tears pricking the back of her eyelids. That's good news. Her father sobered.
I have more I need to say.
She wasn't sure why this startled her. What is it?
First, I need to give you this.
He held out the box toward Nara. She was close enough to him that she extended her hand and took it. What's this?
It's what you wanted.
He lowered his gaze and clasped his hands together.
You fulfilled your end of the bargain. You married Derek.
She opened the box, her fingers trembling. Inside the packing material sat a small teacup and saucer. She pulled it out and touched the tiny blue flowers on the porcelain, tears welling in her eyes. This was the one thing she had asked for from her grandmother's estate, and her father had held it over her head, forcing her to marry Derek to get it. Derek leaned over, staring at the saucer. That's your inheritance? No, she said quietly. You assumed it was an inheritance. I probably should have corrected you, but... He placed his hand on her knee and sucked in a breath. No, I get it now. This was the cup you talked about. The one your grandmother put your hot chocolate in? She nodded, remembering how her grandmother's hands took great care with this cup. A flood of memories came rushing at her. The way her grandmother would hum when she was happy. The comforting feeling of sitting on her lap while she read a story. And the warmth of drinking the steaming liquid from the small teacup. She fingered the chip on the side. Yeah. Her father cleared his throat.
What I have to say next is going to be difficult for me.
That was an odd thing to say, and Nara's gaze snapped to his. What?
I was wrong to force you to marry.
His shoulders slumped.
I got the idea in my head that passing on the company would be much easier if you were together. It all made sense in my head at the time.
He motioned to Derek.
Your father helped build it with me, and you, he said, pointing at Nara. You never had any interest in dealing with it. But it's grown to be worth a lot of money. It made sense to give it to both of you, as a couple. Derek could run it, and you'd benefit financially.
He wiped his hands on his slacks.
But I overstepped my bounds when I insisted on this marriage, and I was wrong to withhold the teacup. I knew you wanted it for sentimental reasons.
Nara couldn't believe the words coming out of her father's mouth. What are you saying? After a pause, he said,
I'm releasing you from your obligations.
You mean you're saying we don't have to stay married for 2 years?
No, you don't.
A lump grew in her throat, and she blinked, trying to process the new information. Was her father letting her out? She could divorce Derek and move back to New York now? She could get her job back? Work her way up in the company? She could get everything she wanted. Then why was her stomach sour? Derek scrubbed a hand over his face. He had a weird expression on his face, one she couldn't read. Why are you doing this? Her father's face softened, and his gaze bounced between the two of them.
I hope you understand, Derek. I have to mend things with Nara. I made a mistake. I was wrong. And I need to make things right again.
Her father was doing this to make things right between them? For the first time in her life, her father was giving her the power. Instead of forcing her to bend to his will, he was letting her go, letting her take control of her own life. Emotions swelled in her, and she clutched the teacup to her chest. "Thank you," she said, the words choking on their way out. Her father stood.
I'll let you know when the surgery is scheduled.
Derek jumped up and walked to him. He gave him a quick hug.
I'm glad it was good news today.
Nara joined them as they walked to the entryway. For an awkward moment she stood facing her father, before she opened her arms and gave him an embrace. Her father hugged her tightly.
I'm sorry, he whispered, for everything.
Tears, once again, threatened to spill down her cheeks. She nodded, no words able to come out. After he left, she walked into the kitchen with Derek and took a stool. She set her teacup down on the counter and stared at it. It looked so small, delicate, like she felt right now.
You all right?
Derek asked. She nodded, her fingers splayed on the cool marble surface. Yes.
That went well, right?
Why was he asking her? He was there. Yes.
I know things aren't all better between you, but it seemed like you got a nice start. At least you know he wants to make things right.
She looked up at Derek and nodded again. He took a step toward her, then hesitated.
What did you think about what he said? About releasing us from this
marriage of inconvenience? The words just came out before she could stop them, and she immediately felt bad when he flinched.
Yeah.
What was he asking? If she was happy they could divorce now and go two separate ways? How could she answer that without lying? She stared down at the teacup. They'd only been married for 1 week, and not even really married. But in that short time, her feelings for Derek had grown. That was stupid, right? How could she admit to him that she actually had been looking forward to the next 2 years? She had to answer him, though. I'm glad, she said softly, so the lie wouldn't be detected. I'll get to move back to New York. The empty feeling in her chest went against her words. He smiled, but it seemed forced.
Right. You love New York.
It's where all the top fashion design companies are.
Yes.
He shoved his hands into his jeans pockets, even though it didn't look like they fit very well.
It is.
I've never been through a divorce before. I guess we need to contact an attorney? Or something?
Right. I'll get on that.
She picked up her teacup and saucer. Okay. I'm glad we got that worked out.
Do you think they'll take you back at your old job?
Probably. If they haven't filled the position yet. I'll call Chelsea and see. She chewed the inside of her cheek. Why did the thought of working for Chelsea again give her heartburn? Wasn't that what she wanted?
When do you think you'll leave?
His words stabbed at her heart. He wanted her gone. Of course. She was dead weight now that he didn't have to stay married to her anymore. She tried not to let his words hurt her. I'll see if I can get a flight tomorrow. He slowly nodded and rocked back on his heels. Then his head snapped up.
Hey, you can probably afford a better place in New York, now that you'll get half of my assets.
She hadn't thought about that. Half your money?
Right.
He motioned to her.
I'm sure that's what your father meant by us getting married anyway, so you'll be taken care of.
A strange feeling snaked through her. No, I don't want to take half your assets. That's totally not fair. We were only married for a week.
Right, but your dad wanted.
My father released me from any obligation. I didn't do this for the money. I want to make that perfectly clear to you. I don't want your money. She realized she was being loud and lowered her voice. This was never about the money.
I know.
He exhaled and scratched his chin.
It's just that your father wants
Derek, she said, interrupting him again. Listen, I don't want your money. I don't want my father's money. I want to make it on my own. And if I have to live in a one-bedroom apartment in the dumpiest part of town, I'll do it. She set her jaw. Because that's what I want.
Wasn't your father paying the rent where you lived in New York?
Yes, until he withheld it so I would cave and marry you. Don't you see? If I accept your money or his money, I'll never really be free, will I? I'll be a puppet. I don't want that anymore.
Is that what you think? That I'd only pay you if you did what I wanted?
She shook her head. No, not really. But don't you see how it could become that so easily? She stood and stepped toward him. I'll be okay. Let me do this on my own. All right? He dropped his gaze and nodded.
Okay, if that's what you want.
Yes, she said. That's what I want. She'd said the words with conviction, but an unease spread through her as she left the kitchen. She was going back to New York, to make it on her own. Why didn't that bring her the happiness she thought she'd have? Chapter 28. Derek paced the kitchen floor as Nara packed her clothes in the bedroom upstairs. She was leaving, and there wasn't anything he could do about it. Brielle walked in and opened the cupboard, rummaging. Hey, she said as she tossed him a cursory glance.
Hey,
he said back. Brielle apparently found the coffee mug she was looking for, because she pulled out a black one with gold lettering on it. He didn't have a black mug. She must have brought it with her. She placed it under the Keurig machine and grabbed a K-cup. When she looked at him again, she froze. What's up with you? You look like a zombie. That fit. He ran a hand through his hair and exhaled. Nara's leaving. Like, on a trip? Guilt slithered through him. He was going to have to confess to Brielle. That stunk.
No, like, leaving. For good.
Her eyes widened, and she staggered before grabbing the counter. Wait, what? Leaving you? As in you're broken up? He sighed and plopped down on a kitchen stool.
We never were together,
he mumbled, his chest feeling hollow. Brielle's eyebrows pulled together. You never were together. What does that even mean? Are you saying you lied about getting married? The way she was looking at him made him feel like scum. He shook his head.
No, we really got married.
Then tell me what's going on. She shoved in the K-cup and pressed the button to start her coffee. Derek would rather eat rat poison. But he already started to confess. He couldn't stop now.
We got married, but it wasn't real. It was a fake marriage to appease her father.
A fake marriage?
Or rather, a marriage of convenience.
Nara's words yesterday echoed in his head. A marriage of inconvenience. Why would you get married for 1 week? That doesn't make any sense.
It was supposed to be 2 years so Mr. Claymore could pass the company on to me, and therefore Nara and I could both benefit. But he released us from the obligation, so Nara is leaving. We'll be filing for divorce.
He felt like a truck had hit him, went into reverse, ran him over again, and then moved forward to get him once more. Brielle's expression was unreadable. So you're telling me the woman you've been in love with all your life married you to please her father? And now that's all over and she's leaving? He nodded, unable to say anything else. And you're just letting her go? Brielle's voice rose in pitch. Be quiet, he said, glancing toward the staircase. What if Nara heard her? Brielle took a step toward him, then slapped the back of his head. Ouch! What did you do that for? You deserved it. He gave Brielle a flat look. Nara wants to go back to New York. What kind of a jerk would I be if I tried to convince her to stay? Does she know you're in love with her? No. Wait. Brielle held up her hand. Didn't I tell her you've been in love with her forever? Derek moaned and put his head in his hands.
I told her that was a joke.
You what? Brielle hissed. So she doesn't even know you're totally, madly in love with her. Why hasn't that come up? And what were you doing on your honeymoon anyway? He shrugged. It's a marriage of convenience. We didn't do anything like that. But I saw you making out with her.
Yeah, that was just for show, to make you think we were in a real marriage.
Brielle slapped the back of his head again. He hopped off the stool and raised his hand like he was going to do it back to her. She stepped back. You're an idiot. A girl doesn't make out with a guy like that if she's just pretending. It would have been a peck. She likes you.
Then why is she upstairs packing to go to New York?
Brielle raised an eyebrow. Want me to go ask?
No.
He sat back down.
Don't.
Her mug was now full of coffee and she picked it up. Fine, suit yourself. Let the woman you love leave you. What do I care?
You don't understand.
Footsteps on the stairs silenced them both. Derek waited until Nara appeared before them, her jacket on and dragging 2 suitcases. Her gaze met Derek's for a brief moment before she looked at Brielle. She timidly bit her lower lip. Did Derek tell you I'm going to New York? Brielle rushed to Nara, embracing her. Yes, he told me everything. I'm glad I got to see you again before you left. Me too. Keep up the good grades in school, okay? Brielle nodded. And let me know how things are going with Levi. Shock flitted onto Brielle's face. How did you know I got back together with him? Nara patted Brielle's cheek. It was obvious. You still love him. Amazing how obvious some things are, but others aren't. She tossed a meaningful look at Derek. He shot her back a look that told her to shut up. What do you mean? Nara asked. Nothing. Have a safe flight. Brielle hugged her again and then stepped back. Derek took the luggage.
I'll drive you to the airport.
Nara glanced to the window, cringing. I actually called a cab. They'll be here in a second.
Why did you do that?
Was she that anxious to get away from him? He had to admit, that hurt. I didn't want to put you out. I've already put you out enough. This whole thing has been... She let her voice trail off, and she looked to the floor. I'm sorry. That's all I can say. I'm sorry my dad insisted on this. I'm sure it's been uncomfortable for you. Only the last 12 hours. But he didn't say that. He couldn't admit that he wanted her to stay, needed her to stay. It was selfish of him. He knew her dream wasn't here in L.A. How could he be selfish and try to get her to give up on what she loved? In the end, what came out of his mouth was, I could have driven you. The cab pulled up to the house. Nara shook her head. It's okay. Really. He tightened his grip on her suitcases. At least let me take these out. Nara nodded. Thanks. Derek wheeled the suitcases out the door and to the back of the cab. The driver came around and opened the trunk.
I can take those.
He turned around to face Nara, his heart in his throat. What was he to say to her? What could he say that will not make him crumble? He knew this marriage wouldn't last, but if he had known Richard was going to release Nara from her obligation after only 1 week, he may have made different choices. He opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. Nara quickly put her fingers on his lips. Shh. Don't say it. I don't think we should say goodbye, Mr. Emperor. I think we should say, see you later. His lips thrummed with the electricity from her touch. He looked up and took hold of her finger, removing it. He wanted to agree with her, beg her to tell him when she would see him next, but he knew it wouldn't be anytime soon. Still, he didn't want to argue with her. He stared into her warm gaze until time slowed. This was it. She was really leaving. He slowly let go of her finger. See you later, he said. She nodded and blinked a couple of times. Yeah. See you later. And then she hopped into the cab and shut the door. Derek stood there and watched as the cab drove down the driveway and turned the corner, carrying with it his heart. Chapter 29. A car honked as Nara dashed across the intersection, trying to catch the last second of the flashing walk sign. "Settle down," she called as she sprinted toward the building that housed Ava Designs. The coffee in her hand couldn't be anything but piping hot when she got there, or Chelsea would have a fit. Not for the first time since she'd gotten her job back a month ago, her mind flashed to how things had been before, with Derek. His face formed in her mind, and she struggled to keep her composure. She missed him with a fierceness she never thought possible. Her and Emperor Derek? It seemed so unlikely. And yet there was a hole inside her that opened up the day she got into the cab and left. A hole only he could fill. It made her days lonely and her nights almost unbearable. In such a short amount of time, he had become someone she could confide in, rely on. He'd become so much more than she had ever imagined he would. And she missed his kisses, his touch, his masculinity, everything about him. She looked down at the cheap ring she still hadn't had the courage to take off. She'd just slid it onto her right hand. It was stupid and sentimental, and yet she couldn't get rid of it. She pushed aside thoughts of Derek as she entered her building. Now was not the time. She had to pull herself together. She rushed to the elevator. The doors began to slide shut. "Hold the doors!" she yelled. Either the person didn't hear her or purposely pushed the door closed button, because they clamped shut 1 second before she got there. She grunted and pressed the call button about 1,000,000 times. "You suck," she said under her breath. Ugh, the last month had been a time warp back to her old life, except she was in a smaller, crappier apartment. She was still just getting coffee for other people living their dreams. On the plus side, Chelsea had liked her last sketches. She'd told her to make a couple of mock-ups. Too bad her sewing machine was still in L.A., at Derek's house. And now she was thinking of Derek again. She mentally smacked herself. Pull it together. Her phone chimed the notification that she'd gotten an email. Since she was stuck there until the next elevator, she pulled out her phone to see what it was. The words, "Poise Design Award," made her breath catch. It wasn't time to announce the winner yet. Was it? No, it couldn't be. It was too soon. But still, maybe it was telling her she'd made it to the next round. Or not. Her pulse raced as she touched the screen. "Dear Nara Claymore, we are sorry to tell you that your submission for the Poise Design Award has been disqualified. The dress design you submitted was copyrighted last year by Latigue Designs. We here at Poise take great pride in our design award and do not think lightly of plagiarism." The email went on, but Nara stopped reading. Her tongue stuck to the roof of her mouth. What are they saying? They think she stole the design from Latigue? How could she have? She created that from scratch 3 years ago. The elevator dinged and the doors opened. In a daze, Nara stepped into the confined space and pressed the button for the 11th floor. How could this have happened? She didn't even know that much about Latigue. She opened her browser with one finger while still holding Chelsea's coffee in her other hand. With her thumb, she searched Latigue and scanned the wiki article. 8 words jumped out at her and made it hard to breathe. Latigue Designs is a subsidiary of Ava Designs. Anger and humiliation coursed through her as she put 2 and 2 together. Chelsea had stolen her dress design. Bile rose in her throat. How many of her other designs had she taken and passed off as her own? It made her sick to think of all the designs she'd given her. The elevator doors slid open and Nara marched out and down the hallway. How dare she? This was her life's ambition. And Chelsea had ruined her reputation and stolen what was rightfully hers. She turned the handle and shoved the door open, letting it hit the wall with a loud thud. Chelsea's gaze whipped up to hers. "What's going on?" Nara's hand clenched around her phone as she stalked towards Chelsea's immense desk.
"How many?"
she said, between clenched teeth. Chelsea was the epitome of New York sophistication. Her blonde hair was perfectly wrapped up in a French style. Her heels matched her blood-red nails, and her black blazer and pencil skirt showed everyone she was a businesswoman through and through. The only thing that didn't match was the puzzled expression on her face. "How many what? I asked you to get me coffee. 1, which I see you have." She held out her hand in an impatient gesture. Nara seethed. "How many of my designs did you steal?" Her face morphed into a knowing smirk. Her gaze traveled over Nara, one eyebrow slowly rising. "You think your designs are worth stealing?" "Don't give me that. I know you stole my designs. I just want to know how many." Chelsea turned back to her computer, as if talking to Nara wasn't worth her time. "I haven't stolen anything from you." Nara's emotions sparked, and she couldn't stand there looking at Chelsea any longer. This woman had demeaned her too often, forced her to race to get her stinking coffee 3 blocks away when there was a perfectly fine coffee pot in the break room. She not only stole her designs, but her dignity as well. Nara loosened the coffee cup lid and tossed the contents at Chelsea. Unfortunately, it was still stuck in place, and all her flailing did was send a couple of tiny drops onto Chelsea's white shirt. But from her reaction, you'd think the whole thing had emptied on her. She shrieked and jumped up, her chair hitting the wall. Her face flamed red. "How dare you!" "Man, you went from uptight schoolmarm to demon from hell in 0.3 seconds flat." Nara tossed the coffee cup onto the desk. It toppled over and liquid gushed out. "I quit." "You're fired!" Chelsea yelled, grabbing the coffee. "No, I quit first." Before Chelsea had the chance to say anything else, Nara dashed out of the office and down the hallway to the elevator. As she pressed the button, she heard Chelsea yell, "Security!" Too late, Nara thought, as she stepped onto the elevator. She was so out of there. Her pulse raced and her hands shook as she exited the building. The smell of rotting garbage, mixed with car exhaust and a restaurant's breakfast menu, hit her as she walked on the pavement. It made her stomach turn. Right now, she hated New York. Her pace slowed as the events from the morning played over and over in her head. She couldn't believe what Chelsea had done. She'd stolen from her, ruined her. Now she was jobless, and if she didn't find a way to pay the rent, she would soon be homeless. The weight of her situation pressed down on her as she stepped over a steaming grate. Chelsea had been stealing her work, but how was she supposed to prove it? She had no high-powered attorney. She had no money to fight. She had no way to prove she'd created that dress 3 years ago. Her reputation was ruined, and there wasn't anything she could do about it. Visions of her dream job swirled down the drain, making her feel like throwing up. She needed Derek. She felt so alone right now, desperate. Her world was crumbling before her eyes and she needed a lifeline. But she couldn't call him. She hadn't spoken to him once since she'd left. She was so embarrassed that her father had forced them to get married. And she was embarrassed she'd acted so stupid for that week. Her face heated just thinking about it. How she'd sat on his lap on the porch and made out with him. How she'd practically thrown herself at him. And how he had carefully let her know that she was like a sister to him, not a wife. That was probably the most embarrassing. How kind he was toward her. How he'd known exactly what she wanted when she wanted it. And how she'd mistaken that for the kind of love that tilted her world. The kind of love she couldn't have now that she craved it. Tears flowed freely down her face as she unlocked her apartment door. Only the dingy walls and the tiny space greeted her. She walked into her bedroom and sat down on her bed. Her journal sat on the nightstand, and she picked it up. The worn leather cover, smooth with years of age, felt cool under her fingertips. She opened it and skimmed over the childlike handwriting. "I hate my father. He's so mean. He promised he would take me to the zoo today, but he spent so long at work that he didn't make it back in time. I had to stay at home and clean my room because grandmother made me. I'm so mad right now. She flipped the page and read another entry. Derek and I played checkers today. He totally cheated and I lost. What a jerk. The rest of the entries she read were similar. A child complaining about everything that made her mad. It was a whole lot of whining. She blinked, stunned. How had she never seen that before? Instead of writing the injustice of today in her journal, she stood, walked to the trash, and tossed it in. She was done with her book of pain. Derek was right. She needed to let go of her anger. It hadn't done her any good over the years. She slipped off her shoes and crawled into her bed, hugging Larry to her chest. Why did she even bring that unicorn to New York? All it did was remind her of Derek. Everything reminded her of him, and how he was no longer in her life. An emptiness filled her and she moaned. Job hunting could happen another day. All she wanted to do was go back to sleep. Chapter 30. Derek leaned back in his office chair, his eyes strained from staring at the computer screen for too long. He'd been working long hours since the day Nara had driven off in that stupid cab. Mr. Claymore had announced his plans to retire and turn the company over to Derek, and there had been a lot to do. But if he were being honest with himself, he was still at work at 6 o'clock on a Friday, not because he had so much work, but because he didn't want to go home to his empty house, the house that should have been his and Nara's for the next 2 years. He'd been such a coward the day she left. He should have told her how he felt. Brielle had been right all along. He was just too chicken to say the words, and now she was gone from his life once again. Only this time it hurt so much worse, because he'd almost had her. Maybe that was an exaggeration. He'd almost had her as his pretend wife for 2 years, but he didn't blame her father for going back on his plan. He wanted to have a better relationship with his daughter, and from what Richard had said, things were better between them. At least she talked to him now on a regular basis. Derek rubbed his eyes. He should go home. He just didn't want to. Was it terrible that he hadn't washed the pillowcase that Nara had used? Was it creepy that he found he could still smell the scent of her on it, if he closed his eyes and breathed in deep? His phone rang, the loud screeching sound of his ringtone. He made a mental note to change it. All it did was remind him of the time in the jacuzzi with Nara. It was Mr. Claymore. He frowned and stabbed at the answer button. Hello? Derek, I'm sorry to call on a Friday evening. I hope you didn't have plans. No, I'm actually still at work. Oh, I'm glad I didn't interrupt. I need to talk to you. I can't get a hold of Nara. Alarm shot through him. What was wrong with Nara? Was she okay? He sat up in his chair. What happened? I called her on Monday and she answered, but sounded really funny. Depressed, which isn't like her at all. She told me something bad happened at work and now was out of a job and possibly a career. Derek pressed the phone to his ear, his heart working overtime. Did she say what happened? Mr. Claymore sighed. Yes. She said she found out her boss had been stealing her designs from over the last few years. I guess the one she entered in the contest was one of them. They disqualified her for plagiarism. Shock rang through him. Plagiarism? What? I know, it's very upsetting. But when she told me, she just seemed kind of listless. I don't know how to describe it other than that. It worried me because she's such a fighter. I thought maybe she'd snap out of it, get mad, and figure out how to get her designs back. But I've been calling over the last few days and she hasn't been answering. Derek stood, unable to sit in his chair any longer. He paced the room, which was suddenly too hot. You don't think she'd do anything rash, do you? I don't think so. But I also never thought she'd give up. She sounded so defeated on the phone. I got worried today, so I called the building manager. He lives on the bottom floor, and he said he hasn't seen her coming and going like he normally does.
Derek, I don't know what to do.
He couldn't even imagine Nara in such a depression. It broke his heart.
I'll go check on her.
The words flew out without him thinking about it.
You'd do that?
In a heartbeat. He grabbed his briefcase and began shoving files in.
Of course. I'll call the jet service. I'll book a flight tonight.
Thanks, he said, already out the door. I'll go pack. Nara moaned and rolled over, the haze of sleep still shrouding her. Had there been a noise that woke her? She listened as she lay on her couch, her thick bedspread and all the blankets she owned over her. No other sounds came. Whatever it had been, it was silent now. She shivered despite the weight of the blankets. It was so cold in her apartment. But she had to conserve her money, so she'd turned down the heat. It wasn't too bad when she was up and around, but lately she'd lost all interest in doing anything. Her life sucked, period. To be honest, she wasn't even sure what day it was. The sink was a pile of dirty dishes. She didn't even know when the last time she'd eaten was. All she knew was that she was never going to know the joy of seeing her designs in the store, at least with her name on them. A bitter taste flowed into her mouth, and she swallowed it back. She'd done more research on her designs. Chelsea had been busy. She'd found 15 more of her designs that were now copyrighted to various subsidiary design companies. She was such an idiot. She thought if she gave her ideas to Chelsea, that her boss would hire her as a designer. But why would she do that if she could get the designs for the small price of a personal assistant? Nara had been so willing to just give them to her, over and over, apparently. Someone buzzed her door and she groaned and pulled her blanket over her head. Was that the noise that had awakened her? "Go away," she mumbled, even though the person couldn't hear her. She never had anyone come over. It must be a salesperson. The buzzer rang again, this time for longer. Nara closed her eyes, ignoring it. They'd go away eventually. And she was right. After a few more lame attempts to get her off the couch, the person gave up. Good. She didn't need anything. She didn't have money for anything, and she certainly didn't want to see anyone. Not with her not been washed in several days' hair, and her ratty t-shirt she'd owned since she was 15. No one should see her in her comfort clothes. She'd finished her last Diet Coke on Tuesday. The last empty bottles still sat on her coffee table, along with an empty potato chip bag, 2 boxes of cereal, and the wrappers from 6 cake rolls she'd eaten. Did she mention her life sucked? She closed her eyes. Was it time to go to bed? It felt late. The room had darkened hours ago. She probably should make her nightly move from the couch to the bed, but she lacked the energy. Wait, what time was it? She picked up her cell and tried to read the clock through her blurry eyes. 2 o'clock in the morning? Who had been buzzing her apartment at this time of night? Now she was really glad in her dazed state she hadn't let them in. It was probably a drunk. She snuggled back into the covers and closed her eyes. Sleep was calling to her. That's all she'd felt like doing the last few days. Somewhere in her foggy state, she thought she heard knocking. But that was stupid. Who would be knocking on her door? She drifted off to sleep. The knocking continued, and she realized it must be a dream. An annoying dream. The knocking should stop. It was giving her a headache. "Nara!" a voice called. "Let me in." She moaned. Now she was dreaming that Derek was at her door. Just great. That's what she needed. More dreams about Derek. Didn't she have a sucky enough life? Now she had to dream Derek was in New York. Actually, that dream might be nice. "Nara, are you in there?" More knocking, louder this time. "Open the door." Maybe she should open the door. It might be a good dream. She tried to sit up but had a very difficult time working her muscles. Probably because she hadn't eaten. Stupid muscles. She tried again, this time crawling toward the door. It took forever to get there, but she finally managed to do it. Pulling herself up, she flipped the lock and turned the handle. Derek came bursting into the room. "Nara," he said, pulling her into his arms. She couldn't hold her head upright. This was a strange dream, but it felt wonderful to be back in Derek's arms, and she closed her eyes and let him carry her. "Geez, Nara, you're freezing." The dream Derek was warm, and she snuggled into his chest. Man, he even smelled like the real Derek. Could she usually smell in a dream? She couldn't remember. Derek laid her down in her bed. The next thing she knew, he was putting her covers over her. She grabbed his arm. "Don't go, Emperor," she said, her mouth not working right. The words barely made it out. He sighed and smoothed her hair from her face. Then he gently placed his lips on her forehead. It felt like sunshine and warmth. She pulled him to her. He climbed under the covers and she snuggled into his chest. This was the best dream ever. She still felt tired for some strange reason, in her dream, and fell back asleep with Derek in her arms. She hoped she wouldn't be too disappointed when she woke up. Her dream seemed to last a longer time than normal. In fact, a few times in the night, she had the strangest sensation that it wasn't a dream at all, but that Derek was actually in bed with her, which was ridiculous. But when the morning light filled the room and she sleepily felt the spot beside her, Derek wasn't there, and her heart broke. A small part of her had hoped it had been real. Pain stabbed at her chest and she blinked back tears. She missed him so much. It had been such a great dream, feeling Derek's arms around her, his soft caress, his lips on her forehead. She wanted that again. Her body ached for him. Why was she still in New York? She was jobless and growing more and more penniless by the day. Rent in New York was insane, even for her tiny dump of a place. She should go back to LA. The thought of being near Derek sent another wave of tears down her cheeks. Why couldn't she just leave, accept defeat, and run back to her father's house with her tail between her legs? A smell drifted into her room, and she inhaled. Pancakes? She grabbed her pillow and buried her head. Which neighbor was making pancakes? That was so cruel. A noise came from her kitchen and she froze, her blood turning to ice. Was someone in her apartment? For a split second, she wondered if her dream last night had been real. She shook her head and chastised herself. Derek wasn't there, and no one was in her apartment. That was stupid. She crawled out of bed, her head dizzy. She was famished, and the smell of pancakes was making her mouth water. She needed to eat. It had been long enough. Time to stop wallowing and being stupid. She opened her bedroom door and panic enveloped her. The smell wasn't coming from a neighbor's house. It was too strong, and she heard the sound of dishes clinking together in their kitchen. She peeked around the corner and saw Derek at the stove with a spatula in his hand. She shrieked and he whipped around, obviously startled. "What are you doing here?" Her heart hammered in her chest. "How did you get in?" Derek put his hand up. "Whoa, you let me in. Last night. You don't remember?" "No." She shook her head for emphasis, but then she remembered her dream. Someone knocking, her opening the door for Derek. "Oh," she said, lowering her gaze. "Maybe I do." "Sit. You look like you're going to fall over. When's the last time you've eaten?" He turned back to the stove and scooped up a pancake from the frying pan. "I don't know," she admitted, as she walked the 3 steps to her kitchen chair. "Here," he said, putting a plate with a stack of 3 pancakes in front of her. He'd cleaned off her kitchen table. Her gaze snapped to the sink. He'd done the dishes, too. A lump swelled in her throat, and she could barely speak. "Why are you here?" He set a bottle of strawberry syrup in front of her. "Eat." Tears blurred her vision. Had he brought the syrup from home? She couldn't believe it. How could he be so tuned in to what she needed? She quickly wiped the tears from her cheeks. What a stupid thing to cry about. She poured the syrup and cut into the pancakes. They tasted amazing. Derek worked at the stove while she ate. He put another hot pancake on her plate after she'd finished her stack. He froze, his gaze staring down at her ring, the one she still wore. She placed her hand in her lap, embarrassed she still had it on. "Did my father send you?" He slowly turned back to the stove. "He called me because he was concerned about you." "Aren't you going to eat any of these?" "I already ate." He pointed to her plate. "Eat. I know you haven't been." "I'm almost full." "Then eat until you're all the way full." He removed the frying pan from the burner and turned it off. "Why are you here?" she repeated. "Because you needed me." He turned around and his gaze was so intense she almost fell off her chair. Her breath caught and she couldn't think. All she could do was nod. She had needed him, desperately. He just didn't know how much. She took a few more bites of her pancake and then slid the plate away. Emotion caught in her throat. What he'd done for her? And here she was looking like death. She grew embarrassed for the state she was in. "Thank you for breakfast. Can I go shower now?" His lips lifted in that tiny smile of his. "Please do." She scoffed and grabbed the kitchen towel, snapping it at him. "I didn't ask you to barge in here last night." He sobered. "I know." She couldn't look at him anymore, not without tears stinging her eyes. She stood and left the room without being able to say anything else. Chapter 31. Derek cleaned up the breakfast dishes as he listened to the sound of the shower going in the other room. Nara had been in bad shape when he'd gotten there. He did see much improvement this morning. He hoped his presence had something to do with it, but was more inclined to believe she just needed someone there, someone who cared. The shower turned off. He finished drying the dishes and putting them in the cupboard. Then he started on the living room. Nara must have been immensely depressed. He could tell by the trash lying around. He didn't blame her. He knew how much she wanted her dream job. The bathroom door opened and Nara appeared. His mouth went dry. She wore a simple t-shirt and jeans, and her hair was up in a towel. But to him, she looked amazing. She took the towel off her head and started drying the ends of her hair. She slowed, giving him a tentative look. "How long will you be here?" "Forever?" The word just popped into his head unbidden, which was dumb. He wasn't there forever. "How long do you need me?" She looked at the floor. "I suppose my father told you what happened." He nodded. "Yeah." She exhaled and plopped down on the couch. "I'm ruined." "We can fight it," he blurted out. "How?" Her gaze searched his as she lowered the towel. "I'll hire a team of lawyers. They'll prove your designs were stolen." She sighed. "I'm not sure what good that'll do." Richard had been right. She seemed listless, not at all the fighter he knew she was. "It will clear your name, for one thing." "I just don't know what good that will do." Derek grew upset. He sat down next to her and put his hands on her shoulders. "Listen, your designs were good enough that your boss took them and passed them off as designs from someone who'd been in the business for years. You may not realize it, but this means you are a top designer." Nara blinked, the realization sinking in. Before she could speak, he continued. "You are one of the most talented people I know. Not only are your designs good enough to steal, but your tenacity and perseverance will take you far. You just have to fight this with me." She hid her face in her hands. "I don't know if I have the strength." An idea came to him, and he shot up from the seat. "I know what you need." He rushed to the fridge and pulled out one of the bottles of Diet Coke he'd purchased that morning. It wasn't as cold as he was hoping, but it would do. He walked back to the couch and held it out to her. "Here." She looked up. her eyes widening as she saw her favorite soda. She jumped up, grabbed the soda, and threw her arms around his neck. Before he could react, she pressed her lips to his in a quick peck. "Thank you." His heart jumped. He had come to New York to help Nara, to give her the confidence to fight for what was hers. He had no right to claim her as his own, but right now, with her just millimeters away from him and smelling amazing, he wasn't thinking clearly. She'd kissed him and he needed more. He needed her. The brief contact with her lips had awakened an intense desire in him. He pushed all inhibitions away and wrapped his arms around her, pressing his lips to hers. At first she stiffened, probably surprised by his boldness, but a fraction of a second later, she relaxed and responded to the kiss. His fingers skimmed over her back. His lips caressed hers. He couldn't believe how badly he needed this, how much he wanted her. Ever since he was a teenager, he'd pined after Nara, stood back and looked at her from afar. He had dreamed of her, made excuses to be around her, and hoped she would notice him, but she never did. It was time to stop standing back and hoping. It was time to put it all on the line and find out once and for all if there could ever be anything between them. He could no longer wait. He needed to know. And if the answer was going to be no, at least he could pick himself up and move on. Finally push Nara out of his headspace forever and try to find someone else to fill that void. There was no more time. He had to know, right now. Behind him, a thud sounded and he realized she'd dropped her Diet Coke. He thought maybe she would jump back from him, but instead she threaded her fingers through his hair. It felt amazing. Too good, actually. He pulled back, but she held on to him. "Don't," she whispered. "Nara," he said, breathless. "We need to talk." "Why? I don't want to talk. I want to do more of this." She kissed him again. He let the kiss happen for a moment, then pulled back again. "Wait. I have to say something." Nara groaned. "Why do you always ruin things?" Her words sent a stab of pain through him, but he couldn't stop now. He couldn't live his life wondering if anything would ever come of their relationship any longer. He had to know. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "I have to say this." She stared at him, her grip around his neck relaxing. "What? What's so important that you have to stop an amazing kiss over?" "I love you." The words came out before he could even prepare himself, and he startled at his own voice. Oh no. What had he done? Panic enveloped him, and he rushed forward. "I want to know if there's ever any possibility that you might have feelings for me, because I can't keep kissing you without knowing." Her eyes narrowed. "You love me, like a sister, because that wasn't a sisterly kiss. That kind of thing should never happen between brother and sister." Oh, crud. He had told her he loved her like a sister. He'd forgotten. His mouth felt like it was full of cotton. "I love you in ways a brother should never love a sister," he said quietly. She didn't respond right away. She just stared at him, and his panic grew. But he was done covering up his feelings, done taking them back. He had to know. "I don't expect you to say you love me back. I know we've only spent a week together in the last 5 years. But if there's no possibility, I want to know now so I can let the thought of you go. Because I don't think I can go on not knowing." She frowned. "So when you said you love me like a sister..." She let the question hang. He inwardly groaned. She was going to make him say it, wasn't she? He took in a breath, trying to bolster his nerves. "It was a lie. I hadn't meant to tell you I loved you. I was unprepared for your reaction, so I hid my feelings." "How long have you felt this way?" He swallowed, embarrassed. "A long time." Nara grabbed a throw pillow from her couch and hit him with it. "You dork. Derek took a step back, unsure of what that meant. Out of all the reactions she could have given him, that one hadn't even crossed his mind, and he didn't know how to react. Nara swung again, but this time he grabbed the pillow and wrestled it from her.
Stop that.
But you deserve it. Do you know how upset I was that you told me you loved me like a sister? My gosh, I was going crazy. I thought I was nuts falling in love with you in 1 week. And here you were already in love with me? She grabbed the pillow from him and swung again. This time he let her.
Wait, you fell in love with me in a week?
Yes, you goof. And I thought I was insane, that you'd never feel the same way. That's why I left. I couldn't stand to be there with you when you thought of me like you thought of Brielle. He took the pillow back and tossed it away, his heart racing. He took her into his arms, hardly able to believe what she was saying. He'd lied for no reason. If he had just come clean, she wouldn't have left him?
Are you serious?
Why do you think I'm still wearing your dime store ring, Mr. Emperor? She held up her hand. He smiled. He missed her calling him that.
That's real, by the way.
What? Her eyes widened and she stared down at it. Seriously?
Yeah,
he said, heat rising to his ears.
I couldn't get you some cheap junk.
Holy cow. Derek shook his head, his mind spinning.
Is this real? I can't believe you're in love with me.
Then maybe this will convince you. Nara wrapped her arms around him again, and this time, her kiss was backed with passion. He could barely stand it as the kiss took his breath away. For years, he'd dreamed of Nara falling in love with him. She was his unspoken desire every day, his first thought in the morning and his last at night. He could only dream that she would return to Los Angeles so he could spend time with her, and hope that she would see him as something other than the stuffy man he knew she saw. When Richard came up with the insane plan of forcing her to marry Derek, he balked. He'd never thought that would work, but Richard was so set on it, he had to go along, especially when Nara finally caved and said she would. He'd hoped something would come of it, but never in his dreams imagined she would fall in love with him in 1 week. He'd finally gotten what he wanted, and he was never going to let her go. Epilogue. Nara snuggled into Derek's side as he used the remote to turn on the television, although she suspected there wouldn't be a lot of TV watching going on. It had only been a week since she moved back into Derek's house, and they'd officially become a true married couple, but she still felt like they were on their honeymoon.
What do you want to watch?
He asked, looking at her. You? He chuckled.
No, really.
I'm kind of serious. You're my hero. You know that? One eyebrow raised.
How?
You found that amazing lawyer, for one.
The one that said he could prove those designs were yours?
She reached up and put her arms around his neck. Yep, that's the guy. What else? He said, clearly enjoying this. You're my supplier. He laughed.
Diet Coke or strawberry syrup?
Both, she said, kissing his nose.
Is that it?
Nope. She pulled Larry the unicorn onto her lap. You won me this amazing stuffed animal.
One?
Let's not quibble over words. He's adorable and he smells like you. Derek gave up and set the remote on the coffee table. He made a face.
Only because you spray my cologne on him.
I like it that way. He leaned over and kissed her.
Is that all?
Man, are you fishing for compliments or what? She poked him in the side and he grabbed her wrist.
You're the one who started it.
An overwhelming feeling of joy enveloped her, and she smiled. This is how life should be. Just sitting on the couch with the person you love, having playful conversations. She was so content she couldn't imagine anything else in life that she would want. That's because you really are my hero. His phone chimed and he pulled it out of his pocket. He looked at the screen.
Oh, I better take this call.
Who is it?
The studio.
Nara sucked in a breath and mimed clapping her hands silently. She bugged him until he caved and took a portfolio of his work into a local art studio. She crossed her fingers as he took the call.
Hello?
Derek sat, not moving a muscle. She could hear a woman's voice on the other end of the line, but couldn't hear what she had to say. Derek nodded a couple of times.
Yes.
He paused, then he said, "Okay, thanks," and hung up. Nara waited for him to say something, but he just put his phone away. She shoved his shoulder. "What did they say?"
They would like me to bring in some prints.
"Ha!" Nara yelled, doing a fist pump. "I knew they'd love your work." He kissed the top of her head.
You were right.
"I'm always right. Just remember that. It'll do you well throughout this marriage." She looked down at the diamond ring, the one she thought was fake. Even back then, Derek was trying to tell her that he loved her. How did she not see it? Everything he did, from showing up at the airport with her favorite beverage to choosing Grand Cayman as their honeymoon spot, just showed how much he loved her. Her heart warmed thinking of it. He was such a good man. She was so glad he finally came forward. Her life was finally going in a good direction. Her father's surgery had gone well. They were able to get all of the cancer out. As a precautionary measure, they did do one round of chemotherapy, but now that was almost done. He was doing well, and their relationship was better than it had ever been. Derek put his arms around her.
I'm so glad we didn't have to get a divorce.
Me too. She gave him a quick kiss. But I do think I deserve a renewing of the vows ceremony.
He smirked. What, you mean to tell me you didn't have your dream wedding?
She flicked her finger on his forehead. I want a white dress and flowers. He rubbed where she'd flicked him.
Fine. White dress, flowers, got it. Should we go back to the accelerated marriage chapel?
He gave her a teasing half grin. Yes, let's do it. She laughed at his confused expression. I think it would be fun to commemorate that experience.
Are you serious?
Sure, but maybe this time we'll buy the expensive package. He laughed.
It was only $20 more.
She giggled and then pulled him down for another kiss. This one was much more thorough. She was so happy she'd finally gave in to her father and married the emperor. He made her heart complete. The end. This has been a marriage of anything but convenience, a romantic comedy. The Billionaire Club, Book 1. Written by Victorine E. Lieski. Narrated by Jessica Hazard. Copyright 2020 by Victorine E. Lieski. Production copyright 2020 by Victorine E. Lieski.